got the whole collection.
What is it?
There's 7 or 8. What is it? The freshman multi.
All in the Taco Jerry Garcia, huh?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
I had Jerry Garcia on yesterday.
And what about Jimmy V, right? Jimmy V has basketball.
Would you have that?
Yeah. For race for cancer.
I think that's the time it was 2 or 3 wives. It was 2 wives.
Well, good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and call the committee to order this morning. The chair will ask the clerk to report a quorum. Quorum is present. Let's go ahead and turn our attention to the first order of business this morning, which is ordering the calendar. If we start on third reading today, are there motions from the special to move bills from the special calendar to the House calendar? Lady from the 49th.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. On the first page, special calendar, third reading, I move the first 6 bills, Senate Bill 554, 571, 725, 778, 779, 780 be moved to the House calendar.
The lady's motion is that committee substitute for Senate Bill 554, committee substitute for Senate Bill 571, and Senate Bills 725, 778, 779, and 780 be moved to the House calendar. Does any member wish a separate vote on any of those bills? If not, those in favor of that motion will say aye. Aye. Any opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the second page of the special calendar, third reading towards the bottom, committee substitute for House Bill 4746 to House calendar.
The lady's motion is that on first reading, committee substitute for House Bill 4746 be moved from special calendar to House calendar. Those in favor of that motion will please say aye. Aye. Yes, discussion is in order. Lady from the 51st, Doug Fleshauer is recognized.
That bill was taken off for financial considerations through House Finance.
The question is on the motion that House Bill 4746 be moved to House calendar. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. That motion is adopted. Lady from the 49th.
On the following page, Mr. Speaker, continuing on third reading, committee substitute for House Bill 4905 to House calendar.
The lady's motion is that committee substitute for House Bill 4905 be moved from special calendar to House calendar. Is there discussion on that motion? If not, the question is on that motion. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes have it. That motion is adopted. Lady from the 49th.
I move from special calendar, House calendar, House Bill 4953.
The motion is that House Bill 4953 be moved from special calendar to House calendar. Is there discussion on that motion? If not, those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, continuing on third reading on that same page, House Bill 4966, House Bill 4970, I make a motion to move to House calendar.
The lady's motion is that House Bills 4966 and House Bills 4970 be moved from special calendar to House calendar. Does any member wish a separate vote on either bill? If not, those in favor of that motion will please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Are there additional motions to move bills from the special calendar to the House calendar this morning? If not, let's turn to the House calendar. Are there motions to move bills from the House calendar to the special calendar? Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, committee substitute for House Bill 4558, I move from House calendar to special calendar.
The motion is that committee substitute for House Bill 4558 be moved from House calendar back to special calendar. Is there discussion on that motion? If not, those in favor of that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Are there any additional motions this morning to move bills from House calendar to special calendar? If not, lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move we adjourn.
Those in favor of the motion to adjourn, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The committee is adjourned.
My servant
House will please come to order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber at this time. Members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Reverend Monsignor Frederick P. Anney, guest of Delegates Williams and Scaff.
Good morning, honorable ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Delegate Scaff, for this kind invitation. It is Ash Wednesday. The season of Lent is upon us, 40 days where we prepare for the Easter mysteries. Let us pray. God of creation, we remember that from nothing more than the dust of Eden, you created humankind in your immortal image and likeness, raising us from the darkness of the earth to be light for the world, fanning the spark of life within us into a flame, ennobling the human heart. May this Lenten journey allow us to learn that the solutions to the problems that slither around our fractured paradise will be found within ourselves, in the powerful pounding chambers of the human heart. Before we seek to blame the poison of the world on others, let us first seek to change our hearts and turn again to you. Finally, knowing when we close our eyes on this fallen world, as the Lord Jesus did on the cross, through the glorious mysteries of the resurrection, we will open our eyes anew to look upon the grandeur of your shining face from everlasting to everlasting. Amen.
If all members and guests will please remain standing, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning by the gentleman from the 51st, Doug Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and guests, please join me in honoring our great flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Tuesday, February 25th, 2020.
The Journal of the 50th, Doug Angelucci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read.
The Journal of the 50th, Doug Angelucci, asks unanimous consent that further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? The Chair hears no objections. Reading of the Journal is dispensed with. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From third reading special calendar to House calendar today, committee substitute for Senate Bill 554, committee substitute for Senate Bill 571, Senate Bill 725, 778, 779, 780, and committee substitute for House Bill 4746. Also, committee substitute for House Bill 4905, House Bill 4953, House Bill 4966, House Bill 4970, all special calendar to House calendar. On House calendar to special calendar today, third reading, committee substitute for Senate Bill 4558.
Introduction to guests. Introduction of guests. The gentleman of the 59th, Doug Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have several introductions to make today. In the North Gallery, we have our illustrious Secretary of State, Mac Warner. We also have, in regard to the Secretary of State award program, which is hosted by the Secretary of State, the Jennings Randolph Award, named for the late U.S. Senator Jennings Randolph of West Virginia, considered the father of the 26th Amendment, who reduced the voting age to 18. The Jennings Randolph Award is presented to those West Virginia high school students who register at least 85% of their eligible students to vote. The 2019-2020 school year marks the 26th anniversary of this award. In the last 3 years, more than 44,000 high school students here in West Virginia have been registered to vote. An honorary Secretary of State is a high school student who had a leadership role in his or her high school beginning a Jennings Randolph Award-winning school. This recognition is limited to just 2 students for each high school that earns the award. In the gallery of today, with Secretary of State Mac Warner, are 2 high school seniors, who would stand please, who have earned the title of Honorary Secretary of State for leading their student body to register more than 85% of their eligible students to vote. I would like each of these special guests today to stand as I read their name. Bridget Hall and Mary Dietrich from Hedgesville High School. Also in the gallery today to help recognize these outstanding students is an also special person, Betty Jo, not the Betty Jo from Petticoat Junction, but Betty Jo Hirsch, high school counselor in Hedgesville and former Berkeley County Magistrate. Let's extend our warm welcome to all these folks.
The gentleman to the 11th, Douglas Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the South Gallery, I have some special guests here with us today. It's my privilege to introduce my friend Sean Miller and his wife, April, and my wife. And they're here today to support House Bill 4497, and they're the parents of Alex Miller. Would the House please make them welcome?
The gentleman to the 62nd, Douglas Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would, I have 2 introductions to make. In the South Gallery, I have my constituents from the Eastern Panhandle traveled all the way here to support House Bill 4362. It's Julia Rader, her mother Roberta, and her 2 children, Sarah and Ryan. If they could please stand and the House give them a warm welcome. The West Gallery, we have the bodacious wife of Delegate Larry Kump, Cheryl. If you could, Cheryl, stand, and everyone please give Cheryl a warm welcome.
Lady in the 49th, Douglas Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I see my son-in-law, Matthew Gallagher. I'm sure he's missing me and he came to see me. If you guys would make him feel welcome.
The gentleman to the 22nd, Douglas Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Visiting with us again today is Mary Ann Maurer from Charleston, West Virginia, our Doctor of the Day. If the House would make her welcome.
The gentleman to the 2nd, Douglas DeSerio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us today in the South Gallery, we have laborers from the Parkersburg area, Local Union 1085, in the surrounding area. If you'd all help me make them feel welcome.
Are there further introductions? If not, report to standing committees.
Your Committee on Senior, Children, and Family Issues has had under consideration Senate Bill 51, specifying forms of grandparent visitation, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 308, creating criminal penalties for violation of orders issued for protection of victims of financial exploitation. Reports the same back with recommendation that each do pass, that they be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and both bills will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on February 25, 2020, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 16, creating Protect Our Right to Unite Act, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 35, limiting civil penalty for littering conviction up to $2,000, Senate Bill 300, updating certain terms in West Virginia Corporation Net Income Tax Act, Senate Bill 310, updating certain terms used in West Virginia Personal Income Tax Act, Senate Bill 321, relating to collection of tax and priority of distribution of estate or property in receivership, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 676, permitting fees from Central Abuse Register be used for information technology support costs.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 201 relating generally to criminal offenses of stalking and harassment, Senate Bill 610 removing resident manager requirement for alcohol beverage control administration, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 625 creating one-day annual license to permit charitable auction of sealed, rare, antique, or vintage liquor bottles, and Senate Bill 789 repealing obsolete sections of West Virginia Code relating to legislature. Reports the same back with recommendation that these two pass.
The report will be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees, messages from the executive, messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announced the passage by the Senate of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 106, making daylight saving time official time year-round.
The message will be received. Bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 213, relating to administration of trust.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 246, including family court judges and retirement system for judges.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bills 284, creating West Virginia Health Care Continuity Act.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 472, providing alternative sentencing program for work release.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 511, regulating pawnbrokers.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 514, creating West Virginia FinTech Regulatory Sandbox Act.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 530, relating to taxation of aircraft.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 569, expiring funds from various accounts to DHHR.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 570, expiring funds from State Excess Lottery Revenue Fund to DHHR Medical Services Program Fund.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 614, changing method of allocating funding from safe school funds.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 633, creating Medicaid Families First Reserve Fund account.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 635, allowing administration of small estates.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments and passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 657, allowing designation of tourism development districts.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 668, enacting Uniform Trust Decanting Act.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 729, relating to awards and disability under Deputy Sheriff Retirement Act.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 749, requiring fatality and mortality review teams share data with CDC.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 760, allowing state colleges or universities apply to HEPC for a designation as administratively or financially exempt school.
The message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education. Organization.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 772, clarifying American Law Institute's requirements of law.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 793, relating to B&O taxes imposed on certain cost-fired electric generating units.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 798, requiring dairy foods processed in-state be added to list of items to be purchased by state-funded institutions.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 800, authorizing electric utilities to construct and operate project within an electric utility distribution system.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 805, supplemental appropriation of monies from Treasury to West Virginia Commuter Rail Access Fund.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 812, supplemental appropriation from lottery net profits to Bureau of Senior Services.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 816, updating North American Industry Classification System Code references.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, dispense with the committee reference, and read a first time.
The lady from the 49th asked unanimous consent that Senate Bill 816 be taken up for immediate consideration, that the committee reference for the bill be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Are there objections? The chair hears no objection. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 816, updating North American Industry Classification System Code references.
The bill will be advanced to second reading. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 819, relating to DOH management of coal resource transportation roads.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Senate has passed Senate Bill 828, clarifying municipal B&O taxation where business activity occurs.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has adopted Senate Concurrent Resolution 49, requesting the DOH evaluate October 1, 2018, updated oil and gas road policy.
The message will be received. The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary, then the Committee on Rules. Are there further Senate messages? If not, resolutions.
House Resolution 15, expressing the disapproval of the House of Delegates to Senator Manchin for his vote to convict President Donald J. Trump in the impeachment trial.
Lady in the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system.
The lady from the 49th asked unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2478, modifying the Fair Trade Practices Act.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman from the 29th, Douglas Steele, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an oldie but a goodie. Passed last year 91-6. Fantastic bill. This committee substitute for House Bill 2478 discusses predatory pricing schemes under the Unfair Trade Practices Act and amends West Virginia Code 4711A6. That particular portion of code has been in place since the 1930s. West Virginia Code already prohibits a company from selling a product below cost with the intent or effect of destroying competition unfairly. Because cost is a crucial finding in a predatory price case, the term is defined in statute. For retailers, cost is defined as the lower of the inventory price or the cost of replacement, subject to certain deductions and increases. However, for wholesalers, the cost is defined the same, except it also includes applicable taxes. The bill makes two changes to the code. First, it includes applicable taxes to the definition of cost for retailers, just like it is used for wholesalers, in order to more accurately reflect the bottom line cost incurred by companies. And two, it provides an award of treble damages, court costs, litigation costs, and attorney's fees for unfair trade practices lawsuits filed in bad faith. For reference, Article 8 of this chapter includes a list of exceptions that are exempted from being an unfair trade practice, including closeout sales in good faith, sale of perishable merchandise to avoid depreciation or spoilage like milk and so forth, meeting the price of a competitor, rebate and loyalty programs, sales regarding government contracts, charitable sales, and grand opening sales for the first 15 days. The chairman notes that this bill died not as a result of noble combat and debate, but as a result of neglect and indifference in the Senate last year. As I said before, this passed 91-6 from the House, and Mr. Speaker, we urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are the members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 95 ayes, 3 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2478.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2897 relating to driving restrictions in school zones.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman, the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Current law already restricts the speed limit at open school zones to 15 miles per hour during the school recess or while children are going to or leaving school during the opening and closing hours. What this bill does is it adds that the 15 mile per hour speed limit also applies whenever the school zone flashing beacons are present and active. Mr. Speaker, we urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2897.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4159 relating to the manufacture and sale of hard cider.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman, 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is intended as an economic development bill, and its purpose is to help create jobs in West Virginia in the hard cider manufacturing and agriculture industry. The bill has several components. First, the bill establishes an agricultural development fund and a fund for cider development to be funded by such appropriation as the legislature shall designate. Next, the bill redefines hard cider as a subcategory of wine which made from fruit or fruit juice that contains carbonation and measures between 0.5% and 12.5% alcohol by volume, and includes certain cider makers as farm wineries. It also clarifies that table wine alcohol by volume is up to 14%. Non-fortified dessert wines may have an alcohol by volume content between 14.1% and 17%, and fortified wine is wine which is up to 24% alcohol by volume. The bill now states that wine may be sold by a wine specialty shop for off-premises consumption only, except where tasting and sampling have been authorized. The bill removes the bonding requirement for distributors and suppliers and certain wineries or farm wineries acting in those capacities. And it continues the penalties for a wine distributor or supplier who fails to pay taxes or maintain its good standing with the state and its agencies. Then the bill transfers certain tax revenue from the sale of hard cider to the Department of Agriculture to help grow the industry. It also lowers the current tax rate for cider that is currently the same as wine, which is 98.6 cents per gallon, to a rate of 22.6 cents per gallon, which is closer to the tax rate of beer, but still higher by about 5 cents. The bill sets health and safety standards, operational guidelines, and packaging standards for cider manufacture. And finally, the bill gives some rulemaking authority to ABCA to implement the bill's provisions. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are the members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If the gentleman of the 32nd, Douglas Fass, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can't help but notice the increase in the content of alcohol. If I'm reading this correctly, one is going from 14% up to not exceeding 24%. Let me say it this way. We know what alcohol does, and it's been said many times, if this bill could save a life, this is it. Think about it this way. If this bill could take a life, this is it. It's a booze bill. I urge rejection.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Does the gentleman of the 27th, Douglas Schott, wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 81 ayes, 17 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4159.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the adoption of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4176, West Virginia Intelligence Fusion Center Act.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 29th, Douglas Steele, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a more serious note, this bill codifies a facility operating pursuant to Governor's executive order since March 15, 2008. The facility is known as the West Virginia Intelligence Fusion Center. I explained a lot of that, what that did yesterday, so I'm going to try to keep this short. The West Virginia Intelligence Fusion Center is a multi-agency intelligence fusion center run by the Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety. It is set to be reorganized under the Department of Homeland Security. It is set to receive, analyze, and disseminate all hazards, all crimes, and all threat information as directed by the governor and in collaboration with federal, state, and local agencies, as well as private sector entities, including but not limited to those with the primary purposes of homeland security, counterterrorism, public safety, public protection, and critical infrastructure. The Fusion Center collects, integrates, analyzes, disseminates, and maintains such information to support local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, other government agencies, and private organizations detecting, preventing, investigating, preparing for, responding to, and recovering from any possible or actual criminal and terrorist activity, as well as any hazard, such as a natural disaster, including the state's critical infrastructure, in compliance with applicable state and federal laws and regulations. Our Fusion Center is one of 80 around the country. What is at issue in this bill is not creating a fusion center, as I said yesterday, but what is at issue in the bill is the balancing of executive authority, legislative oversight, and constitutional civil liberties. Each of these items have legitimate and important roles in our constitutional form of government. The concerns that the Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security Committee had with House Bill 4176 as introduced arose exclusively from what the committee considered to be problematic ambiguities in what personnel could and would be allowed to operate with or for the Fusion Center, an unclear boundary between law enforcement and intelligence operations, and a lack of oversight of a facility with considerable surveillance capabilities. The Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security concerns with this bill as introduced have been addressed by the Veterans Affairs Committee amendment and the floor amendment approved on the floor yesterday. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of the 53rd, Delegate Jennings.
Go ahead. Yes, I'd just like to ask a couple questions if I could.
Does the gentleman of the 29th yield for questions?
I do.
Whenever we first did the bill, we wanted to make sure we had real good oversight. Wasn't our oversight committee allowed to go in anytime 24/7, and that was changed out?
That was changed, yes.
And why was that?
Well, because at different points in time in the Fusion Center, you don't have a deputy director there, and you have personnel that are there overnight that aren't qualified to address some of the concerns that could come from somebody from the committee.
And why was that took out? I thought the whole process of the oversight was so that we had total access, so nothing could be done without our being able to be present during that.
Well, the idea of oversight isn't necessarily management. The idea of the oversight is to oversee those managers, interact with those managers, be it the cabinet secretary or the deputy director. And if we were to have a member go into that Fusion Center at 2 a.m. and say, okay, what's going on right here? And the only person there is a low-level analyst that may not be able to help us and may not be able to answer our questions, that could present a problem. So the idea is to have it during normal business hours so that when we do go in and we do approach folks about things, that we're getting somebody competent to respond to our concerns.
So in other words, we cut our oversight back tremendously. Thank you.
Are there other members who wish to speak? The gentleman of third, Dr. Fluharty, is recognized.
Gentleman yield.
Yes.
You just said that this operation has considerable surveillance capabilities. When we're talking about surveillance, are we talking about surveillance of West Virginians?
There'd be people in West Virginia, yes.
And are there restrictions on the surveillance?
Absolutely. The Fusion Center operates as a criminal justice agency, so they don't have the capacity to get a search warrant, go out in the field and carry out operations and things like that. What the Fusion Center can do is surveil open source data. Open source data would be like Facebook posts, tweets, things like that, public records, things of that nature. The other thing that the Fusion Center is capable of, and really the primary purpose, is to receive intelligence from outside of the state or maybe from some other part of the country and get that information to the appropriate law enforcement authority within our state. I could give an example of a situation in which, that we were told about when we visited, where a DNR officer spotted someone operating a submarine in Sutton Lake, and he thought that was strange, a one-man sub. So he called the Fusion Center and said, hey, I got a weird situation. I'm looking at someone using a one-man submarine in Sutton Lake. And the Fusion Center put out a post to any number of fusion centers across the country, well, the other 79, and it came back from the Great Lakes area, the Chicago, Milwaukee, and Detroit area fusion centers, that they had a problem with drug mules utilizing one-man submarines to come into the Great Lakes. Come to find out, we got that information back to the DNR officer, who was able to approach and figure out that it was a person from Massachusetts that was selling a homemade one-man sub to a person in Miami, Florida, and they picked out Sutton Lake to test it out. And that's kind of how this process works.
All right, now back to the original question. The surveillance of West Virginians is what I'm concerned about. Are there restrictions on the technology that can be used by the Fusion Center to provide surveillance of West Virginians?
They cannot go into, the things that you would need a search warrant for, they cannot do. They can only look at open source data.
Okay, open source data. Now, I know this is more than just looking at Facebook posts and things that the general public can do. Can they use things like plate readers?
Yeah, we have those in the state, yes.
Okay, so they're using...
Those are actually operated by the state police, though.
So if they're using plate readers and they're taking data of West Virginians traveling on the roads, for instance, are they storing that data at the Fusion Center?
No, they are not. That data, whenever a case comes into the Fusion Center, like let's use your example of a plate reader. So there's one at the southern border and there's one up around Huntington. And what those look for are stolen license plates. They could also be used to look for a specific license plate. So that license plate is public data. It's not something that's private that you need a search warrant for. But to your point, it's very advanced technology to look at every last one of those. So what will happen is the state police will get a report off the plate reader, hey, we have a stolen vehicle license plate hit that just came through Princeton down around Bluefield, and they will get that information to the Turnpike Division of the State Police, which is headquartered in Beckley. And they'll also get it to the Raleigh County Sheriff's Department because that person could be heading down I-64. And then they're going to coordinate that with people in Hinton, people in Beckley, so that all of those agencies can be on the lookout for that stolen vehicle. And that information will get shared through the Fusion Center, but the ultimate contents of that criminal file, that would be a criminal issue, they are going to be held with the state police and the responding authority. So it's not going to be stored with the Fusion Center.
Okay, then what data, if they're using this open source technology and there's no real restrictions on the surveillance technology they're able to use, what data is stored at this Fusion Center?
There is going to be some data as they are working on the case stored in the Fusion Center, but ultimately the case file itself is going to be with the law enforcement authority.
Yes, I understand that. We're talking about case files. It should be with the appropriate law enforcement authority. I'm talking about the data stored at the Fusion Center. Are there restrictions on the amount of data and for the length of time for the data that the Fusion Center can store West Virginians' data?
Well, I just looked over there. I don't have counsel. I seem to think that there is a time limit on that, but I couldn't answer that for sure.
Is it in this bill?
I don't believe it's in this bill, no.
It's not in this bill?
No.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
The lady in the 32nd, Douglas Staggers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Years ago, when the Fusion Center has existed for a long time under executive order, I think that what Delegate Jennings was asking was access at all hours of the night. And the answer was, well, you might have someone in there who doesn't know what they're doing. Actually, there were 2 state policemen in Clay County shot to death. One of my paramedics saved one of them long enough to be an organ donor, and it turned out that the Fusion Center had not reacted. This was after midnight. So I think access after midnight is probably more important than access on a scheduled visit. So thank you, Delegate Jennings.
Does the gentleman 29th, the gentleman 23rd, Delegate Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there's a little bit of confusion when it comes to the Fusion Center legislation that's before you. This is not by any stretch of the imagination some secret spy network spying on the citizens of the great state of West Virginia. Make no mistake, it's not a military intelligence operation as that you may have gotten information from on television by watching those things. We are enacting something that is putting oversight over something that has no control right now, if you will. It's in complete control of the governor. There is no legislative oversight. There's no oversight whatsoever. That's what we're doing, is oversight. We are not taking complete control of the Fusion Center to come in at any hour of the day or night and automatically get into the files or get into some type of operation that may be being considered in the Fusion Center because, let's face it, we don't have the security clearance to get some of this information. So, you know, I've heard some comments, we're talking about legislative oversight over complete control. We're not taking complete control and operating the Fusion Center, and nor should we be. Again, like many things that we talk about here, we should I agree, have some oversight, but we need to let the people that are the experts do what they do best. These are the people that operate when we are in bed. These are the people that operate when we're here on the floor, that are out there to try to collect information, disseminate information to the proper entities, proper agencies in order to protect you and I. That's all they do. And they do it regularly. They do it without fanfare. And all this bill does is try to codify them to not make them at the whim of the governor, whoever that governor may be, and as it changes throughout the next several years. As far as the technologies available, they are restricted with the amount of information that they can have, that they can obtain. They do not have search warrant capabilities. They cannot go outside the regular legal means of getting any kind of information or data that they can get out to law enforcement or even the corporate world, who are an active participant in the Fusion Center. I will refer back to, and I'm trying to keep this as brief as I can, and to the discussion regarding the license plate readers, which is controlled by the West Virginia State Police, not the Fusion Center. And I'll give you a perfect example of that. There was a murder that took place in North Carolina. North Carolina made contacts to West Virginia. Hey, you may have some people coming toward West Virginia. That license plate was put into the LPR system, the license plate reader system. They came into Greenbrier County. Law enforcement was notified once that trigger was made. Then there was a shootout with law enforcement who tried to stop them, and they found 2 bodies in the back of the truck. You can't tell me that's not an effective use of the technology that we have, which is open source information. Those are the kind of things that are going on every day that we may or may not know about from those people that try their best to get information out to protect us on a regular basis. And finally, there is a provision in here, unless it's been removed, and I don't think it has, of a 5-year storage time for any kind of data that may be stored at the Intelligence Fusion Center. And there is a mandatory visitation policy or review policy that mandates the Secretary of DMAPs to cause that information to be reviewed and critiqued. And if it's not of any value, if it's not of an ongoing investigation, that's to be purged from the system, so it's gone. So I think we've addressed lots of things. Plus, I will put this in there, that we put criminal provisions in there. So if anybody is doing anything wrong with the information that is being shared or used in the Intelligence Fusion Center, it's criminal. It's criminal. So those are the ones that are working to protect us, and we have restrictions on them. We are taking control of it. We have legislative oversight without complete control, and I would ask for passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 36th Docket Row.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from Boone answer some questions for us?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering some specifics. Can they use face recognition?
Facial recognition is already in place and in use right now with the Division of Motor Vehicles because your photographs are on file. There is programs that are out there that can do that now.
Are there any limitations on private use of that information?
I think it's criminal. As far as the provisions we put in there, they can't use it for private reasons. You can't spy on another citizen. And let's take it to the nth degree. Since we're in a political season, they can't take the information to spy on political opponents and things like that to try to get information through the Fusion Center. It's not created for that purpose.
And what about DNA collections?
That is in the law enforcement world. The Fusion Center has no contact with anything like that.
Okay, and I see that that there's to be cooperation with private individuals and others, but how does that work? How do they work together?
The corporate world are active participants. They sign memorandums of understanding, and they come as a participant into the Fusion Center. So there are things that are going on in the corporate world that law enforcement may need to know about. For example, a few years ago, we passed a bill, retail organized crime. We most recently saw our United States Attorney have a press conference about a retail organized crime network that was operating in West Virginia. That was information that was funneled through law enforcement that ultimately came to me, that I brought to you guys, or the folks here in this chamber, and we passed legislation. That's the effective use of the sharing of information where all parties can work together.
Okay. And are there protocols for referrals by the legislative bodies or by the governor's office or the executive branch for information? I mean, is there a standard protocol for how those requests are made? Who evaluates them as to their propriety?
I'm not sure I understand
that sort of thing. Well, I mean, if they got a request from a member of the legislature or the speaker or the president of the Senate for specific information, would that be honored, and what would be the protocol for it?
I think there would have to be some type of rational nexus. Are members of the legislature reporting criminal activity? I think to just go on a general fishing expedition because we are a member of the legislature, I think that's prohibited. Because we, as far as the information is concerned, other than outside of our legislative oversight authority, I think to just generally go on a fishing expedition, that could violate the criminal code.
And specifically for an agency or a private person or legislator to seek information about an individual will likely be illegal and not allowed.
Yes, sir. I believe so.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from the 49th, Douglas Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 29th yield?
For you always.
Okay. I just have two questions. If I vote no, does it change any public surveillance that's occurring right now?
Not at all. I think we covered that yesterday when we talked about those sunset provisions. All of the protections of constitutional rights, transparency, budgetary control, the joint committee, that's what you're voting against. The Fusion Center is going to keep going.
Okay, so if I vote yes, it'll give the legislature exposure to that center that we haven't had in the past. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The lady in the 51st, Dr. Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every time we vote on a bill here, because we have 100 different viewpoints, there's a balancing of interests. And this one balances legislative oversight over something that's been going on since 1990 with protection of our civil liberties. And I was on both of the committees that discussed this bill. And when Thomas Kirk, I call him Captain Kirk, but he's way beyond a captain now, was talking, he mentioned that one of the things that the Fusion Center did was to help provide information in the Boston Marathon bombing. And that is very personal for me. My daughter was watching the marathon, and she is afraid of crowds, so she went in an alley, or she gets creeped out by big crowds, and so she escaped injury from the bombing. And my husband got a call in the afternoon, and they said, her roommate, her former roommate from college, said, "Sarah's fine." And he goes, "What do you mean fine?" Because he's working away. And she was calling from MIT. She was a doctorate student. She didn't know that the police officer at MIT had been shot. Then my daughter, all the transportation was down, walked home, walked through Brookline, right through the area where the guy was hiding in the boat. To me, I'm really glad that people in West Virginia were helping to solve that crime. You know, that's my baby. And I care a lot about civil rights, but I want help when something horrible like that happens again. I want to know people in our state and every state are working together to solve that. So this time, I am balancing in favor of the bill, and I urge a green vote.
The gentleman of the 29th, Douglas Steele, to close debate on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, just to finish up, again, this is an oversight bill. This is not a bill to create anything. This is not a bill to start investigations. This is not a bill that starts the collection of intelligence. This is a bill that has come out to create oversight of the agencies that are protecting us from exactly what the gentlelady from the 51st is talking about. Real and present danger that requires us to coordinate with authorities from across the country and within our state. And this bill helps us do that in a manner that protects people's constitutional rights, creates transparency, and makes sure that West Virginia is doing exactly what West Virginia should be doing. So I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 94 ayes, 4 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4176.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4362, relating to penalties for neglect, emotional abuse, or death caused by a caregiver.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everybody. The bill before you relates to penalties for neglect, emotional abuse, and death caused by a caregiver. We're adding this section of code primarily dealt with harm caused to incapacitated adults. We are adding to that definition, or the class of folks that are protected under this section of code, nonverbal special needs children, which is a person under the age of 18 who has been determined to require special or added attention and specific necessities that other children do not. The bill does create new offenses, and I will run through those with you very briefly and be happy to take questions. That a caregiver who neglects or abuses or emotionally abuses an incapacitated adult or nonverbal special needs child who knowingly permits another to do so is guilty of a misdemeanor. That's the first. The second is if a caregiver of the same class of individuals intentionally and maliciously abuses or neglects an incapacitated adult or nonverbal special needs child and causes bodily injury, that's now a felony. And if the same acts occur under the supervision of a caregiver and death is the result, that is a felony as well, Mr. Speaker. That's a summarization of the bill. I'm happy to take questions, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4362.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4402, relating to designation of early voting locations.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In our elections, we often have early voting locations that are repeatedly taking place in the same community centers across the state, and those are designated by counties. What is required right now is that we have a Class 2 posting that's required on the counties each time that designation is made, regardless of whether the community center is the same one or not. What this bill does, it allows communities to designate, if the community center is a repeat, as in they're using the same community center, again, it lessens the posting requirement and the advertising requirement, which lessens the burden and cost on our counties. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are the members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4402.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4439, clarifying the method for calculating the amount of severance tax attributable to the increase in coal production.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears none. The gentleman of the 10th, Doug Chris, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. Last year we passed House Bill 3144 that provided for a tax rebate to coal companies for capital investment in new equipment and improvements to real property for the purpose of severing coal and preparing coal for market. Interpretation issues have arisen regarding the language governing the companies
of having more than one mine operating in the state. The purpose of this committee substitute is to clarify that language. Under the committee substitute, a company with multiple mines can claim a rebate only if the aggregate total of coal production tonnage in the rebate year is greater than the aggregate total coal production tonnage during the base year period from all mines. The new language further states that any rebate by an operator with multiple mines is limited to 80% of the state's portion of the increase of the aggregate total amount of severance tax paid in the rebate year when compared to the aggregate total of severance tax paid in the base year period. We have one company that has taken advantage of this so far, even though the rules are still up in the air. So far, there's been last year they invested $100 million into a new site. This year they're spending $220 million in the same site. And next year, another $80 million. Currently, there are 3,000 jobs, construction jobs, at this site. And they will hire a total of they have 150 miners ready to go to work. The new mine will, when it's in full operation over the next 20 years, will pay about $300 million in severance tax to West Virginia. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are the members who wish to speak to the bill? The gentleman of 30th, Doug Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friend.
Yes, sir.
But just to clarify a couple of issues for the body. We're talking about metallurgical operations, is that right?
That is correct. Right now, even though the bill last year allowed for both steam coal and metallurgical, as far as new investment is concerned, only the metallurgical coal seems to be in the marketplace is the only place that someone wants to do this new investment.
Okay. And we're not creating any new credits here. All we're doing is clarifying a credit that's already on the books. Is that correct?
Correct. And the rebate on the severance is the new amount, not the current amount.
So the taxpayer,
it only affects future increases.
Yeah, so unless there's an increase in production at the operation, then there would be no credit that would be payable.
Correct.
And my understanding is there is a dispute between the tax office tax commissioner and an existing taxpayer.
That's correct. That the rules that were supposedly been done for 3144 have not come about.
Okay.
They seem to be in disagreement.
Okay.
So therefore, this bill is clarifying those rules at our level.
Yes, and the taxpayer has made these investments with the assumption and the belief that they would do this credit.
That's correct.
Right. So what we're doing here is going back in and clarifying that to ensure that investment continues. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
The gentleman of the 36th, Doug Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding that one of the clarifications is that we have said that when we look to determine if there's an increase in production, that we have to look at all the mines that an operator owns. So
right. That's where the disagreement came in the beginning, is because of the one particular company has an operation here in the state, and that there was a gray area on the new operations that they're looking at in total with the existing ones. And so this bill clarifies that, and we get that operation, or the calculation now will be on the total amount for the whole company at multiple sites.
Okay, so if a company had 10 mines and they had a mine close or go down, they might not get the benefit of the tax credit.
That's correct. If that was in the base year, because obviously we know there's a defined lifetime to these mines, and that if in that base year, if that amount was there, then they have to get above that in this new operation to be able. Only amount above the baseline will then be considered for the rebate on the tax that's already been paid in the severance.
But clearly, if an operator has just one mine, then where they're putting the money to get the credit the production goes up at that mine, then they will get the credit.
Correct.
Whereas if a company invests the same amount at one location but has 6 mines and 5 of them are not producing what they used to, then that company would not get the benefit of the tax credit.
That is correct. And also, and I know a point that you brought up in committee, this doesn't affect the severance tax that goes to the counties or the cities in the state. This rebate only affects the state's portion.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, does the gentleman with the 10th delegate Chris wish to close debate? The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4439.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4461, requiring the governor to fix the salaries of certain state-appointed officers after the office is vacated or after July 1.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 16th, Delegate Linville, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. House Bill 4461 would require the governor to fix the salaries of the state-appointed officers named in the amended section after the office is vacated or after July 1st of this year, whichever comes first. And that all must be done within the current budget allocation. The committee substitute reported by your Committee on Finance adds language that says that in the event that the annual salary fixed by the governor-appointed state officer named in this section exceeds the amount set forth in this section for that appointed state officer, the amount of the annual salary for the appointed state officer shall be set forth in a line item in the budget bill, and payment of an annual salary to the appointed state officer may not exceed that amount. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of the 61st, Delegate Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Certainly.
Thank you. You said that this would take effect after July 1st, 2020. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
Is there any way that this would be reflective in the 2021 budget?
No. So this bill, if we were to choose to place that in the budget, then yes. However, they must operate within their current budget allocation. So the way that would be reflected in there is our budget allocations for each department.
Okay. So as long as they still operate within their budget allocation, what would stop the governor from, after July 1st, giving all these folks a $25,000 raise if he wanted to?
The review that we would deal with in the next year, in the new language, and the new language that says that it would have to be line itemed in the following year.
So nothing then until the next session, when we could come back in and say that was not an appropriate raise. Then we could go in the Finance Committee or on this floor and reduce that line item for that particular individual salary, correct?
That would be accurate to a degree, but I think that the other thing that I would state is that the intent of the bill, and as requested by the executive, my understanding is to allow for folks that have deputy directors and things like that are making, in fact, more money than their directors, and then when you have a vacancy, them not choosing to only act as an interim or acting because they would not take the job because they would not, they would actually lose money.
Okay. For example, the insurance commissioner is listed here as a salary of $92,500. If the next time a governor, future governor, hires an insurance commissioner and he realizes or she realizes to get the right candidate, we need to pay that person $125,000, they would have the ability to do that, then that would be subject to the legislature's approval, correct?
That would be accurate so long as they have the room in the budget line item.
Okay, and if for some reason that insurance commissioner lobbied against a bill this legislature passed or had the governor veto a bill, would it be possible for the legislature to retaliate by reducing that person's salary next year?
Yes.
It would. Okay, that's what I was fearful of. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, does the gentleman from the 16th wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 63 ayes, 35 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4461.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4494, Tobacco Use Cessation Initiative.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 58th, Edgar Coles, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, let me say thank you to the bipartisan list of co-sponsors on the bill, the Chairman of Substance Abuse Prevention, Chairman of Health, and Chairman of Finance. The bill before you, House Bill 4494, has no new taxes, no new premium increases, and no additional restrictions on liberty. Instead, it's a new approach to try to help people quit tobacco. The bill would provide a dedicated funding stream to the Bureau of Public Health, the Division of Tobacco Prevention, to be used for tobacco cessation initiatives as administered by the Bureau. A new tobacco use prevention and cessation task force would be created. The committee reported to the floor a committee substitute that incorporates the Committee on Health and Human Resources amendment. The committee substitute also changes the funding source for the program by substituting a new subsection. This subsection would direct annually 25% of the prior year's interest earnings, 25% of the interest only, from Rainy Day Shortfall Reserve Fund Part B, Rainy Day B, to be deposited into the new Special Revenue Program and Program Fund. First, it's probably important to give you a little background. The Attorney General years ago won a settlement against Big Tobacco here in West Virginia, and that resulted in a sum of money that was intended to help West Virginia citizens, smokers, with future health care costs, lost lives and lost time, and cessation programs. That award, or that settlement, was $1.8 billion. We, the legislature, cashed that out for 50 cents on the dollar and took $900 million or so, took some of that money and put it into the teacher retirement program to shore up the retirement program. The balance of that money went into the Rainy Day Fund. So the money we're talking about in Rainy Day B is 100% tobacco settlement money that was meant for this type of thing. What this bill does is create a task force to develop an evidence-based program to ensure these funds are used properly and effectively, and makes available only 1/4 of the interest money earned off of that Rainy Day B fund. Mr. Speaker, these funds are for these folks to help stop smoking and improve lives of West Virginians, and I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of the 17th, Dr. Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I'd like to just add support to this bill. We have an epidemic in this state of vaping and tobacco use among our teenagers and school-aged children. As the Speaker Pro Tem just elaborated, this money, all the money we're talking about, comes from the tobacco settlement. Every cent, and all we're asking is 25% of the interest earned. It's time that we put this money towards this problem that the money was there for in the first place, and I urge passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 35th, Dr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield? Coles. 58, sorry.
Gentleman does yield for a question.
Yes.
Like the bill, but my only question is, I believe last year that the governor had in his budget $1 million for tobacco education, and then we took that out. Is this money separate and apart from that line item, which I believe is under like healthy lifestyles in the budget? Is that still going to be zero and this is separate, or are we going to fund that as well?
Well, I believe that will remain, but as you may know, over the last several years with the budget crunch, tobacco cessation used to be funded at $5.7 million. We, during the budget crunch, have whittled that away to next to nothing, and I think you're right, there may be a remaining $500,000 that's left in that account for that, but this is a little different. It's not exactly that money. It creates a separate fund to put this into, but it also creates a program for an aggressive, evidence-based program to help people stop smoking. I think the last program wasn't all that effective, and perhaps that's why it was cut. But I believe those are in addition to.
Okay, so that account will still be there whether it has zero or not, but the same education, tobacco that you're saying can be used out of this new special fund?
It is a new fund, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
The gentleman, the 22nd, Doug Jeffries.
Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Sure.
How does this compare to what's being offered to West Virginians now?
Where is it? Yeah, well, I don't believe tobacco cessation is funded very well in West Virginia today. As I just explained, it's been whittled down to next to nothing.
The quit line, West Virginia has a quit line. I'm actually aware of it. I've used it before. They offer lozenges or patches. So what do you propose is going to happen with this bill to help people stop smoking?
Well, this bill does two things. It builds the task force that is outlined in the bill, and they're going to come back with recommendations and programs to us for our consideration. It says on page 4, line 5, the task force is directed to meet regularly to study, monitor, and recommend funding and initiation of programs that reduce tobacco consumption in West Virginia, and to initiate studies and processes to provide the most efficient and effective use of the funds dedicated for this purpose. It goes on to say a wide range of persons in the healthcare field, tobacco cessation experts, advocates, and citizens with the intention of the legislature to create a dynamic and innovative group to focus, monitor, and facilitate state resources towards this goal. I think that's what's different, is this is going to be a task force with an aggressive evidence-based program to try to help people quit smoking.
Okay, well, I just noticed that there's alternative nicotine products and vapor products added in with this, and I know that the current program is using alternative nicotine products. I mean, we all know nicotine's no worse than caffeine, so I definitely have some concerns with this bill, and I appreciate your explanation.
Yeah, well, and I can tell you there's a couple things I found out. Medicaid will fund a little bit of tobacco cessation, but it's not a real effective use. But I live in a border county. Across the river in Maryland, there's a tri-state health clinic. If you're a smoker and you go to the tri-state health clinic, the folks there are willing to give you a program, support, funding, medicine, cessation products if you live in Maryland. But if you live in West Virginia, they just don't have anything to help you out with. So I think this will set up a process where through the medical community we can have an evidence-based, stronger effort to help people.
I definitely have to disagree with that. I've been a smoker for 24 years, and I've been trying to quit for several, and there's not been anything that is an alternative or even a prescription that I wasn't able to get help for, either through the state or through some type of programming. But I do appreciate your responses.
Well, I wish you success.
Thank you.
The gentleman, the 30th, Doug Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the work of the Pro Tem. This has been a project that a number of us have been focused on for over the course of the last 12 months, and I want to make just a couple of points here. We're not spending any money. All we're doing is creating an account and a process to identify evidence-based practices that have been very successful in other states to drive down the use of tobacco and nicotine products. The state of Florida has been very successful in doing something very similar through a ballot initiative. This is tobacco settlement money, and this fund has grown considerably since the initial deposit of $234 million was placed into it. The fund now has in excess of $470 million in it. None of that money is being used to help one of the biggest drivers of cost that we have in healthcare, which is our nation-leading rate use of tobacco and tobacco-related products. Medicaid pays for 70% of the births in this state. Better than 1 in 4 mothers continue to use tobacco products. The teen vaping problem is something that is exploding in our state. We have to get out ahead of this. The gentleman talked about the quit line. The quit line, how many is rotary dial technology. Kids are on their cell phones. All right, we don't need a quit line. We need a quit app. All right. There are behavioural programs out there. There are many, many things that can be done to drive these rates down, which are a significant impediment to employers and insurance companies in the state of West Virginia. So the task force will come back to us recommendations. We'll have the money set aside, and they will have the opportunity to be able to say, yes, this is an evidence-based program. We believe that it's worth funding. We will fund it, and then they will have to come back to us again and demonstrate to us that it actually has had an impact on the area of tobacco use that we've identified as being necessary. So with that, I appreciate very much those that have assisted in getting the bill to this point, and I believe it's a significant step in the right direction to address a major problem we have, which is our health care costs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 10th, Doug Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With gentleman 58th yield.
Yes, Chairman does yield.
Sure. Thank you for proposing this bill. Cessation of tobacco use is one of the most difficult things that I ever went through. And I did that 44 years ago, and I guess I was a neckaholic, and I suppose if I smoked another cigarette today, I'd probably smoke another pack before I went to bed tonight. But I quit 44 years ago, and I'm thankful that I did. My only real question about this bill, we keep talking about smoking, and West Virginia's tobacco use is much greater than just smoking. We've got rub tobacco, we've got chew tobacco. Does this cessation initiative include those 2 other forms as well?
Thank you very much for the question. It does. It's all uses of tobacco, other tobacco products. It is vaping and how that affects our youth. But yes, it's all tobacco products.
Thank you for that answer. I was hopeful that that was the answer you were going to give me. That being said, I certainly would support the passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 36th, Doug Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Gentleman does.
Sir, I'm just trying to make sure I have the intent of the legislation together. Can you just tell me if I've got the right angle? So years ago, we received a settlement that was due to tobacco and directed towards tobacco cessation. Is that correct?
That's right. One of the things was tobacco cessation, but increased healthcare costs and tobacco cessation.
So the settlement was directed towards, it was received because we had some issues where we were paying lots of money for health care for people that were addicted to tobacco and using of that sort. So the lawsuit went through and we received a settlement because of that?
That's right.
And your bill would actually direct some of those funds that originally were directed for other issues and make sure we get back to the source of where this settlement came from?
Yes, there's $480 million sitting in the rainy day B account, and that is 100% tobacco settlement funds that were received on behalf of smokers, their lost lives, lost time, and tobacco cessation and future health care costs. This only takes a sliver of the interest from that money and deploys it to try to help people rather than taxing them or other things.
Okay, thank you. Speak
Yes,
to the
sir.
bill, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
I think this is a great idea. I think it's vital that when we get a settlement for certain issues, that we direct it back to the source of the problem. And just like the opioid crisis and drug crisis that we're receiving settlements for now, we should go ahead with this bill. I highly approve. Thank you.
Are there other members? The gentleman of the 59th, Doug Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak on the bill.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
I was and still am somewhat troubled by this bill. It was pointed out to me by a colleague that this is setting up more nanny state oversight over individual lives on the use of a legal drug. However, I'm even more troubled by the fact of our settlement on tobacco use was squandered on things not appropriate. So I'm going to vote in favor of the bill.
The gentleman of the 32nd, Doug Fast.
Would the gentleman from 58th yield?
Sure.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. There's been mention from the gentleman from Raleigh, and I think yourself, about health care costs. Are you telling me that cigarette smoke has driven up societal health care costs?
It has. I think that's pretty evident.
Okay. Does that highlight the fact that smoking dry, leafy substances has a societal price tag?
I think that's probably fair.
Thank you.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then the question before the House, does the gentleman of the 58th wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 90 ayes, 10 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4494.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate, request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4497, requiring an external defibrillator device at any secondary school athlete event.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 13th, Doug Higginbotham, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In September of last year, a Roane County, West Virginia student passed away on the football field during a football game. Unfortunately, he was unable to be revived. Statistics show that 2,000 children in the United States die every year from sudden cardiac arrest, and 2/3 of those occur on the ball field. Committee substitute for House Bill 4497 requires an automated external defibrillator device and a posted emergency plan be present on the school or event grounds of every high school and middle school athletic event and practice under the control, supervision, and regulation of the West Virginia SSAC. The AED device on the school or event grounds shall be located as close to the event or practice activity as possible. And all school sports personnel must be trained in the use of the device. So, Mr. Speaker, in honor of Alex Miller, I urge the passage of this bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 16th, Doug Mant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everybody. I sponsored this bill, and I entered it because I've having children of my own, as most of us do, and they played sports and so forth. I just couldn't imagine when I heard this happen, being 13 to 18 years old, middle school, high school. You're playing football, you're playing basketball, and all of a sudden, you have a teammate hit the ground. Possible cardiac arrest, never gets up again. You're a cheerleader, and one of your cheermates hits the ground to never get up again. You're playing a game, and in the stands you have a fellow student, a parent, a grandparent, a band member that's in the band. something and they hit the ground and don't have that opportunity to get up again. You know, we've talked about PTSD and the importance of that and the unfortunate effects that has on our first responders. Young children aren't first responders. They're beginning life. They're living life to its fullest. They're enjoying athletics. They're enjoying their school and jobs and whatnot, and learning and growing. This is an opportunity for us to prevent and be preventative and proactive, and hopefully and possibly preventing somebody from having that flashback all the time from a friend or a teammate that has suddenly passed away. So those things being said, I would really like for you all to consider and put yourself in that situation and think back, what would that have done to you? What will that do to somebody else? We can't put a cost on a life, not of our young people, not of the next person that is going to be successful and have an impact and make a difference in our communities and in our world. So with that being said, I'd really like for you all to consider in voting and passing this bill. Thank you very much.
The gentleman to the 11th, Douglas Atkinson.
I'd like to echo the comments from the delegate from the 16th. Thank you.
The gentleman to the 23rd, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, from time to time, legislation comes to us because of, well, let's just say emotional incidents that have taken place. We see it fairly frequently, as a matter of fact. But House Bill 4497 may have been initiated and brought to us because of a horrible event that took the life of a young man. But rest assured, this addresses a very, very serious issue. As a high school coach of an athletic team who doesn't have access to an athletic trainer that's on staff, not having one present at games or practices, nor having access to an ambulance on site, I'm normally the guy that goes on the field to do what I can for our student athletes that are injured. And without going into graphic detail of what I've seen through the years, I can't fathom, I can't believe, I can't even begin to realize what that must be like. To have an athlete to experience a sudden cardiac arrest and to be in a position where I am useless. Coaching a sport that has a high propensity of sudden cardiac arrest, we train annually on how to deal with this, how to try to prevent it. And that's all prescribed by the WVSSAC and the National Federation of High School Sports, who both take the topic very, very seriously. Both groups recognize the importance of recognizing and being prepared to respond to sudden cardiac arrest. This bill does that for the entire state of West Virginia. It creates what we could all characterize as a common sense approach or a response to a tragic event that we may have been able to save a life. As the Judiciary Chairman has stated, I believe twice so far on this floor this session, this is a bill that we can actually save a life. I'm proud to have had the opportunity to co-sponsor this bill. When approached by the gentleman from the 16th, and I appreciate that, it was an instant yes for me. It's a no-brainer, because we may actually be able to save a life with provisions outlined in this legislation. I wholeheartedly urge passage of House Bill 4497 for those athletes like Alex, that we may be able to change the narrative, that we may be able to save a life Thank you all for coming. I urge passage, Mr. Speaker.
The lady in the 32nd, Douglas Staggers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to make my friends from Clay County and Kanawha County feel a little bit better, the evening that boy collapsed, there were ambulances there from Clay County, there were AEDs, defibrillators, there was immediate response, and there are people, but I like to say in the ER, Jesus called. It was his time to die because everything was done properly, it was investigated, there was nothing else that could have been done to save that child. But AEDs are used most often at sporting events for all of us geezers sitting there watching the sports. So since all of us here would like to be revived, I think that would be a good idea. What are we going to do about multiple sporting events? The boys are playing football, the boys are playing soccer, the girls are playing soccer, the girls are playing volleyball. Who is going to pay for the 5 or 6 AEDs to be present? The most important part, and I can emphasize this as an emergency physician, I'm sure my emergency nurse will agree, start CPR, do effective CPR, call for the AED, and you will save people. I think we should do this. I hope that the financial note is on this bill. I haven't looked at it, but remember, CPR, call for the AED, call for 911.
The gentleman from the 16th, Doug at Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chairman of Finance yield for just a moment?
Yes, sir.
In response to the gentlelady's questions, if memory serves me correctly, we had a presentation in Finance that discussed the fiscal impact of this bill. Do you recall around about what this would cost?
There's no cost to the state, number one.
Sure.
There is about a total cost, $216,000 for the counties.
Okay. Do you recall around about what the cost of one of these AEDs is?
I believe it was right around $725 to $750.
All right. Thank you, sir. May I speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
I don't like unfunded mandates, but for $725 to save a life, figure it out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 26th, Doug at Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak with my hat that I wore for about 18 years as an athletic trainer at Mount View High School in McDowell County. I assure you these things happen. We know they do. I had 2 referees, consecutive back-to-back football games, have heart attacks during the game. No AED. Fortunately, we didn't have to do any CPR or anything like that, but they ended up, both of them, having triple bypasses and never refereed again. So it does happen. I have also, unfortunately, done CPR on a basketball court on a basketball player from Roanoke, Virginia, as we were playing during the game. The athlete fortunately survived. We also had to do it again in the ambulance as we were en route to the hospital. So we need these things. We need them badly. As an athletic director, change hats, I'm scared to death that there'll be multiple games going on and not having enough of the AEDs. You know, if a tennis match is going on across town and I've got baseball going on across town, I'm going to have a couple of them. And I don't care where the money comes from, we need them. We've made great strides in the state of West Virginia in athletics to protect our athletes. We require athletic trainers at all football games on the high school level. We require ambulances to be present before they kick off. We need to take that a little further, maybe have it for all the middle schools too. I recall we had an athlete at Yeager Middle School. They were twins. A young man died on the basketball court about 12 years ago. I think it was related to him drinking a bunch of energy drinks prior to the game and then being on the court at that time. But it happens, and it has happened in West Virginia, and I fear it will happen again one day. So let's do our best to limit any of these terrible accidents from happening again. And to the parents of Alex, thank you for being here.
The gentleman from the 22nd, Douglas Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say to the body and to the sponsors of the bill, thank you. We had a loss in Lincoln County. It was in a Little League field for soccer. And the mother in Lincoln County has came up with a foundation, and the foundation is called Live Like Caleb Foundation. And I'm just scrolling through the social media and what she's been able to do. She's raised multiple, all kinds of money, and she, Cabell Midland, all Lincoln County, so much more she has done by raising money for the non-athletic conference or non-conference school, high schools and stuff like that. So for Lincoln County delegation and for all of West Virginia, I would urge passage of the bill, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 17th, Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to rise in strong support of this, but I'm going to elaborate a bit on what some of our friends and colleagues have said. You've heard several incidences already. These events occur, ladies and gentlemen. You don't know when. I've had to perform CPR in the field 3 times in my life as a doctor, numerous times in the hospital, but 3 times out in the field. These events occur. All we're asking is let's do the same thing for our school-age children and events as we do in this chamber. A lot of you may not know, but right back there under the doorkeeper's desk, we have an AED. I'm sure a lot of you may not have known that. I hope we never have to use it, but guess what? We have it for ourselves. Why? Why on earth would we not do that for our school children? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 16th, Douglas Mant.
Thank you again, and thank you for everybody speaking and sharing what is an important issue and sharing about our young people and experiences that you've had that haven't been good. I would like to ask that the comments from the gentleman from the 23rd, the 26th, and the 17th to please be printed in the appendix of the journal. And again, thank you all for your consideration, and thank you to everybody that spoke. I'd also like to thank the Education Committee and your hard work. I'd like to also thank the Finance Committee for your hard work.
Lady in the 32nd, Doug Staggers.
Just one last comment, Mr. Speaker. I have an AED in my office. I know how important they are. So if you're planning on dying, give me a call first.
The gentleman of the 13th, Doug Higginbotham, to close debate on the bill. The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4497.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate, request concurrence therein. Ladies and gentlemen, it is coming up on 11 o'clock. This is the usual time at which the House gavels to session. Our guests have clearly arrived. Or is there objection to doing introduction of guests at this time? If not, we'll have introduction of guests. The gentleman from the 26th, Douglas Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may recall we had some flooding in McDowell County, and that happened on a day in which many students from McDowell were to attend here today and be a part of the West Virginia Food and Farm Coalition Day. Fortunately, we've been able to make that up for these students. You probably noticed this group up here in green. First of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to Spencer Moss, who is the director of the West Virginia Farm and Food Coalition, for making sure they get here today. and to their sponsors, Amanda Miller, teacher chaperone, Jenny Totten, James and Jamie Russell from the Food and Farms Coalition, if y'all would stand up. And then we'll introduce the students very quickly. There's a bunch of them, so I'll go quickly. As I do, would you please stand? Landon Williams, Aaliyah Myers, Kaylee Newcomb, Kayleen Martin, Jared Fowler, Jenna Spainhour, Ashondea Barnes, Matthew Atwell, Jacob Newcomb, Jalen Luster, Kenneth Powell, Haley Burkett, Braden Tucker, Janelle Scott, Megan Mitchell, Kelsey Bailey, Gabe Dudgeon, Travis Foote, Kendall Mullins, and Trideus Clemens. They are all members of the McDowell County Youth Producers Association, and they're all 8th graders at Mount View Middle School. If you'd give them a round of applause. Welcome.
The gentleman from the 41st, Douglas Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the gentleman from the 44th and myself, we have some pages here today from Nicholas County High School. If they would please stand. Zachary Toller, Peyton Henshaw, Megan Pritt, and their chaperone, Mr. Ernie Jarvis, assistant principal at the high school, in the West Gallery. If he'll stand, and the House please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 19th, Douglas Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and Delegate Hicks, we have 2 pages today. They are my history students at Wayne High School. They are Jordan Michaels and Katie Queen. If they would please rise, please give them a round of applause.
The lady from the 32nd, Douglas Staggers.
Mr. Speaker, I have a rare opportunity. I'm going to introduce Alexandria Hedrick. Probably her delegate is going to too. But I'm also going to make her mother stand because 43 years ago, I delivered Christy O'Neill Hedrick, and she was a beautiful baby. Will you stand, please? See all the good babies I delivered?
The gentleman from the 18th, Douglas Worrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few introductions today. I'm pleased to have 11th, 5th graders from Martha Elementary right in the middle of our community. If they would please stand when I call their names: Savannah Poulin, Kinley McAllister, Andy Hedrick, Annabelle Ward, Jay Sparks, Isaiah Spangler, Liam Smith, Caleb Early, Cabell Hall, Bryson Smith, and Justice Palmer. Appreciate you guys being here today, and if the House would please make them welcome.
Lady from the 51st, Douglas Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The delegates from Monongalia County, on behalf of Evan Hansen, Danielle Walker, John Williams, and Rodney Piles, I'd like to introduce a page today. Matthew Stanton, would he please stand, and the House make him welcome. And also, Mr. Speaker, his mom is here, Alicia Stanton. They came down especially today because today is crossover day, and there was a bill on the agenda about communications difficulties. Alicia's neighbor has autism, and they were very, very worried about being pulled over by a police officer, and we worked with the DMV to try to figure out a solution so that that child wouldn't be upset. One of the things you learn about legislation is some bills pass and some bills don't, and that's what unfortunately is happening today, but they will get to watch the rest of the process. Please make Alicia Stanton welcome and thank her for bringing this issue to our attention. Please stand, Alicia.
The gentleman from the 16th, Douglas Mant.
Again, I just wanted everybody to know the food is being brought upstairs. I have hot dogs. We do have vegetarian dogs. I know we had a few vegetarians here. We've got corn dogs, brats, chips, and bottled water, and it will be in the lounge behind the speaker's podium. So give them 15, 20 minutes, and it'll be up here for everybody to to munch on today and this afternoon, all right? Thank you.
The gentleman to the 35th, Doug Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegates from the 35th, we have 4 pages here today from John Adams Middle School. I believe they're over here on the left, and as I mention your name, if you wouldn't mind standing. I guess we have Tegan Miller, her sister, Taryn Miller. We also have Carly Christensen, and we have Maggie Hill, and they are chaperoned by their parents, I believe in the West Gallery. If the members would join me in making them welcome. Thank you.
The chair is pleased to announce one of our page participants today. The chair is pleased to be able to announce that Gia Patel from George Washington High School is with us today. If she would stand and be recognized by the House. Gia is joined today by her dad, Yogesh Patel, who's in the West Gallery. Are there further introductions? If not, the chair did not process the request by the gentleman from the 16th, Delegate Mant, that the remarks by the gentleman of the 23rd, Delegate Miller, the gentleman of the 26th, Delegate Evans, and the gentleman of the 17th, Delegate Rohrbach, be printed in the appendix of the journal during debate on committee substitute for House Bill 4497. Are there objections to that request? The chair has no objections. They will be so printed. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4524, making the entire state wet or permitting the sale of alcohol liquors for off-premises consumption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before you alters the presumption in West Virginia that all counties and municipalities are dry. It goes back to our days in Prohibition, where all counties would originate as dry counties and could elect to become wet counties. What this bill does, it alters that presumption in a way that makes all counties presumed to be wet counties, meaning that consumption of alcohol off premises is permitted in every county. The amendment that was provided yesterday, that was amended into this bill, allows the there are a few, and I think we've seen those. I hope that everybody's had a chance to review them. There are a few areas in West Virginia currently that are dry market areas. The amendment yesterday allows for the county commissions in those counties to elect to retain that status. So we've left that to the county commission. Additionally, counties are permitted to, upon the calling of an election, a county is permitted to revert their status from wet back to dry. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of what this bill does. I'm happy to field questions. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of the 59th, Doug Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak on the bill?
Yes, gentleman may proceed.
I'm still a little bit of shell-shocked for voting for that nanny state bill before, but thank you, Delegate. But I do stand in opposition to this bill, not on the basis of wet and dry. As previously disclosed to this House, there's reasons that I don't drink. Others that choose to drink, that's their business. I really don't care as long as they don't harm somebody else in doing so. They can drink until they get goofy. However, there is a presumption in this bill which disturbs me, and it has to do with local control. Currently, counties that are dry can change to wet at the vote of the county commissioners. What's driving this bill, I believe, is evidenced by a copy that was on my desk and others on February 14th from Snowshoe that are upset from customers out of state going to the grocery store to buy a bottle of wine. They can't do that. For some reason, they either haven't or the county commissioners have not responded to their concerns about this issue. So instead of that, they've come to the legislature and asked them to have the legislature take this away from them. Now, the bill before us does have a presumption that counties will stay wet, that unless otherwise indicated. I think that's a backdoor approach, taking away local control. I think the county should continue to have jurisdiction in this matter and not be meddled with by the legislature. Therefore, I invite everybody to vote no.
The gentleman from the 45th, Doug Martin.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting Rule 49.
Yes, under the set of facts that the gentleman has laid out to the chair, the gentleman is is the owner of an establishment that may potentially be impacted financially by the passage of this bill. It would be the ruling of the chair that based on the facts as the gentleman has laid them out to the chair, the gentleman would belong to a class of greater than 5 individuals and therefore would be directed to vote. The gentleman from the 43rd, Doug Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the gentleman said, this is a snowshoe bill, if you would. The whole thing started, I talked to they want to sell wine at Snowshoe, and obviously they can't because Pocahontas County is a dry county other than the town of Marlinton that has a liquor store. The town of Durban is a wet town, but they do not have a liquor store. But anyway, the issue with Snowshoe is that the wine sale was very important, as was the brunch bill very important to the tourism business, and then the entire state. And in talking with the liquor commissioner, you know, the idea of making the whole state wet was really their initiative. It was not our initiative. You know, we were considering magisterial districts could vote to be wet or dry, and we were considering maybe the magisterial district that Snowshoe was in would have a referendum, and then the whole thing changed when the liquor commissioner was indicating that the liquor regulations are so convoluted that I'm not sure anybody really understands the whole thing when you factor in the way the liquor stores are bid on, and it's a 10-year contract, and I don't think anybody really knows what goes on with all the regulations. But anyway, I would encourage support of this bill. We have the support of all the tourism organizations. We have the support of the West Virginia Chamber, and I think that, you know, we haven't talked much about tourism during this session, but it may be becoming one of the most important industries we have in this state. And I think this officer will be absolutely positive if this bill passed. Thank you very much.
The gentleman of 39th, Doug Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chair yield for a couple of questions? Thank you, sir. We identified, I think, on yesterday's discussion of the amendment that there are 11 either counties or portions of counties that still remain dry. Is some count like that? And one entire county, I believe that's Calhoun, and then portions of other counties, like a county may be dry, but municipalities like Jackson is a dry county, except Ravenswood and Ripley have become wet through their municipality. Is that where we're standing on this?
That's correct. My count's 13 counties have the entirety of the county or some portion therein.
Some portion, okay. I think there's only one fully, according to the Beverage Commission people that I spoke with.
Calhoun County.
Calhoun County, and that's proud of those good folks. Would you say, sir, that the process for these, a dry county or a dry municipality that wanted to become wet, is fairly straightforward in the code? And I could cite 60-5-2, and it doesn't seem to be very convoluted there. There's just a fairly simple, straightforward process. Would you agree with that assessment, that it's not convoluted or complicated?
No, it's actually, in fact, the same process that we're keeping in place to allow that county to elect the other way.
Let's flip it the other way. So in these 11 counties, if they had wanted, and portions that are still dry, if they had wanted to become wet, they had a readily recognizable and straightforward process how they could have become wet had they so desired. Because 54 other counties have done that.
There is a method for that.
There's a method. And so thank you. Thank you very much. To speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
And so we have a clear-cut way for a dry county to become wet. They've got to get this huge threshold of 5% of the registered voters on a petition, and then that forces the referendum. That seems like a very reasonable amount if there is a clamor for a dry county to become wet. So what we have here is a case of legislative bullying, that they couldn't get the 5% in this particular municipality or this particular county or this particular city, and so they've come to the legislature, even though they've got 54 counties where liquor is available. There's still one holdout, and then some cities within 11 others that have just said, we like things the way they are. We know we can become wet if we want to. We get our petition up, we submit it, it gets on the referendum, and the people have a say. Well, the people have had a say in that they have just let things be. All the other counties that wanted liquor have gone through the process since Prohibition, as was explained to us. I ask, is there not enough? As I'm learning, Mr. Speaker, my experience here in the legislature, here we go again with another booze bill, and I continue to learn. I'm struggling with this body's apparent obsession with booze and gaming. And I ask the question, are these truly the high ideals that we want to bring to the Capitol? Are these the noble aspirations that we reach for? Do we honestly believe that more booze and more gambling will make West Virginia a better place to live, work, and raise a family? Campaign season's about to begin, and we'll all head out to our districts and use laudable words like leadership, new ideas, and integrity. And we'll tout our priorities of jobs, economic development, and better schools. And then we're going to reassemble here next session and return to our desks and push our little green buttons for booze and for gaming. This bill in particular is a scary case of legislative bullying. These folks can be wet if they want to become wet. They have determined they don't want to be that. So let's not push it upon them. There's plenty of access to liquor in this state if you want to get beer, wine, and whiskey. The alcohol spigot has been wide open for some time. Do we not have enough? Do we not have enough people struggling with addiction to alcohol? Do we not have enough families that are being torn apart by drunkenness? Do we not have enough women and children suffering from violent, abusive episodes fueled by booze? Do we not have enough deaths on our highways caused by drunk drivers? I say we have more than enough. Mr. Speaker, in our daily practice of prayer, we begin our sessions routinely with an ask of the Almighty for wisdom, and we certainly do need wisdom. The Lord will give us wisdom. There's a promise of that He'll give us wisdom if we ask for it. If any man ask of God, if any man lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not. That's James chapter 1. I appreciate a couple of gentlemen bringing the Bible to the discussion yesterday. So let me close with some wisdom from the Bible. Proverbs 20, verse 1, wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging, and whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not be deceived by the mockery and the rage that is inherent with strong drink. Let's pursue wisdom, and let's not bully these few communities that have said, we're happy to be dry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 37th, Doug Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, I've listened to some of this debate, and I have, fairly strong opinions on it. And I was really inspired by something that was said earlier this session from my friend from the 59th. Believe it or not, we have a lot of things in common. One is a love of freedom, and the other is we both don't drink, and probably for the very same reason. I don't like alcohol. I think it's poison. It kills brain cells. It's bad for you. It causes a lot of problems. It has caused me problems, so I don't touch it. But I also believe in a phrase that I've learned. It's called live and let live. And I personally don't really care what you do as long as it doesn't interfere with my freedom. I think prohibition was a very, very bad idea, and it didn't work. I think the current prohibition we have now is also a very, very bad idea, and it doesn't work. I think right now, if you visit any of these dry areas in West Virginia, you could probably find somebody who is drunk. And the difference is, when they run out, they're going to have to drive further to buy more. I support this bill. It still allows counties and other municipalities the option of opting out, and then they can face the voters on that, and the people will have their say-so. But prohibition didn't work. So it's time we fix this and support this bill so people visiting a tourist area in Snowshoe can buy a bottle of wine.
The gentleman from the 12th, Dr. Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the bill.
Yes, gentleman, proceed.
I am the primary sponsor of this bill, and I was approached by a couple of different organizations to sponsor this bill. I'd like to refer back last year, though, when we had we call it alcohol bill, that the delegate from the 3rd and I amended in the brunch bill that put all the state of West Virginia into the brunch program, you will call it, and they could opt out if they wanted to. We had 3 counties that had voted they didn't want the brunch. We were going to grandfather those counties in. Before we could do that, they contacted myself and said, please don't do that. We want to be in the brunch program. So far, I don't know if any county has opted out of the brunch program, which allows a sale of a mimosa or a glass of wine at 10 o'clock on Sunday mornings. This bill is similar to me and stuff. When I had the privilege to attend the travel tourism convention this year, what you will call it, I had 3 different people come up to me from 3 different locations in West Virginia that thanked me. We did that brunch bill. They said that their county would not put it on the ballot, that with enabling them to have the brunch on Sundays kept them from laying off some employees. They had a bad Tuesday or a bad Monday or a bad Wednesday. Sunday brunch always brought them back and helped them maintain their business and stuff. So I said that's the intent of it. That's the intent of this bill. There's actually 13 counties or parts of counties. There's 5 cities, 1 entire county, and part of 7 counties are still considered dry. It'll be interesting to see where these counties want to go. Again, the amendment yesterday allowed these counties to stay dry if they want to stay dry, and they can go wet if they want to go wet, and they have plenty of time. So I urge passage of this bill. If you want to call it the Freedom Bill, whatever, I agree. Snowshoe is one of the main, that's not my area, but I don't really look at a piece of legislation if it's going to affect Jackson County only. If it's going to affect and help any part of West Virginia, I'm for it. So that's why I support this bill, and I hope everybody else does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 56th, Douglas Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield? Trying to get a clear handle on exactly what the current procedure is. If a county is currently dry, what do they need to do to become wet?
I think the gentleman from the 39th laid it out, 5% to get it on the ballot, and then they can have an election.
Because that's 5% of the voters from the previous election. To how that?
Yeah, I believe so. I'll look into it, but I believe that's the case.
Okay. Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I've sponsored many alcohol bills here, so the alcohol is not an issue for me. But what I do have an issue is, as a state, we go in and many times we say we want local control. And then when that local body doesn't do what we ask them to do, we come here and pass a bill to force them to do something that they didn't want to do. I have an issue with that. We either are for local control or we're against local control. And every time a local subdivision doesn't do what we want, we shouldn't be coming in and say we're going to force you to do something differently. I'll be voting no.
The gentleman from the 35th, Doug Capito, to close debate on the bill.
Briefly, Mr. Speaker, thank you. We've heard a lot of debate. I appreciate it. And I really respect the heck out of it. I respect where everybody is coming from. I respect the local control argument. I respect for potentially religious reasons for objection to this bill. But what I would say is with this bill, we're modernizing our code provisions. The vestiges, we were just having a discussion over here that the vestiges of prohibition are still with us today. 1933, I was informed prohibition was pulled off the books, and we still have laws in the Code of West Virginia that that are semi-lockstep with the provisions provided in that constitutional amendment that was then repealed. I consider this more than a booze bill, it's a modernization bill. What's more is I think we've had some compromise in an amendment yesterday that did provide not only a procedure, but greater respect for counties that are currently dry. And I think we've afforded them greater leeway and an easier, more expeditious way to retain that title as dry through the county commission. We've put in place the same ability for them to revert back to a dry county. We've not taken that from them, so we're not coming down heavy-handedly. I think we've done this judiciously, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The gentleman 64th, how do you wish to be recorded? The gentleman's vote will be so noted. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 73 ayes, 26 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4524.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the acts to the House so the Senate request concurrence therein. For what purpose does the lady from the 38th Delegate Graves seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, could we return to the second order of business for an introduction?
Are there objections? There are no objections.
Thank you. I do have 2 pages here, and the gentleman who is their father is my constituent, Ben Beeks, and Sarah Beeks, I believe, is in the back gallery, their mother. We have Chloe and Cooper Beeks here, and I do always get one fact about my pages to give to all of you. Cooper Beeks is apparently a fantastic swimmer, and I swim about as well as a rock, so maybe he'll save me one day. And then Chloe Beeks loves to dance and is apparently an incredible tap dancer. So would the House please make them feel welcome?
The gentleman, the 46th, Delegate Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman's remarks from the 37th on Bill 4524 be printed in the appendix of the Journal.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 30th, Delegate Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move that the House reconsider its actions of yesterday on House Bill 2088.
What was the number?
2088.
2088?
Yes.
The gentleman's motion for reconsideration has been noted. The clerk will report the motion under miscellaneous business later in the order of business. House Bill 2088, the motion for reconsideration will be noted. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Porterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the remarks from the gentleman from the 39th on House Bill 4524 be printed in the appendix of the Journal.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 16th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that both of my colleagues from the 16th comments on the Alex Miller Law, House Bill 4497, be printed in the appendix of the Journal.
Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Comments will be recorded. The gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all comments yesterday on House Bill 4780 be printed in the appendix of the Journal.
Which number?
4780.
The entire debate?
Yes.
The gentleman from the 32nd asks unanimous consent that the entire debate on House Bill 4780 be recorded in the appendix of the Journal. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. So noted. The gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo.
A point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker, if
yes.
I might. On the gentleman from the 30th's motion,
yes.
You said you was moving that to unfinished business?
Miscellaneous business.
Miscellaneous
yes,
business. As I read the rule, Mr. Speaker, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you will, I thought that it could be moved to unfinished business for reconsideration the next day, but I don't see where it could be moved to miscellaneous business.
The chair did not move the motion for purposes of consideration of the bill. If the motion for reconsideration is adopted, we would move to reconsideration of the bill under unfinished business, as the gentleman has read the rule. What the chair has suggested we do here is actually move the consideration of the incidental main motion for reconsideration of the underlying bill to miscellaneous business, so as to comport with the existing order of business for bills on third reading.
Can I approach?
Sure. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair has conferred with both the majority leader and the minority leader, and if there is no objection, we will concede, or we will proceed to consideration now of the gentleman's motion for reconsideration of House Bill 2088. No objection is heard. We will proceed to consideration of the gentleman's motion. The motion is that we reconsider. The gentleman did vote on the prevailing side yesterday? Okay. The question then is, shall the vote on passage of House Bill 2088 be reconsidered? This is a debatable question. The question before the House is that motion. Are there members who wish to speak to that motion? The chair recognizes the gentleman from the 66, Douglas Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if we would like to proceed to reconsideration, then we would vote yes on the gentleman's motion. Is that correct?
If the body would like to proceed to reconsideration of that motion, the body would vote yes on the motion. That's correct.
Thank you very much.
The gentleman from the 50th, Douglas Caputo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question to the chair, if I might.
Yes.
The motion to reconsider, the bill died yesterday. A bill was rejected yesterday. Is that correct?
That's the chair's understanding. Yes, sir.
So if we vote no on this motion to reconsider, that permanently kills the bill for further consideration. Is that correct?
The gentleman is correct. A motion to reconsider is not in order on the same question twice.
So if we want the bill to stay dead, we would vote red.
The gentleman is correct.
Red for dead, right, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Never heard that before, but okay. The question before the House is still the gentleman from the 30th motion that the vote on House Bill 2088 be reconsidered. Are there other members who wish to speak to passage or adoption, rather, of the motion? If not, then the question again is on adoption of the motion for reconsideration. Those in favor of the motion for reconsideration will vote aye. Those opposed, a roll call has been demanded. Chair stands corrected. A roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the motion for reconsideration will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 53 ayes, 47 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion for reconsideration adopted. That now places back before the body the question on shall House Bill 2088 be adopted, or shall House Bill 2088 pass? The gentleman from the 66, Douglas Espinosa.
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
The gentleman from the 66 moves the previous question. Is that demand sustained? That demand is sustained. The question is, shall the question on House Bill 2088 now be put? Those in favor of the motion for the previous question, that House Bill 2088 now be put, will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 53 ayes and 47 nays. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion for the previous question adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill, the previous question having been ordered, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 54 ayes, 46 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2088 relating to admissibility of certain evidence in a civil action for damages.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate, request concurrence therein. Clerk will report the next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4535 relating to student aid class titles.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the chair recognizes the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates 4 new service personnel aid positions. The first 2 are considered aid number 5, special education classroom assistant teacher, temporary authorization, and the second one will be permanent authorization. The temporary authorization is for a person who does not meet the requirements for a permanent authorization and are enrolled in and pursuing classes prescribed by the State Board to improve their skills and competencies in providing services to special needs students. The permanent authorization is for a service person who already holds at least an Aid 1 classification and has completed the requirements and experience prescribed by the State Board. The other 2 positions are Aid 6 positions. That is for student behavior support specialist. The first one is a temporary authorization, and the second one is for a permanent authorization. Persons in these positions will work with a student or students who have identified behavioral difficulties. Again, the minimum requirements are to be determined by the State Board, and the temporary authorization is for persons who do not meet the requirements for the permanent authorization, but are enrolled in classes and pursuing the requirements. Now, for all of these positions, a service person is not entitled to the pay grade associated with the position unless they have applied for and have been selected as the successful candidate. The determination as to whether to post any of these positions is solely at the discretion of the county. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 94 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4535.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate, request concurrence therein. For what purpose does the gentleman of the 16th, Delegate Mann, seek recognition?
Thank you, sir. Could we have the words from the gentleman from the 59th concerning Bill number 4524 added to the appendix of the journal, please?
Are there objections? The chair hears no objection. Clerk will report the next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4558, creating a personal income tax credit for volunteer firefighters in West Virginia.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Maynard, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee substitute for House Bill 4558 would create a tax credit of non-refundable tax credit, personal income tax in the amount of $1,000 per active member, or the amount of tax liability, whichever is less. There's 2 requirements to getting the tax credit. One is you must participate in at least 30% of the activities with the volunteer fire department. The second requirement is you must be a certified firefighter and an active member of the fire department. And the bill will be effective December 31st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4558.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House, to the Senate, request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4560 relating to deliveries by a licensed wine specialty shop.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The committee substitute for House Bill 4560 provides that a licensed wine shop may deliver wine when it accompanies a gift basket to individuals without having to make that purchase face-to-face. Currently in law, you can send a gift basket with an accompanying bottle of wine, but that purchase must be made face-to-face, in person, at the gift shop. This provides that such deliveries and such purchases can be made over the phone or over the computer. Mr. Speaker, this is a small business bill. I'm happy to take questions. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman from the 29th, Doug Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to rise to speak in favor of the bill. You know, one of the things that goes on, and I think a lot of you probably seen on, Facebook advertising and things like that, that you can order wine over the internet, have it delivered to your home right now here in West Virginia. And the only thing that happens is the FedEx delivery driver checks your ID when the box of wine comes to your house. The strange thing is our West Virginia law discriminates against the local wine shop. They don't get to do that. You have to physically go into their store and show your ID and purchase local wine. They can't have it just delivered to your home. I don't look at this as a booze bill, as we've been throwing that term around here. This is more of helping West Virginia businesses be competitive in a global market. You're not going to sell any more booze than what you did before. Right now, we're discriminating against local businesses. So I would urge adoption, and I hope everyone can support the bill. Thank you.
The lady from the 49th, Doug Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak in favor of this bill. I have some friends that recently opened a new store in downtown Grafton called the Flower Market. So they are a florist shop, but they're also sending out gift baskets. And as they've been getting their business license and getting their alcohol license and working through the whole process, I said, please let me know what doesn't work easily for you. And they were just telling me about this past weekend, how people have to physically drive into downtown Grafton, a little rural community, to order their gift basket because they're sending the wine, where now they'll be able to do it over the phone. And of course, the people's age is verified when they deliver it, that they're over 21. So encourages small business, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 87 ayes, 13 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4560.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House, to the Senate, request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4573 relating to Medicaid subrogation liens of the Department of Health and Human Resources.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 27th, Doug Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that was requested by DHHR in order to harmonize our Medicaid subrogation law with recent changes to federal law. The bill clarifies the procedures and mechanisms for Medicaid to assert its statutory assignment of rights for subrogation recovery if a Medicaid beneficiary recovers money from a motor vehicle accident or other compensable injury. Basically, the bill requires that the settling parties obtain DHHR consent before settling unless the amount of the settlement fully reimburses the DHHR subrogation lien. Within 30 days after receiving that notice, the DHHR must notify the recipient either that it consents or it rejects the proposed allocation of the settlement. If DHHR consents, then the recipient or their legal representative shall issue subrogation payment out of the settlement proceeds in the amount directed by the Secretary. If the settlement is less than the subrogation lien, then DHHR provides an accounting of all past medical care within 60 days. If the department rejects the proposed allocation, then the claimant or his or her attorney must go to court for a determination regarding the appropriateness of the proposed settlement. In that type of proceeding, the recipient has the burden of proof that the allocation is proper, and the court must give due consideration to DHHR's interest for subrogation of its Medicaid program. It does have a $1,500 settlement exemption. In other words, if the lien of DHHR is $1,500 or less, then it's exempt from the provisions of this chapter, and there's no need to comply with the requirements. There is a penalty for failure to notify DHHR, and that is to pay the full reimbursement amount plus interest from the date of settlement. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the changes to this portion of the code. I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman, 29th, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, here we are at the behest of the federal government to lay down something that has been long practice in injury cases in our state of the settlement amount being below $20,000. You didn't have to turn in the case to Medicaid to reimburse them. And I don't think anybody in here really wants to, you're talking about someone who's obviously of lower income, they're on Medicaid, they're getting a meager settlement, below $20,000. And here we are, and we're going to cut that number all the way down to $1,500. And I can tell you that not a soul in here wants to take money out of an injured person's pocket over this, except for the federal government. And here we are again today. The price of federalism today is about $500 million is what's getting held over your head and why you're getting this bill. And I think that's sad, and I just rise briefly to point that out. And my seatmate, he needed to go get a hot dog, and he needed me to talk so he can make it back in time to vote. So I figure I'd fill you in on that too. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hot dog in hand. The question before the House now is, shall the bill pass? Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 58 ayes, 42 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4573.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4574, establishing just transition support for coal and timber-related jobs.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 45th, Douglas Martin, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to establish the Coal and Timber Transition Office to assist areas of the state where the coal and timber industries have receded and to assist those communities in rebuilding their economies by diversifying the economic base of those areas and providing administrative, logistical, research, and policy support to the advisory committee's work. I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4574.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4587, modernizing the Public Service Commission's regulation of solid waste motor carriers and solid waste facilities.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman with 27th, Douglas Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is the result of negotiations between the Public Service Commission and the waste haulers industry in an effort to, as the title indicates, modernize the regulation of that industry. Basically, for regular rate cases filed with the PSC, a hearing shall be completed within 120 days of the new rate schedule. The PSC may extend that time by an additional 30 days if more evidence is needed. Effective July 1, 2020, solid waste motor carriers can, after 30 days' notice, increase their rates for the collection and/or hauling of solid waste on January 1 of each year without filing the full-scale application for approval by the PSC. And the increase shall be considered just and reasonable and preferential if, 1, the carrier complies with the 30-day notice requirement, and 2, the percentage of the increase over the prior rate is equal to or less than the percentage of an increase that's set out of the United States Department of Labor Bureau of Labor Statistics under the Waste Sewer Trash Index, something we're all intimately familiar with. However, these rate increases are subject to challenge by the PSC if it determines that the increase is in excess of the amount of the increase in the index for the relevant time period. Additionally, a motor carrier may implement 4 of these index rate increases before having to go before the PSC for a full rate increase application under Chapter 24A. And that is, there's a provision that PSC shall not engage in retroactive rate making. Also, when a solid waste motor carrier files with the PSC a schedule stating a change in the rate or charges, the PSC has authority to conduct a hearing, and upon substantial protest demonstrated by complaints submitted by the lesser of either 25% of the customers impacted or 750 customers impacted by the proposed change in rates. And that is, if the PSC so orders, it may suspend the operation of such schedule and defer the use of such rate or charge or regulation or practice. At any hearing involving a rate sought to be increased or involving the change of any fare, charge, classification, regulation, or practice, the burden of proof shall always be upon the motor carrier making application for the change. Also, the bill provides that the PSC must work with the waste hauler on alternative pickup arrangements that are due to circumstances outside the control of the waste hauler, such as bad weather, flooding, and road closures. However, any interruption in service that lasts longer than 5 days shall be reported to PSC, and the staff of the PSC shall establish a contingency pickup arrangement for the customers affected by that interruption. And lastly, for the transfer of a certificate that is being transferred to an already existing certificated hauler, the PSC has 90 days to approve or deny. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I know there's others here that have more intimate information, knowledge of this industry, but I will try to answer questions. And I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 5th, Doug Pethel.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Does the chairman yield to a question?
I'll do my best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, were the local solid waste authorities, were they in on the negotiations when this bill was formulated?
My understanding is they were.
Okay, and I believe that you said what they can increase the amount like 4 times, in other words 4 years before they have to go to the Public Service Commission, is that correct?
They can do that if they comply with the 30-day notice requirement. It's within the index, the waste sewer trash index increase in the cost of living. So it has to comply with those 2 things. If those 2 conditions are met, then they each year, assuming those conditions are met each year for 4 years, they can go ahead and increase their rates.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized to proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I've consulted with my local solid waste authority, and they believe that there needs to be more study on this bill, and they also believe that this is going to hurt consumers, especially in rural areas like I represent. So For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I speak in opposition to the bill.
The gentleman of the 54th, Doug Hott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An inquiry of the chair.
Yes.
Was it granted of Rule 49 yesterday? Do I need to ask again today for the vote, or does that carry over?
The chair recalls having granted the gentleman's request on both the amendment and the underlying bill, but if not, the chair will do so now. The gentleman would be a member of a class and should be directed to vote on this question. Are there other members who wish to speak to this bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 63 ayes, 37 nays, and 0 members absent, not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Sub 2 for House Bill 4587.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4602, increasing the penalty for DUI causing death when the child is present.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 27th, Doug Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you may recall we debated extensively yesterday a proposed amendment. And for those of you who are history buffs, you may recall that that was the first time in recorded history that a speaker ruled that his own judiciary chair's amendment was not germane. Nevertheless, I'm undeterred. The new language adopted in this amendment, or this amendment to the statute, is to read, when the death of any person ensues within 1 year as approximate result of injury received by the driver of any vehicle, driving of any vehicle anywhere in the state in reckless disregard for the safety of others, and that's the key phrase, in reckless disregard. The person so operating the vehicle that causes that death shall be guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof shall be imprisoned in a state correctional facility for not less than 2 nor more than 10 years, and the fine shall be not less than $1,500 no more than $3,000. Also, the focus of the original bill, if a child is present in those circumstances, there's an enhancement of the penalty, which increases the sentence from a minimum of 3 to up to 15 years, and the fine increases from $3,000 up to $5,000. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I urge its passage.
Chair is reminded by the clerk that only half of it was ruled not germane. The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman from 36, Doug Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had an extensive discussion about this yesterday, and we don't need to repeat it. It's a bad bill. It makes an accident a felony with a minimum, I want to say, 2 years in prison. Why are we doing this? We talked about it being Old Testament. Somebody gets hurt, somebody dies, we got to punish. But we don't do that in our criminal justice system. What we do is we punish evil behavior and evil ideas and evil intent. We don't punish recklessness with a 2-year minimum prison sentence. You know, and all I can think of is as we vote, I think people need to think, you know, what if I or my family should be in this situation? How many lives are we going to ruin? How much punishment are we going to wreak on people who sadly have driven and caused someone to be severely injured or killed? That's not the punishment that we want to do, the fact that somebody got injured or was killed. We want to punish the violator, the person who causes it, with intent to injure, with intent to kill. That is the law that we have always had. This represents a new chapter in criminal law, where we just look that, gee, a terrible thing has happened, somebody made a mistake, it was reckless, then they go to prison for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members to vote against this bill as a departure from our standard criminal law approach to punishing only evil intent and an evil action.
Are there other members wishing to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman to the 10th, Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman please yield?
Yes.
Chairman, we're talking about DUIs. Does that include those individuals that would be considered high on a narcotic or a drug? Or is that just alcohol related?
To the gentleman, the reference to DUI is not in this bill any longer. The term is reckless disregard, which obviously would include voluntary intoxication of any type. So the phrase is a broader phrase than just DUI. It's reckless disregard. It's not accident. It's a reckless disregard standard, which, in my opinion, would include intoxication, voluntary intoxication, regardless of the substance that caused the intoxication.
Thank you.
The gentleman to the 13th, Cadle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would gentleman yield for question?
Yes.
And if this were a commercial vehicle, and let's say you got a load of steel chained on there, you looked at all your chains, but you didn't see a crack in one of the links, and you come up on traffic, it's all stopped, you come around a curve, whatever, you don't have enough time, you didn't see brake lights, and you plowed into some cars, the load of steel comes off, kills somebody beside you. Now you're going to make me a felon because I didn't check my equipment good enough, but I looked at it and I couldn't see any cracks.
And I don't think you would be guilty of a reckless disregard under those circumstances. That's the key. It's the finder of fact, whether that be a judge in a non-jury case or the jury, would look at all those circumstances that you described, and before you would be found guilty, they would have to conclude you acted in reckless disregard. And it sounds to me like you did the normal inspection and simply overlooked what could be easily overlooked situation. So I don't think you would fall within this statute.
Well, you know, the trucking industry, lawyers see them as a cash cow, so we have to pay for everything. I'm sure that, you know, this will make a felon out of me, so I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
But keep in mind, this is a criminal case. The civil case would be so totally separate from that. But in terms of the criminal case, the court or the jury would have to find you acted with reckless disregard. That's a high standard, and I'm sure those members of the body here that are prosecutors can tell you that's not an easy standard to sustain.
Well, there was a wreck, trucking company, Cincinnati. Guy's going down the road, 55 mile an hour, and minding his own business, everything perfect. He's running the speed limit. Car pulls out in front of him. These three people decided that they'd missed their turn and they needed to do a U-Haul. So they pulled right out in front of him. He killed them. And they had to pay over $1 million because he had a tail light out.
Was he was he convicted of a felony?
I'm not sure on that, but I know the insurance had to pay out. But
Totally different circumstance. We're talking about civil liability versus criminal liability. This statute has nothing to do with civil liability, just criminal charges.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
To the bill, please.
Yes, gentleman's recognized. Proceed.
Yeah, I'm against this. I mean, I know what we're trying to do here, but I think this opens a door for felonies who people who didn't intend, like the gentleman over here from Charleston says, they didn't intend to do this. It just happened. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time. You know, you get, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you get a life sentence, whether you get sentenced from the court or not, you get a life sentence. When you kill somebody accidentally, you have to live with that the rest of your life, and a lot of people don't deal with it well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to the 55th, Douglas Pennagle.
Just briefly, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to talk to the gentleman from the 13th.
right now, given those facts, what the chairman's not saying, your case would be with the steel truck, with the steel coming off your truck. It would be presented to a grand jury. It would come back. You then will go to a jury trial, and they're going to make that determination. Not some judge, not some other. A jury will make that determination whether or not you were reckless or not. And you know what you're going to be looking at? 2 to 10 years in the penitentiary for negligent homicide versus now it's 10 days to 6 months. All because of an accident. And to me, that's just too far reaching because generally we put intent. Now if you were hammering it down and you were trying to ram people, then yes, you should go to the penitentiary. But for an accident, for something like that, you should not. And the bill changed yesterday after that amendment stage of it. And you're absolutely right, and I would be scared. And I would be scared if I was a senior citizen and I just happened to miss the stop sign and go flying through and hit somebody. Now I'm looking at 2 to 10 years in the penitentiary rather than 10 days and 6 months. And you're right. Accidents do carry things. You got to carry the weight of killing somebody or killing a family member. But that doesn't mean that you intended to do it, and that doesn't mean you should go to the penitentiary of the state of West Virginia shoving that along. So for those reasons, I'm voting no.
The gentleman on the floor, Canestraro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind the body that a normal traffic accident or a normal traffic violation does not amount to someone being able to be charged with negligent homicide. Brought that up yesterday during the debate on the amendment and bringing it up again today because case law in the state of West Virginia says it has to be more than a traffic violation. A good example would be the gentleman from the 13th fails to properly secure the beams on his truck, and then he crosses the double yellow line going 25 miles per hour over the speed limit, swerves back, and one of the beams falls off and hits somebody and kills them. Now that would be gross negligence. That would be something that would reach the amount needed for negligent homicide. But merely a steel beam falling off the truck would just be mere negligence, and that's why he would never even be charged with the crime.
The gentleman the third, Dr. Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Just want to get some clarification on subsection B here, which I believe is new, which adds when a child is present. So say a father is operating a vehicle going down the road, negligently operating a vehicle going down the road, is in an accident, and sadly another individual passes away. But the child is in a car seat, locked in, no issues with the child, no injury. Simply because the child was present in the car uninjured, we're increasing the penalty for that father who now has the child, say 50% of the time, 3 to 15 years.
Once again, it would depend on whether it was reckless disregard. A simple traffic accident would not trigger any of those penalties whatsoever. But if it was reckless disregard, if the father's drinking or has drugs in his body and driving down the street and kills somebody, the child witnesses that. We seem to overlook the fact that the child's going to be traumatized by being involved in an accident that results in the loss of a life as a result of something the driver of that car did in reckless disregard for safety standards.
So we're clear. You stated earlier, I believe, when you stood up and presented the bill, that the requirement of drinking is no longer in this bill, correct?
That's correct.
So when you stated earlier that the father may have been drinking, there's no requirement that he had been drinking?
No, there's not, but that's an example.
So that's not part of the analysis anymore, is it?
It's not.
Okay. Now, the child, you said there's trauma involved with being in an accident. Do you believe there'd be trauma involved with taking a parent away from the child and incarcerating them for an extended period of time?
Certainly, there'd be trauma on both ends.
Okay,
yes.
And this bill does that, right?
It depends on what the prosecutor chooses to do. I think we overlook a lot that there's a lot of discretion in the prosecutor as to whether he even charges and what he charges. So, there's a lot to happen. There's a lot of discretion in the judge as to whether he sends that person to prison. He could easily put that person on probation.
And this increased standard that is increased simply because a child is present does not require the child to be injured in any shape, way, or form, right?
It does
so
not.
The child could come away from this accident completely unscathed, but because a child was in the back seat, we're increasing the penalties.
Well, I'd question your use of the term unscathed. If a child's in a car that kills somebody, I would think there would be some at least emotional trauma.
Okay. Would it require expert testimony going to trial as a prosecutor to prove that the child had been traumatized in any way, shape, or form?
It does not require
it does not,
that.
right?
I think most of us would recognize that the child is going to be traumatized without having an expert tell us.
Based on what analysis? This bill does not require that the child could be sleeping in the back seat, not even witness it.
Could be asleep, sure.
Okay, thank you.
The lady number 36, Douglas East Step Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to be removed as a co-sponsor on this legislation.
Are there objections? Are there objections? No objections are heard.
Thank you.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill?
Briefly, Mr. Speaker, we seem to lose track of what the focus of the bill is. It's on the loss of a life. We're talking about a human being whose life is extinguished prematurely as a result of willful and wanton misconduct on the part of someone that's in control of a dangerous instrumentality, an automobile motor vehicle. That's what we're talking about. And we're not talking about intent in this case. If this person intended to kill somebody, the penalty would be much greater, much greater. Life imprisonment. It's murder. This is reckless disregard of safety that reduces the population of this state by one human being. One life gone. That person could have children, could be taking care of their parents. I mean, that is a valuable life. And what we're talking about here is there should be serious consequences if you, in reckless disregard, operate a vehicle that removes from the face of the earth another human being. I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 67 ayes, 33 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4602.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegates Schott and Canistrar moved to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4619, approving plans proposed by electric utilities to install middle mile broadband fiber.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman, the 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill before you today is a bill seeking to extend our broadband in West Virginia, and specifically to encourage the installation of middle mile fiber in West Virginia. What the bill does is it authorizes the Public Service Commission to approve plans proposed by electric utilities to install middle mile broadband fiber and provide expedited cost recovery to the utility. It also takes out the electric utility from underneath the Public Service Commission's jurisdiction over any entity that would transmit messages by phone, telephone, telegraph, or radio. So basically it allows the electric utility to install the middle mile fiber without being considered a transmission company, which encourages the electrical companies to do so. It requires the utility to publish any anticipated monthly or annual rate increases, if there are any at all. And finally, it allows the utility to lease broadband capacity and provide access for connection outside the utility's power supply zone. Mr. Speaker, I believe this bill sets us in a good direction. It partners us with some of our industry partners to try to get more middle mile built in this state. I urge the passage of the bill, and I'm happy to field any questions.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4619.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4639, changing frequency of mandatory state inspections of motor vehicles.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 14th, Douglas Butler, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this bill, motor vehicles, trailers, semi-trailers, and pole trailer inspections will be required biannually rather than annually. The funds going to the state police would be $6 every 2 years, keeping them fully funded. The total price of the inspection stickers to our constituents would be $17 every 2 years rather than $14 every year. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman of the 28th, Douglas Cooper, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be mighty tempting to vote for this bill, I know. We've talked for years about sorry and shoddy inspection stations and procedures and the cost and so on. I'm probably the only one in here that's got somewhere in his pocket or at home a little card that says I'm an authorized state inspection person in West Virginia. Keep the idea of automobile safety to one side of your head for just a minute and think about this. The only time, other than when you're stopped by law enforcement, that you show proof of insurance is when you get an inspection sticker. Now, if we go to 2 years on inspections, I'm wondering what my uninsured motorist inspection sticker or insurance is going to cost me. I wonder if it will go up more than the $8 or $7 or whatever it is, $9 that we're going to be saving on the inspection. I wonder about that. Now, let's talk about safety. It is impossible for a service station to make any money with only charging $14 or whatever it is for an inspection now. So of course things get shortcutted and overlooked. And I could tell you story after story about having to overlook those things just to try to make a profit. But some of the things you always look at it in vehicle inspection is the shape of the frame. You take a look at some brakes somewhere on the car if you're a bona fide conscientious inspector. So I'm not going to really speak against or for this bill. I'm not going to encourage you to vote no or vote yes. I'm going to vote no because I think it comes down to the safety. If an inspector finds one frame on one Toyota truck, and if you've been around this country much, you know that they have a tendency to rust quicker than anything else, the ones made 10, 12 years ago. If you can stop that truck from running up and down the highway, you might stop it from falling apart at exactly the wrong place and causing a horrific accident. And so, again, I'm not going to encourage you to vote yes or no. I'm going to vote no. But it's going to be on your mind what you did for the safety of the citizens of this state if you vote yes or no. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the floor, Douglas Zukoff.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a Rule 49.
Yes, under the factual circumstances as laid out by the lady to the chair yesterday, the lady is in a position to be impacted by this bill as a owner of a facility which performs state inspections. It would be the ruling of the chair under that set of facts that the lady would belong to a class of greater than 5 and therefore would be directed to vote on the bill.
Thank you.
The gentleman of the 35th, Douglas Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield? Yes. The fiscal note I saw was about $5 million. Is that increase or decrease?
It keeps the state police equally funded rather than getting the $3 every year. They'll get $6 every 2 years, but their funding stays the same for their equipment and so forth.
So the fiscal note that's in the system, is that a decrease?
I think the fiscal note just says that it is going to remain the same. That's the way it's been in Finance Committee and other places where we've had it.
Okay. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 30th, Doug Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady from the 4th yield for a question?
Yes.
I just happen to notice you asked for a ruling from the chair for Rule 49. Is that because you think the passage of this legislation will actually have a beneficial economic impact on your business? Do you feel like you'll make money?
No, we do not make money on inspections.
Do you lose money on inspections now?
Absolutely.
If this bill passes, will you lose more money on these inspections? In terms of you did this work now at a loss, so this is work that's will not get done.
That's correct, because you only make $11 per inspection.
Okay.
It takes at least a half an hour to do an inspection right. If you put it up on a lift, check what you're supposed to check on per the inspection requirements, and there's no way that $11 covers the cost of the work of your mechanics that are on staff to cover that.
So you do this as a service to your clients, your customers?
Exactly. My husband and I have actually had a little bit of words about this bill because I told him I was fighting it in committee because I think it's a safety issue. He said, "Why are you fighting it? We don't make any money on this." And he performs over 1,000 inspections a year approximately.
So his feeling, your feeling is that it's beneficial to continue to do that?
I do. I think it's a safety issue, and I've spoken before on the floor about the roads that we have in Marshall County. It's about making sure that folks who don't have a background in automotive safety, vehicle safety, making sure that their vehicles are safe every year.
Okay, thank you. And one more, if I can. In committee, we heard that this is not just personal automobiles as well. This also impacts commercial, like trucks and delivery vans and other equipment, other things with wheels and axles on our roads, big things.
That's correct.
So it's not just your personal car, but it's also, we're talking about the safety of trucks and not airplanes, but
right.
Anything that is on our roads.
The trailers that are carried, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all those things as well.
It's a safety issue.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're welcome.
The gentleman from the 56th, Doug Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the gentleman over there, probably more than a few of us have worked in an inspection station over the years. This bill doesn't go far enough. The West Virginia inspection system is broken. It doesn't work. It's a racket. I've worked in both mom and pop operation and a dealership. People would bring a vehicle in with brand new tires on the car. We'd put an inspection sticker on it because tires were excellent. The next day we'd see the same car with bald tires because what they had done to get it through the inspection was borrowed wheels and tires off of one of their friends so they could get their inspection sticker. The very people that we say the inspections will catch are the very people that know how to get around the system. Worked in a salvage yard. One of the popular things to do is the people that cars would not pass inspection would go into the salvage yard with a propane torch and a wet rag. They put the wet rag under the inspection sticker, take the propane torch and heat up the windshield. The sticker would pull off without any of the voids showing, and they would take it out and slap it on their car. They know how to get around the system. The gentlelady is correct. You cannot do an inspection correctly and make money. So what happens is one of two entities get cheated. The state gets cheated by them not doing the inspection correctly because they can't make any money at it. And the dishonest shops cheat the customer. They tell them that there is something wrong with their car and it needs replaced in order to make the money they're losing on the inspection. Most shops are honest. I own a shop. I don't do inspections because I can't make money at it and do it correctly. But I have customers that I will look at their car. Hey, would you check this car out for me? I will happily do that. Many shops will do that. You do an oil change. Most of the mechanics, while they're under your car, they're going to check the tire rods and the stuff there. They're going to look at the frame like the gentleman over there said. And they're going to tell you they have a problem because they want you to come back as a customer. So they will do that for you. I live across the river from Maryland. Maryland inspects a vehicle when you purchase it, transfer the title, before you're allowed to put license on it. It's the only time they do it. You see signs out in front of the oil change places. Free inspection with an oil change. The free market takes care of this. They make sure the cars are safe. I did an analysis, got with the National Institute for Highway and Traffic Safety. I can't remember the exact acronym. There's only about 12 states left that do periodic safety inspections. We're one of them. Of the ones that do periodic safety inspections, most are 1 year. There are a few that are 2 years, which is what we're going to do. There is no correlation between accidents on the public road and safety inspections. The 3 safest states to drive in are Minnesota, I believe it's Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. One does annual inspections, one does biannual inspections, the other does none. If you look at our surrounding states, Ohio and Maryland are the 2 safest. Neither do annual inspections. Texas, which is a flat, dry state, which they don't have to deal with rust, they do annual inspections. Our highways are safer. There's no correlation between the Rust Belt and the South, the desert. There's no correlation. What we do is an inconvenience on the people of West Virginia. I don't think this bill goes far enough, but I urge your support.
Lady from the 4th, Delegate Zukov.
That's okay.
Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief. I was amazed to hear some of the arguments my friend from the 56th advanced about how the system is broken, and he wanted to focus on the folks that will try to get around the system or game the system, so to speak. Well, there's not one thing in this country that someone is not going to try to get around or game. But this is kind of like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So if we agree with his argument, we have nothing. We have absolutely nothing. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when my kids hear a noise in their car, their answer is turn the radio up. That's their answer. My wife wouldn't know the difference between a tie rod and a steering wheel if you asked her today. And I'm on the road a lot when I worked. I'm down here a lot. When it's time for an inspection, I want my cars inspected. I want to know that my kids are on the road, that their tie rods are tight, that their tires are good. And one of the most important things to the gentle lady from the 4th is when they pull those wheels and look at those brakes. When they pull those wheels and look at those brakes, things that you cannot see. I don't want them coming to me when you hear metal to metal on the disc, and I got to deal with that. This goes way too far, in my opinion. Forget the argument that it doesn't go far enough. This goes way too far. I mean, we all have children, and we all have grandchildren, and we all got crazy busy lives. But I would think once a year, we would want to pay, what is it, $14 to make sure that the car my daughter's driving has good brakes or tight tie rods? This is a safety issue, not only for every citizen in West Virginia, but more importantly for our family. Vote no.
Gentleman from the 13th, Delegate Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request a Rule 49 as my sister owns a shop that does inspections.
Gentlemen, you'll be a member of a class and be required to vote.
Okay, thank you. And request to speak to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My sister, as I said, owns a shop that does these inspections, and she is opposed to the bill. She actually is in favor of getting rid of it completely. She believes that inspection stickers are an impediment for her business and simply waste the time of her and her employees. So I would like to just point that out. And then also to my good friend from the 28th District who mentioned that Toyota vehicles are rust buckets. 2,000 of my constituents work at the Toyota facility, and I don't think that they are rust buckets. So just wanted to get that on the record.
Gentleman from the 18th, Delegate Worrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's the official Motor Vehicle Inspection Manual, 256 pages. As someone who doesn't like paper, this hurt my soul a little bit to have it printed. But I wanted you all to see the gravity of the regulations that we place on everyday citizens. This bill doesn't go far enough. I think it needs to be eliminated for many reasons. I think a lot of inspection stations, as a lady from the 4th said, they don't make money. Her Rule 49 was a great Rule 49 request for her because she will potentially make more money by not having to do these inspections as often, as she'll be able to charge a normal rate for her shop as opposed to the $11. Now, there's a $3 fee that goes to the state troopers. And I hate that it's on the inspection program. I wish that it would have been put on the registrations. I think would make more sense. This body passed the Roads to Poverty, or the Roads to Prosperity program there a couple years back. But that would have been a great idea to put that $3 there, but instead the fee was raised. And so once again, our citizens have to pay more for their vehicles. So there are things like in this inspection manual, 256 pages, there's no way you can get all this done in a timely manner. You're going to pull off drums and inspect the interior diameter of the drums of the brakes, of the rear brakes. That doesn't happen. And I will say that to the gentleman, the chairman that talked about other inspection stations, I know there are good inspection people out there that really care about the safety of the people of West Virginia, and that's what they're trying to do. But I would argue that there are shops that also don't do the right thing. They get to put that big rejection sticker on your car if your windshield wipers do not clear the water fluid in 10 swipes. That's a rejection under this inspection program. You can have fog lights. If you don't have to have fog lights, but if you do, they have to work or you're rejected. My issue with this bill is really on the inspection manual that was written in 1999 that needs updated to reflect our cars today. And so I would attest that this program needs to go away completely rather than just doing it biannually. And I'm in complete disagreement with this program. I would also say that, we make this argument sometimes about safety. And I know that the gentleman talked about his family. I have children too. I have a daughter that drives. But what this really says is that you're too stupid to take care of your vehicle. You're too dumb to know that your vehicle is serviced. You're too dumb to take care of what's right in your vehicle. And so for that, the government says, we want you to come on your own time, take a day out of work, come pay us a measly $14 so we can inspect your car. And if it doesn't pass, then you're going to have to do other things to make it pass. Have a rejection sticker, you have 5 days to get it passed. But that's what this really says. Now, I take care of my daughter's car, I take care of my car, and that's what this argument is about today. I would also say that in the shops that I talk to locally, when you go get an oil change, your tires rotated, new tires, they do look at your vehicle, and as somebody attested to, they want you to come back as customers. They're going to tell you what's wrong with your vehicle. So I guess I'll vote for the bill every 2 years, and I will appreciate this body for allowing me to only have to bend my knee to the crown every 2 years as opposed to every year. Thank you.
The gentleman with 36, Delegate Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill's about safety, and what's interesting is people have stressed how inconvenient it is to show up for a vehicle inspection. Do you think that folks who are that inconvenienced are going to be checking their tires and their brakes and making sure everything's fine and doing it on their own? Probably not. One of the things that is key to this is that people who don't check their tires and who don't have their brakes checked create an incredible hazard on West Virginia roads, because our roads are mostly 2-lane. And so whenever you go home this weekend and you're driving along a road, a 2-lane road, and somebody comes at you and it's raining, pray that that vehicle has had an inspection for its tires and its brakes. Now, I asked DMV for figures on the crash reports about vehicle malfunction. And the email I got was that in 2019, there were 37,215 crashes in West Virginia involving about 60,000 vehicles. Of those crashes, 13 were caused all or in part by vehicle failure, equipment failure. And of that 1,300, 900 were for bad tires and brakes. Now, bad tires on a slick road, it doesn't have to be thick water. Bad tires will hydroplane that vehicle coming at you on that 2-lane road right into your vehicle head on. And you say, is that reckless driving? Would that be a 2-year felony for somebody not having brakes and tires? Well, that would be a question for a different day. But I think what we have to focus on is the fact that there's over 1 million vehicles in West Virginia that have to be dealt with. It's not a matter of convenience, it's a matter of safety and assuring that that vehicle coming at you has been inspected, has decent brakes, and has decent tires on it. And the fact that somebody's going to work the system and violate the law that's just kind of like what some people do. But most all of the people in that over $1 million of vehicles that are owned, most of the people who own those are responsible. They abide by the law, and they welcome somebody making sure at least once a year that their brakes are decent and that their tires are safe. Now, it's not just a matter of us being safe for our own families. It's a matter of us and our families being safe in terms of the other guy, the other vehicle. What assurance do we have as we go down the road and we're in a rainstorm and the vehicle's coming at us if they've got bad brakes or tires? And I point out that the state troopers who testified that they thought there would be a good deal more accidents as a result of not having adequate inspection, that 900, that they said that yes, that 900 figure would go up. So what's your statistical chance of having somebody come at you and hydroplane right into your vehicle if we go from 900 times in West Virginia, and let's say since it's a 2-year inspection, what if we double that number? Well, it'll probably be more than double any 900 in a year, because remember, tires don't last 2 years. In other words, if people wait a full 2 years to get their tires changed with an inspection, those will be bald tires because they just don't last that long if they're used in a normal way. It is absolutely essential that we have annual inspections. Our roads are 2-lane mountain roads and curves. And in every curve, if you're in rain and you've got bad tires, you're going to hydroplane. And it's not just going to be a safety issue for you, it's going to be a safety issue for your family. I encourage the body to reject this bill. The system we have, this is really upside down. We don't pay the inspection folks enough, and everybody in this room understands that. We're not fixing that. We didn't give them an increase in a dime. What we did is to leave the amount of money alone and then increase the amount of time for the inspections. Well, we shouldn't be increasing the amount of time on inspections because we're going beyond the life of the tires. And that's really the main feature that we've got to be sure about. And yes, I admit I'm stupid when it comes to cars and to vehicles. I don't know how to fix anything on a vehicle. That's not something I do. I rely on others. I rely on experts. And when I take my vehicle in to be inspected, I go to a decent, reputable dealer, and they do the inspection, and I trust them to do it and to tell me Larry, you got to change your tires. That happens, we've got a bunch of cars with 2 college students, and that happens all the time. So, I encourage the membership to think of this as a safety issue. Are we going to be safer or not with this bill? And the answer is we will not be safer as a result of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 16th, Doug Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chairman, Technology and Infrastructure, yield for a few questions?
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in debate a moment ago there was some discussion about whether or not this related to commercial vehicles, and I guess by state law it would, but are there federal regulations on large commercial vehicles, 18-wheelers, things like that require inspections?
Yes, the federal regulation is we have to have it inspected every year.
And state law can't change that, right?
That's right, and you can have your federal inspection done in whatever other state you want to, or it can still be done here in West Virginia. The fact that we're not requiring that these inspections be done every year does not preclude you from doing it anyway. You can go get an inspection done 4 times a year if you want to, or even more often, just whenever you want to.
Thank you, sir. Would the Chairman of Government Organization yield for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have some experience in the auto industry. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Is there an economic general reason why folks might look for problems in someone's vehicle, if they were to make the future repairs?
Yeah, there's multiple economic reasons. They would want to get their undercarriage checked with tie rods and ball joints, because if they wear out the tires, and you wear the tires out sooner. So there's a monetary that, and the fact that the police can still stop you and give you a ticket for bald tires. So there's a reason right there.
Right, but the service station itself, or the service shop itself, there's an economic reason why they would notify an owner as to maintenance issues, because obviously they would make money performing that maintenance, right?
Absolutely. If I change the oil in a customer's car, I look over other items on the car, tell them they may have a problem in the future. Even if they don't have me make the repair, at least they know they should look to having that done.
So smart business would be to do the inspection and such that folks can potentially choose to either buy new tires or new tie rods, or have their ball joints replaced, or new brakes, or any of these things, because with each and every one of those services, the service station would set it up such that they would make money, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, if I may speak to the bill.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
First things first, can I get a Rule 49 ruling, because this would be a 50% reduction in a tax for me?
For you personally?
Absolutely, because I have to pay every year for that inspection.
Chair understands. It would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would be a member of a class of greater than 5, and therefore would be directed to vote.
Thank you, sir. There are so many issues with the state inspection sticker, and I'm one of the folks that would argue that perhaps this should just be done when folks actually transfer a vehicle and titles change hands. First and foremost, this is delegated regulatory authority to the private sector. Okay, so what we've done here is said we're going to impose this regulation on our people, and then the authority for enforcing that is then placed upon the private sector. Okay, and so basically, if any shop who is otherwise certified to perform a state inspection decides that your vehicle does not pass inspection, they can give you a rejection notice and place that on your windshield, or you are essentially illegal to drive that vehicle. And that makes absolutely no sense. Fundamentally, I would ask this body, do we know better than the people of the state of West Virginia? Do you know better than your voters? I would submit to this body that if you asked many of your voters that question, they would say that the 135-person brain trust here in Charleston doesn't quite often get it right. The people of Ohio can freely travel our roads. So can Kentucky and Maryland and the whole 37 states that do not require safety inspections whatsoever, with the vehicles that they brought there. There's been a lot of discussion about safety. I would submit to the body that there are a number of states that have a significantly lower rate of fatalities per million miles or 100 million miles traveled, that have our same topography or even more challenging, like Alaska, that have people that are in the same financial conditions as our folks. Quite frankly, If this was only about safety, why was there no amendment yesterday to change this to every 6 months instead of every 2 years? Why was there no amendment to make it every week? If that's the concern. Folks, the people back home know how to take care of their cars, and they know when they need to get an inspection. The people back home are tired of having to check in with the government. So folks, if you think that you know better than all of your voters, vote against the bill. But if you think that your people are smart and that they can deal with this themselves, vote for this bill. I urge passage.
The gentleman with 35th, Douglas Scaff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a place I wanted to go, but he kind of pointed me in a nice new direction. But I'm going to be brief here. We are here brought together as an elected body and sit in front of a committee. We have over 1,300 bills that come through this body, and there's no way in heck that we can hear the ins and outs and the good, the bad, the ugly of every bill. But in my finance committee last week, I didn't hear one testimony about why this was good. The state troopers were adamant against this. The state troopers. I almost feel if I vote against this, I'm breaking the law. They were that adamant against this. They cited quote after quote and violation after violation and gave us so much testimony. And to compare the state of West Virginia to Alaska? Really? Their two largest cities don't even have a road to connect. You have to take a helicopter to get from one major city to the other. And we're comparing West Virginia to Alaska. And to compare it to Minnesota, they got some, you traveled in roads in Minnesota? I have, I got family there. They're some of the flattest roads in America. We have an inspection sticker per the state police because of our terrain. Look at that stretch from Charleston down to Princeton. You can't tell me that's not the most dangerous road in America? Ask anybody that travels that road. Number two, anybody know how many cars did not pass inspection last year? I do. 118,000. 118,000 cars did not pass their inspection last year. 90% of that was brakes and tires. The number one cause of accidents. We sit here and talk about promoting small businesses. We can come up with every side of the pillow, every side, but we're not comparing apples and oranges here. You can't compare other states to West Virginia. We're unique, and I'm glad we're unique. Number two, not one small business owner that I talked to, as recently as yesterday, Marty's Tire owns 4 shops. You're right. He doesn't make a dime off of those inspections. But you know what? 1 out of 4 people, their tires are bad. He gives them new tires, and he feels good that those people are leaving safely, and they're out there on those roads. The Auto Car Dealers Association, that all of us work so hard to help, they're all against this. Every single one of them. They said this is the most ridiculous bill. This does not promote for good safety. Here's the ironic thing. Last year, I stood here, and I advocated for an as-is bill. An as-is bill. You know what one of the reasons why I was for that bill? We have a yearly inspection. You might get that car at a nice, decent price, but guess what? I knew that car was going to get inspected every year. We are sitting here trying to say one thing, that we care about safety, we care about jobs, we care about the local economy, and I don't get too fired up over many things, but this is absolutely ridiculous. We're talking about convenience over safety. It takes me longer to wash my car through an automatic drive-through sometime than it does to get my car inspected. That's $14 car wash down in St. Albans. Go down there, you might sit for 20, 30 minutes. We're talking about taking time away from you. As a business owner that owns multiple cars, one last thing I'm going to leave you with. Inconvenience. You know what that inconvenience would be for me? I'd much rather sit for 30 minutes and get all my cars inspected than to realize that one of my workers is out there driving a car whose tires might have been bad, who gets in a wreck, and now I'm going to be missing weeks on end because I'm going to have my legal issues. I'm going to be in the hospital. Hopefully my employee's okay. Other people on the road, and then all the time off of work. So you're talking about inconvenience, really, for 30 minutes to get your car inspected? Think about what you're saying here. We're putting inconvenience ahead of safety. We're putting inconvenience ahead of the small business owners. We're putting inconvenience ahead of our state troopers association. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, Please think twice and quit comparing us to those other states around us whose roads are completely different than our roads. Thank you, sir.
The gentleman with 62nd, Doug Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it was about a couple hundred years ago, one of our founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, was writing about a dispute between the Pennsylvania General Assembly and the family of William Penn. I think in that quote what he was saying was, he had said that those who would give up essential liberty to purchase some temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Let's vote green. Thank you.
The lady with 51st, Doug Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a statement that was made. Too stupid and too dumb. And we need to worry about our people back home. Well, the people in District 51 is neither stupid or dumb. Because stupid is having or showing great lack of intelligence or common sense. And dumb is temporarily unable or unwilling to speak. And I will not be stupid or dumb today. But there's many folks, not only in District 51, but throughout the whole state of West Virginia, that may be ignorant in some things, lacking the knowledge of information or awareness about a particular thing. So let's think back. So we talk about people being criminals by putting on new tires and then taking them off and going back to the shop. I wonder why. Maybe because we don't allow those people a livable wage. Maybe because they have right to work instead of prevailing wage. Maybe because we're not giving them a hand up, but we slap them on the hand every time and we call it a hand out. I don't see any bills in this legislative body going off on the salvage yard that's allowing these people to come in with a wet towel and a propane tank. Where? We spoke about all these things, and you know what we didn't do? We didn't put West Virginians first. We didn't say how hard it is for a single mother to even try to go on a lot to get a vehicle. Insurance is very important. So now you're going to allow this for 2 years. And yes, I'm going to step on some toes and I'm going to bring up a racial issue also. Inspection stickers. Your tail light is out. Yeah, right. You know how many doggone times I've been stopped since I've been elected for an inspection sticker? Too many to doggone count. So now what will I be stopped for? Have you seen the potholes? I'm watching every time there's an officer behind me. Because when I move, you're dodging the same thing. But you know what? You still click on those lights. We took off a house calendar bill today that was going to allow officers to see when a child that has a special needs. But now we have these
Lady in the 49th has addressed the chair. Lady with Stater.
Yes, sir. If we could keep our comments to the bill at hand.
We do have several more members who are wishing to be recognized. The chair will point out to all members. We do have several more speakers. Chair will ask all members to debate only the merits of the bill before us, but lady will be recognized to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not a problem, because let's talk about the state cheating the people. So we're going to go from not being annually. Yeah, I wish we could do it weekly. Sometimes I wish we could do it monthly. Because you know what? 2 years is what's going to bring to that family that's struggling. And I'm sorry, all families don't have a makeup of a father and a mother. So it goes back. Yes, we need this annually to make sure that all West Virginians come first. Yes, we need this annually. We complain about a 256-page manual. There is no bill in this House saying that maybe we should revise this. Let's put West Virginians first. Let's stop going backwards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman at 66, Doug Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the
House Technology and Infrastructure Committee and the House Committee on Finance actually had an opportunity to see this bill considered twice. And I will point out to members who perhaps have not followed this legislation that it changed quite a bit from the initial consideration in technology and infrastructure to what we see today. Initially, I believe there was a committee substitute or a strike and insert that would have essentially limited, or not limited, because as has been pointed out, you can have your vehicle inspected as many times as you'd like. But it would have reduced the requirement to essentially when you purchase a vehicle or when a vehicle is traded, that type of thing. From there, I think there was some consideration to perhaps reducing the requirement to once every 3 years. And then finally, Technology and Infrastructure did adopt the version that you see here before us, which is every 2 years. I personally feel that that is a reasonable compromise between various positions. Initially, I was not prepared to support the legislation as was initially proposed. I think what we have before us is a reasonable compromise. Now, I want to make very clear, Mr. Speaker, I've had very good experience with my inspection station. They do a great job, a very thorough inspection. I certainly don't want my vote for this legislation to be in any way construed as an indictment of those facilities. I've actually had an opportunity to speak with a number of service stations that do provide inspections. And again, I think they are genuinely interested in providing a good service for their customers. So while I will support the bill, I will certainly make it clear that I don't impugn any of those entities, but I do think that the legislation before us represents a good compromise between what was initially proposed and what we have and what we have here today. I'd urge passage of the bill.
The gentleman from the 55th, Douglas Spinagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to parrot some of the remarks that have been stated in here. Being in Finance Committee, it was basically convenience versus safety. Convenience versus safety, and there was absolutely no testimony whatsoever. This was not, if we passed this was not going to increase wrecks in the state of West Virginia. The state troopers who were made whole in this bill, if it passes, they were adamantly against it. They didn't have a dog in this fight whatsoever. But they said, you're going to increase wrecks. I think I heard 118,000 vehicles don't pass inspection every year because of brakes and tires. And we know by passing this legislation that we're going to have more wrecks in the state of West Virginia. Well, it's been a bumper day for the highways in the state of West Virginia. Earlier today, if you get in an auto accident, your money goes from Medicaid, goes back to the state. That's your health insurance carrier. If you're not wearing your seatbelt and somebody hits you, you're not going to get all the money that you're entitled to. If you cause an accident, you can get charged with negligent homicide, go to the penitentiary for 2 to 10 years. And now we're sitting here passing legislation that's going to increase wrecks. Increase wrecks in the state of West Virginia. Not to mention that we're going to put out numerous small businesses in the state, but I will say this. Secretly down here, I think some of you are closet plaintiff attorney fans, because there's going to be billboards up all over the place because you are increasing the amount of litigation in the state of West Virginia for personal injuries if you pass this. So I don't know if they're going to write you any campaign contributions, but they should, because this is a good way forward. I'm voting no for safety reasons, but some of you here are for business interests for the plaintiff's bar. Understand that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 67th, Douglas Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of times during this session, the gentleman from the 27th has pointed out in a couple of bills that in each case we had a chance maybe to pass a bill that would save a life. Listening to the debate, I think in this case, we have a chance to save a few lives by defeating a bill.
The gentleman from the 16th, Douglas Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for indulging me one more time. I'd like to point out, again, that it is completely legal for citizens of another state whose vehicles are registered in another state and who never had a safety inspection to travel on the roads of the state of West Virginia. We're holding our citizens to a different and higher standard. Now, I live in a border county. I represent a border county. And there are drivers from Ohio and Kentucky that come into Cabell County quite regularly. Most of the traffic on the turnpike, I hear, is actually from out-of-state folks that are going and traveling through the state of West Virginia. We've done nothing to address, if the concern is safety, we've done nothing to address those folks. Nothing at all. Those vehicles are on our roads. They're traveling right next to your mother and father, to your husbands and wives, to your daughters and sons. And yet somehow we manage to survive. Folks, the arguments here are not about safety, and it's not about convenience versus safety. The arguments here are about whether or not you believe in the people of the state of West Virginia to care for themselves. You can get inspections, as has been discussed in this body, for free with just about any other service that you would need. Oil changes, tire rotations, brakes, windshield wiper replacements. And the reason for that is because there is an economic profit motive. Someone will check your vehicle because by doing other services, they will make money. Folks, I believe in the people of the state of West Virginia. I think that they can fend for themselves, can make decisions about themselves and their families. We're asking just for a little bit more freedom for them. Let's give it to them. Let's get the government out of the way. And for goodness sakes, we have essentially delegated regulatory authority to one of the only professions in the state of West Virginia that we've chosen not to license. Folks, pass this bill, believe in the people of the state of West Virginia, and give them just the least little bit of freedom.
The gentleman second, Douglas Desario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll stand today. Speak to the bill, please.
Yes, Chairman is recognized.
I stand today and start out with, I was elected to this House to put West Virginians first. If I want to deal with the cars in another state, I'll go to Ohio and run for the Ohio House. But right now, I live in a border county too. I think I made the statement last year, the fender flappers, you can see them coming down the road. And you can. And this is a safety issue to me. I want to agree with the gentleman from the 17th, 18th, Delegate Linville. And I'll go back to my family. Do I think I'm smarter than the people in my district? Well, let me just go to my 3 children. All college educated, or just about to be educated. My baby's a senior. Guaranteed they are all smarter than me. But you know who they call when something's wrong with their car? Because they have no idea. My daughter called me and said, Dad, my car's making a horrible noise in Morgantown. She had a 2x4 through her front lower section underneath the radiator, stuck up in the middle of her car that was hitting the ground. She couldn't find a 2x4 sticking out of the bottom of her car, and she's getting ready to graduate college. She's very smart. Okay? But they still call me when there's something wrong with their car. And some of the other talk here today, you know, I did sit in technology and infrastructure with this, and I was amazed at the lack of concern for safety, but at the same time, I was quite amazed to sit there and hear from the chairman of that committee twice that the reason we should pass this bill is because he can be making more money. It's costing him money to sit and get all his vehicles, which apparently are construction vehicles, inspected. Trailers, trucks, stuff that's going to be hauling heavy equipment. I can't waste my time on that. I should be making money. So I have a real problem with what is really concerning the people here. Are we here to put West Virginians first? Or are we here to put money in somebody's pocket? You've heard the state police, if you have been in a committee, you've heard the state police over and over say, this is a real problem and a real issue. I wish people would think about our West Virginians, put them first, quit thinking about who's winning the fight and I beat you and you beat me. Let's think about the people that put us here, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 59th, Douglas Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the previous question.
The gentleman from the 59th Acre Comp has moved the previous question. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question before the House is, shall the vote on committee substitute on House Bill 4639 now be put? Those in favor of moving the previous question will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 48 ayes, 50 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Less than majority in favor of the previous question is lost. The gentleman from the 28th, Doug Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't intend to speak to the bill again except to clear up a couple of things I may have insinuated by my comments about Toyota. If I could afford a new Toyota, I would drive one, but if you look in the parking lot, you can see what I drive. And I have 5 of those things. And so you can figure this bill would actually save me some money. But I'm still not for it. But however, back to Toyota and my learned friend from the 13th, if he will check his folks he knows down there, he will find out that a few years ago, Toyota had to recall some trucks because the frames were rotten too early, too quickly, and I think they either replaced the trucks or replaced the frames, and that problem was found at a West Virginia state inspection station. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 14th, Doug Butler, closed debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't take very long here. I know pretty much everyone's minds are being made up already, but just a few things, and I actually came with a pretty good stack of data, figuring someone might ask me, but in short, the statistics do not show that inspection stickers help in any way. In fact, most of the states that do not require inspection stickers are safer than what West Virginia is when we do. So the data does not show that the yearly inspections help anything. Another point I'd just like to reiterate is that the fact that we're not requiring our constituents to get their vehicle inspected every year does not mean they can't do it on their own. One of the things that I've gotten a little bit of criticism on is that I'm concerned about our constituents making more money. Well, absolutely, I'm concerned about our constituents making more money, having more time to be productive in their jobs. And by being more productive, they're going to have more money to do the maintenance on their vehicles and maybe even to buy a better vehicle, maybe to buy new vehicles. In all those ways, that makes the vehicle safer, it makes our state roads safer. And again, the statistics do not show that the inspections do make it any safer. By doing this, we're allowing our people to be more productive, to buy better vehicles, to be safer, to improve the economy of West Virginia. And the biggest reason I'm going to do this is because my constituents asked me to do it, and they're going to appreciate it because we're taking this little burden off their backs. For those reasons, I encourage passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 14th has closed debate on the bill. The question before the House then is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 48 ayes, 51 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Less than a majority in favor. The chair declares the bill lost. Clerk will report the next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4648, the Parenting Fairness Act of 2020.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 15th, Doug Foster, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4648. The bill provides that it shall be recognized as a public state
West Virginia, public policy of the state of West Virginia as supported by the findings of leading published and peer-reviewed social science studies that a rebuttable presumption exists that shall be applied to co-equal shared physical custody with both parents is in the best interest of the child, absent certain limiting factors, or after a full adversarial hearing, judicial hearing, particular adjudicatory facts are found by the preponderance of the evidence of incompetence, neglect, or abuse. To that end, the bill provides that co-equal shared legal and physical custody shall be the presumptive arrangement, absent a finding by the preponderance of evidence, the limiting factors of abuse, neglect, abandonment, sexual abuse, which currently exist in code, and provided that a court may consider a parent's guardians, educated substance abuse addiction, current incarceration, conviction, crime of murder, rape, malicious assault, abduction, kidnapping, aggravated battery, child neglect, child abuse, child sexual abuse, child exploitation, or child trafficking, or the sale of child under the state, federal, criminal law to be grounds for finding of incompetence, neglect, or abuse sufficient to depart from the presumption of shared parenting. The bill amends current code provisions pertaining to temporary parenting plans by removing each parent's performance parenting function at least 12 months as a factor of establishing a temporary parenting plan, and adding considerations of attempts by either parent to alienate the child from other parent to be considered by the court. With respect to the allocation of custodial responsibility, the bill provides that if the court denies a request for shared physical custody, the determination shall be accompanied by specific findings of facts or conclusions of law. The bill also establishes a rebuttable presumption that keeping siblings and half-siblings together is in the best interest of the child. With respect to the allocation of significant decision-making responsibility, the bill establishes a presumption that the maximum involvement and cooperation of both parents regarding the physical, mental, moral, and emotional well-being of the child is in the best interest of the child, which shall be accomplished to the maximum extent feasible through ordering of co-equal, shared physical and legal custody in parenting time. The bill provides that an unequal allocation of parenting time be previously awarded, which does not take into consideration the current state of research in child development psychology, shall serve as the basis for the finding of the court. Of gross disparity in the quality or emotional attachments between each parent and the child, each parent's demonstrated ability and availability to meet the child's needs, or the parent historically receiving less parenting time is not entitled to co-equal custodial and decision-making responsibility. The bill provides that any parent subject to unequal allocation of parenting time previously awarded do not take into consideration the current state of research in child development psychology set forth in the Act may request a modification. Regarding relocation of a parent, the bill requires that any unequal prior allocation of parenting time with custodial responsibility shall not serve as the basis for finding the parent was with less parenting time not entitled to co-equal shared parenting. If the court determines that the relocation is reasonable, the court shall maximize, to the extent possible, require the non-relocating parent to be granted the maximum amount of parenting time possible, including but not limited to the child or children residing in the non-relocating parent during the summer vacation months, and extended holiday scheduled vacations. The bill expressly provides that relocations found by the court to be reasonable prior to the act may depart from the presumption of co-equal shared parenting if the court determines that the circumstances to the relocation make co-equal shared parenting significantly impracticable. The bill clarifies that both parents have full rights to their children's medical and educational records, and each parent has the right to be notified by the other party if a minor child is a victim of an alleged crime, unless the other party notified is the alleged perpetrator. Finally, the bill provides that each parent has the right to reasonable access and telephone or electronic contact with the minor child, which shall be defined in the parenting plan. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are the members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The lady in the 51st, Doug Fleshauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I said yesterday, and I want to repeat, everyone believes that children are better off if they spend as much time as possible with each parent after a divorce. But this bill, HB 4648, it's called the Parenting Fairness Act. But I think that on closer examination, 50-50 custody is not always what is best for the child. And that's where our focus should be, not on the fairness to the parents. I want everybody to know that this bill is opposed by the West Virginia Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And I'm going to share two scenarios that explain their opposition. First, domestic violence victims do not always tell anyone about their abuse. I found this out when a friend of mine told me 10 years afterwards that her husband had broken her arm. And I'm like, Rose, why didn't you tell anyone? And she said, I was embarrassed. I have a college degree. I'm a teacher. I thought that I would be able to handle that situation, and I couldn't. Domestic violence victims are embarrassed for their spouses, that they would have to put them in an embarrassing situation. They're embarrassed because they don't want their children to hear the details. Also, under current law, they can continue to spend time with their children based on the current amount. Some women, some victims accept contact with the abuser because that's the price they have to pay to be with their children. And also, telling someone about domestic violence could be dangerous. It could make the abuser angry, so the victim stays quiet. So why is that a problem? If some women choose to do that and choose to keep quiet during a divorce situation, well, it's a problem because this law will open up all past divorces in the state of West Virginia if the custody was not 50-50, including those cases where the victim stays silent. In these cases, this kind of case where a victim doesn't talk about it, after the family eventually gets stabilized, the abuser can inflict pain all over again on the victim by opening up the divorce to fight over custody. We're not talking about last year. We're talking about 5 years ago. We're talking about 10 years ago. There's no time limit on going back to opening up a divorce and opening up those old wounds. Second, how might domestic violence victims be affected under the new law? Well, there's a strong argument they'll be even worse off. By moving the needle, by changing the scales, abusers are given a bigger bargaining chip. If you leave me, I'll go after 50-50 custody, and I'll get it under the new law. I'll get it under the new law. Or some women might, even worse, fear for their children and decide they want to stay with their abuser so that abuser won't get more time alone with the kids to abuse the children. So they may think it's safest to stay in an abusive marriage and watch over their kids, that would be safest. If you're certain these situations won't happen, vote for the bill. But you can vote no to provide greater security to domestic violence victims and their children. I think that they deserve a lot of consideration, and that hasn't been discussed enough in this case. I'm voting no. I urge a no.
The gentleman to 16th, Doug Mant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a difficult situation, and it's a personal, depending sometimes on what side of the deal you were on, and what happened. And if you've been through it, we all know that it's not good, and it's not good for anyone involved. Most importantly, the child, neither the mother, the father, nor grandparents, and on and on. Children should never be manipulated as leverage. They should never be used as a bargaining chip. Never be negatively influenced or misguided. And heaven forbid, children should never be mentally or physically abused. However, what we do for our children is, we love and protect our children. They need to be nurtured. They need to be provided for. And they need to be heard and treated fairly. Key word in there is heard, listened to, treated fairly. What this bill does is it allows fairness and stability for everyone. You know, it's not just the parents that are vying or jockeying for or proving that they need this much time or this much time. That child also needs time. Needs a lot of time. Both the father and the mother provide different things for the children, whether it be a daughter or a son. There are different needs and different things. You know, we should have the right to provide for our children and have an active and be an active and co-equal parent. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled many times that the right of a parent to raise their own child is a fundamental constitutional right of every American. Also, what this bill does is it guarantees what should have been the way divorces should have been from the get-go. One that recognizes that children are entitled to each parent equally, and that each parent is equally entitled to parent and raise their children. That being said, I really would like for us to strongly consider, and I urge you to pass this bill, to make it fair and equal. That's where we're starting off, is a 50-50. From there, it changes. Thank you for your time.
The lady in the 48th, Eka Waxman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is one of the most important bills that we're addressing this session. I think we've seen in our society a huge problem with children having emotional problems, with the people that are committing suicide, students not doing well in school. And there's a lot of reasons for all of that. And this bill, as you look back, you can see what happened when the children of single parents that resulted as casualties from the war on poverty, where so many more fathers left the home so mothers could get benefits. And that has caused a huge problem. So I think this bill is all about doing what's in the best interest for the children, and I think there's a wealth of information and studies that have been done that show that children fare far better when they are raised by both the father and the mother. And in the case of a divorce, this bill allows parents who have made a decision as to what they think is in the best interest of the children, they can come in and that'll be the decision. But this bill affects the parents that are at war over the children during the divorce. And I think that it's very important that we all recognize that it should start with a 50-50 custody, because we know from what has happened as we look back over the last many years of what happens to children and the ramifications to them when they do not have a mother and a dad in their lives. So I think that this is very important if we want to move forward and have children have a more well-adjusted life, do better in school, be emotionally more stable. They need both parents. I think this is a good bill to help ensure that that happens in the case of a divorce. So I would hope that we would all vote yes on this bill.
The gentleman to third, Doug Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Well, I know you've pushed this bill for a while now. You've done a lot of research. And I just want to know, how many other states currently have a 50-50 presumption at the temporary custody stage?
Kentucky.
I'm sorry, what other state?
Kentucky.
Only Kentucky?
Yeah, just one.
Oh, just one. How about at the final order stage, how many states have the presumption of 50-50?
I believe Kentucky's the one that moved towards 50-50, did on the parenting plan, the temporary parenting plan. They initially started with temporary and went to 50-50, and they saw such a benefit in it in the plan when they did temporary, that they also moved on and did it in the permanent parenting plan as well.
Okay, so they saw such a benefit, but yet no other state has done so?
There's many states that have been considering this type of legislation, but as you know, it's fairly new scientific research that proves that this is in the best interest of the child.
So no other states passed the type of law we're getting ready to try to pass today, other than Kentucky?
Kentucky's the only one so far.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Very briefly, Mr. Speaker. You know, obviously when I think of bills where we want to be innovative on and join states that really move ahead in this country, Kentucky really comes to mind. You know, I think I have a bit of a unique perspective on this. I grew up in a divorced household back in the 90s prior to the change of legislation, which the gentleman mentioned yesterday. And back then, I would argue back when the law, when my parents got divorced, was not a fair system. My dad was a weekend warrior. Never missed a weekend my entire life. You know, he manned up and did what he had to do. Went the extra mile. Didn't get tied up in the court system, like apparently many people in this body have. And, you know, that I hate to hear that because I'm sure that was devastating. I've also had the unique perspective of practicing family law as a young attorney. And I can tell you, it's not easy. There's no winning in it. And I understand why the emotions get involved on this issue. But just like back in the late 90s and early 2000s, when we swung the pendulum on the other side, here we are in 2020, swinging it to the far right on the other side. We've had a happy medium in this state for a long period of time now, from the late 90s, early 2000s. That happy medium said, you know what? We're tired of the parents fighting. They're going to figure it out at some point. We're going to put the best interest of the child first. And that has driven our policy making in the family law structure for many, many years. We're talking over 20 years now. The best interest of the child. We are doing away with that with this piece of legislation. Under current law, prior caretaking is relevant. And what does that mean? That means that the child's life, as it is upon separation of the parents, should continue on. Let mom and dad fight it out in the court system. Let the day-to-day life of that child continue on. Because right now, what will happen when we make prior caretaking irrelevant? And there's a reason why only one other state has done this. Because it's not good policy. Prior caretaking irrelevant. Never changed a diaper? Demand 50-50, you get it. Never get up in the middle of the night, take care of the child? Demand 50-50, get it. Never get the child ready for school, help them with their homework? Demand 50-50, get it. Now tell me how that is in the best interest of the child. It simply is not. It is not. And this bill before us is not in the best interest of West Virginians. And if we're going to put any West Virginians first, which we talk about on a regular basis, it starts with our children. I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 47th, Douglas Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to rise to speak to this bill. And I agree with some of my friends on the other side. The name of this bill is a little unfortunate because parenting fairness isn't what we should be doing here in this body. We should be concerned with the best interest of the child. Fortunately, that's what this bill does, is address the best interest of the child. And it's not about fair parenting. It's not about giving time to one side or the other. It's about doing what's best for our kids. And the evidence is incontrovertible on that children that are raised with a loving family on both sides are far more likely to enjoy all of the good things in life and far less likely to suffer from the bad things. And what we can do here in this body is give more West Virginia children that are suffering from the epidemic of divorce that we have in this country the chance to enjoy those better things in life and the chance to avoid those bad things in life. As I said yesterday, this is an entire family support system. It's not just a mom and a dad. It's a family on both sides. You have grandparents, you have aunts, uncles, cousins. They're all involved. And the more tight family relationships that these kids can enjoy with their family from both sides, the more likely they are to enjoy those better things in life. My colleague is concerned about moving the pendulum to the other side. I would argue that we are moving the pendulum to the middle here and starting with a fair shot down the middle, and we have a rebuttable presumption that can move that pendulum if there's evidence to the contrary and what is actually in the best interest of the child. But retaining and growing that strong relationship on both sides should be the proper starting point for that. We're concerned about the permanency of the children's situation, but their prior situations changed permanently. There's no getting around that. That's the situation that these families find themselves in, and we have to go forward from that point and make the best life for these kids that we can, and I think supporting this bill is the best way we can do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 55th, Douglas Spinagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll stand in opposition to this bill, and I'll be brief. I'm not going to get up here and rant and rave. I'm just going to tell you, I've been doing this for close to 16 years. Now, I don't know how many divorces I have had throughout the time, but it's been a lot. A lot. I do a lot of them. And 50% of all marriage couples get divorced, statistically. And if they have kids, they're going to end up in court. That's just the fact. And what I've done cases where I've advocated for joint custody, been against them. And let me just back up a second. There's basically three types of custody arrangements that we have. We have basically what's a basic, where one parent's going to get every other weekend, a couple weeks in the summer, and your vacation time, which usually comes out to about 100 days. Then you have your joint custody, which one parent's going to get 182 and 183 days, and then you have extended, something in between. That's all we're really talking about. But to sit here and advocate that joint custody should be the boilerplate and everything falls back to it, that's just not realistic, and I'll tell you why. If you have parents that get along and cooperate with each other, then it's great. These joint custody agreements are great, and it's great for the kids. But those are the exception. That's not the general rule, and you're trying to pass policy that doesn't apply to the reality out there. All right, the reality is they're at each other's throats during the course of the marriage and even after they're done. I'll give you an example. I just had one here. Last year, got in joint custody situation. I had the father, two kids. I had the father, both of them were in high school, that allowed the kids to stay out the curfew till midnight, 1 o'clock. The mom was 10 o'clock. This is every other week. The father would allow the son to have chewing tobacco at the age of 14, stay up all hours of the night. The father would allow the girlfriend's boyfriend to stay overnight, whereas the mom had a curfew of 10 o'clock, wouldn't allow the boyfriend to come over, obviously no drugs or tobacco. You go to the school teachers see it. The days that the kids are with dad, they're down. Their energy, they're dragging. And days with mom, they're fine. And the parents sit there and undercut, and the kids manipulate each other because the parents don't get along. And you're going to make that generally the general rule in the state of West Virginia. And I don't see where that's beneficial or in the best interest of the kids. I really don't. Obviously, and I don't know where this thing's total fairness 50-50. I don't know unless a parent's unfit where they're not getting time. It's just a question of how many days you're going to divvy up during a calendar year. And at the most you can possibly get is 183 days, and most courts have all gone to extended, so you're talking 120, 130 days. That works best for them. Remember, it's a 3-day weekend rather than a 2-day weekend, 3 times a month or several weeks in the summer, something along those lines. So the reality and the policy are not matching. Joint custodies are the exception, not the general rule, and the policy that you're wanting to implement is make that the general rule. And I just think that's unwise because that's, it's a fairy tale out there. It's great when it works, but it doesn't work all that often. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady in the third, Dr. Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from the 15th yield?
Yes.
So I've been reviewing the information you put on our desks and have been reading the bill and hopefully understanding in some conversations we've had in the past, and I forgot to ask you one question that I'd like to ask you now. Do you view this legislation as taking the children out or taking the role of pawn away from the children or from being used? I'm trying to frame the question, sorry. Do you view this legislation as removing the children as pawns in the unfortunate situation the parents may be going through?
Well, if you look at the Warshak study, that's they discuss in there that's one of the most detrimental things that can happen to a child is they be used as a pawn for the parents to fight one another, which is a terrible thing that can happen to them. And if you start at the presumption of 50-50, and through the extenuating circumstances that are outlined in the bill, move out from there, there's less reason to fight, basically to use one kid against the other parent.
Okay, thank you. May I speak to the bill, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, lady is recognized to proceed.
Well, I appreciate all the different comments of all my colleagues, and I can't really speak as eloquently as the gentleman from the 55th or the 3rd because I don't practice law in the state of West Virginia, so I've never been in the position to represent an individual that has been in this situation. My husband was married when I well, he was married and divorced when I married him. Let me quantify that. I did not marry a married man, but he was married and divorced when I married him, and he had a young son. At the time that he was divorced, that was before joint custody was even a thing in West Virginia, and it's been unfortunate to see the deterioration of his relationship with his son. Fast forward 20-some years, my husband and I have been involved with the situation of a friend who has been it's been very unfortunate to watch what has happened to the children in this deterioration of this marriage. And it's very heartbreaking to see many of the things the gentleman from the 55th said, not to the same level because these children are not in high school, but the change in these children and the change in their lives. It's heartbreaking. I can't even imagine the heartbreak that anybody that's facing this situation goes through, but you would hope that their children would be able to be their forefront of their minds and their forefront of their decision making, but unfortunately that's not the way that it acts out in actuality. Unfortunately, sometimes people do let their emotions get the better of them, and for that reason I'll be supporting this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 15th, Douglas Foster, to close debate on the bill. Pardon me, other members are seeking recognition. If members are not seeking recognition, it will be the chair's practice to move to the sponsor of the bill to close debate. But at this time, we do have other lights that are seeking recognition. The gentleman from the 36th, Douglas Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to point your direction to page 7. There's a line under criteria for temporary parenting plan, and it says something of the sort of parenting arrangements will cause the least disruption to the child's emotional stability. And I want you to think about that line as I tell you, as I go through, as a lot of us have, our personal stories. And probably 11 years ago, my son was about 6 months old. And he was introduced to me at 6 months old, and I had never met the child. I'd seen him once. And we went into this complete, just explosion of life. And at one point I was sitting in Kmart buying a car seat when 2 months earlier I'd been sitting on a boat with my friends and, working 8 hours a day, and your life completely changes. Now, as I went through that process, we got into the family court situation, and I really wasn't sure what to do. I was angry about the situation. I wanted my child with me. I wanted to develop a relationship. So I hired a family court attorney, and the attorney said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to ask for 50-50. I mean, that's what it should be. My son should be with me. So we went to court, and the judge ruled I would get 9 to 12 every Friday. So 3 hours. I was furious. I blew up. I had family, friends, attorney, judge. I hated them all. I was angry about it. So a couple months later, we go back to court. I say the same thing. My son should be with me, 50-50. It should be right down the middle. Now, the gentleman from the 3rd talks about people never changed a diaper, never read a bedtime story. That was me. I was that father. I hadn't had that experience. And so we went back. We did it again. The judge said 9 to 5, Monday and Friday. Furious, kicking, yelling, walking out of family court, upset. A couple months later, we do it again. And the judge says, you've done a fantastic job. You're really taking on what it means to be a father. I congratulate you. Overnights, 2 nights a week. So I got 2 days plus 2 overnights. And so it progressed. And every time we went in for a reissuing of that parenting plan, we did the same thing, and it grew. Now, if you had talked to me 10 years ago, I would have told you this is the best thing we could ever do for the children of West Virginia. I would have been right in the gentleman's shoes. I would have been sponsoring the bill. I would have been chanting it on. You speak to me 10 years later with a 12-year-old son. I tell you, I was completely wrong back then. I was not correct. If you had given my son to me 50-50, split the time evenly, it would have been such a disruption to my son's life. It wouldn't have been worth what it made me feel like. It wouldn't have been worth making me feel better about the situation for those couple years. Now, this bill, if you read through the bill, we put in public policy, the public policy of West Virginia, is co-shared parenting is the best for the child. And I would attest to you that in committee we heard that there's opposing views of that all the research doesn't say that. But if we pass this bill, we are going to put into code that West Virginia says this is correct. This is absolutely the best way to go. And what I would say to you is that when you're deciding whether you vote yes or no on this bill, is think about family and friends, and the gentleman from the, or gentlelady from the 3rd mentioned some friends, and think about every single scenario that you know of, and think if in every single one of those situations, like mine 10 years ago, is the right thing to split that child between the parents 50-50. Is that the right thing in every single scenario? Because that's what this bill will do. And what I'll do is I'll direct you back to that line on page 7. Parenting arrangements will cause the least disruption to the child's emotional stability. And what I'll point out to you is that line has been struck from this legislation. So it's being removed from state code while we put into state code that the public policy 100% of the time should be a 50-50 co-shared parenting split. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to 60th, Doug Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill, and I'd like to straighten out some of the misconceptions that have been presented here today. The first and most important is that the 50-50 requirement is actually, or the 50-50 proposal is actually a requirement that's being imposed. It's not. It says quite clearly on page 2, line 3, it is a rebuttable presumption. A rebuttable presumption. The idea here is you're establishing a new starting line for the race. All right, you're establishing a new starting line for the discussion on what is best for the kids. Currently, the starting line is they belong 90% of the time with one parent and 10% with the other. You're simply starting at 50-50. Then the discussion starts and all of these other considerations are factored in. Where's the child safest? Where's the child happiest? Who provides the best environment for the child? All those things are still considered. You're simply starting at the rebuttable presumption of 50-50. Currently, you're starting at an irrebuttable presumption of 90-10. It's really that simple. That's all this bill is about. All these other considerations are still able to be factored in. None of this is, it's not the state demanding that 50-50 be imposed when a child is obviously not safe, when a child is obviously not happy. It's saying we're going to start at 50-50 and work our way from there based on all the other considerations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to the 15th, Douglas Foster, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm first to explain kind of a little bit of the history. I know we talked about in the past how things were discussed, but how the studies and how this has developed through time. Because initially it started off as monotropy was a term that was used saying that the child should be with just one parent. And that was the goal of the court system, say one parent is the caretaker and that parent shall be awarded custody and should go there. And around the late 1990s, early 2000s, there was a study that came out from American Law Institute that kind of changed that a little bit. It went towards what we call in family court caretaking functions. And those caretaking functions were basically the person that would be seen as the bathing the child, doing their hair, taking them to school, picking them up and dropping them off at soccer games, things along those lines. Well, this American Law Institute was a group of essentially lawyers, as we discussed in committee, lawyers and 2 sociologists. Well, when we went to that, that's something that caretaking essentially excludes the parent that was working for the provision of the child. And though they may love that child, but they have to make a way to provide for that child. So, and in 2014, something happened that was just unheard of. It was a groundbreaking study by Warshak. Warshak really was a study of other psychological studies. 110 psychologists and social scientists agreed. And I looked at on page 65 of the Warshak study, just this list of PhDs. They agreed on the fact that what's best for the child, and I'll read you the conclusions is that the research supports the growing trend of statutory law and case law that encourages maximizing the children's time with both parents. And I think that's what's in the best interest of the child. A child is going through an awful situation with a divorce, but maximizing both time with the child, that's what this bill does, is start from 50-50, say maximize the time with each parent. And this study was this is what we based the bill on. And also yesterday I passed out a piece of information to you all that talked about basically how Kentucky dealt with it. And when you look at Kentucky for another, they went through, basically after they passed this bill, and not only did the court cases drop by 11%, so family court cases dropped by 11%. That's when one parent sues another for custody, basically. And I mean, that's something that is in a growing state, Kentucky, and us being a declining population, you could see the same benefit or even more. And as busy as our family court judges are now, I think that would be a huge benefit to them as well. But then also the domestic violence claims dropped. Both court cases dropped and domestic violence claims when they went through this rebuttable presumption of 50-50. And I believe the reason for that is you're encouraging the parents to work it out beforehand. They understand they'll start from 50-50 anyway. And again, as Warshak said in the study, or not Warshak himself, but 110 psychologists and sociologists, that this is what is best for the child in every situation. The gentleman from the 55th brought up the situations where the parents are, I guess, argumentative and fighting, and I mean, I don't know of many divorces where that's not the case, but in that case, involving both parents in the child's life is still what's best for the child. So there's no reason we shouldn't start from that 50-50 custody issue. And I also go on to one other thing that I want to point out to everybody. What we're trying to fix in West Virginia, we've got multiple issues with drug abuse and issues along those lines that we've all talked about, foster care and drug abuse and issues in this state that we're trying to fix. Well, children that don't have two parents involved in their life suffer from multiple things. Just a group of statistics I want to provide to you. 85% of youth in prison from a single parent home. They're twice as likely to drop out of school, more than 2 times more likely to commit suicide, and 75% of adolescents with substance abuse issues are from single parent homes. And I understand we're not going to be able to, what's best for this kid is having 2 parents and together in the same home and a loving relationship with that child. But if they're going to have to suffer this catastrophe that is divorce, we should at least keep both those parents in those child's lives and give them the best chance of success to try to avoid some of these statistics. And as we talked about before, Kentucky's already done this, seen a huge benefit from this. In Kentucky, it passed unanimously in both sides of the House, and there was even more support in the second go-around whenever they saw the benefits of the study, when they went from temporary to also permanent parenting plans. And in closing, I want to tell you that a child that goes through a divorce, it's an awful situation for everybody. I went through this myself in my life in my family. My parents are divorced and went through that, and it's something where it's painful for the kids and the parents, but in my situation, my parents decided to do a 50-50 custody split, and I believe myself and my siblings turned out much better for it. But this bill addresses a situation where people can't agree. And what happens is my little brother, my half-brother, wasn't so lucky, wasn't so fortunate. He didn't get to have a father figure in his life. He didn't get that same experience. And in his life, he suffered more cause of it. And I have not gotten to spend as much time with my brother, my half-brother, because of that situation. And this bill encourages people to have 50-50 custody as long as there's not those extenuating circumstances, and gives them a chance to spend time with both their parents, which time and time again, according to the studies, and 110 psychologists and professors has said that that's what's best for this kid. And what I would ask you all to do is give these children in very difficult situation, being divorced and separation of their mother and father, to have a much better chance to be basically not suffer from the separation of, not only are they separated, their mother and father separating, but they also are not able to spend time with one or the other. So I would urge passage and wish that everybody would vote green.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 59 ayes, 38 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4648.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4665, reducing the amount of rebate going to the Purchasing Improvement Fund.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The lady from the 3rd Delegate Storage to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4665 would change statutory special revenue funding directives. Under the current law, 15.5% of the rebates received from the auditor from government use of the purchasing card are directed to be deposited into the Purchasing Improvement Fund, a fund expended by the Secretary of Administration to administer the state purchasing laws. The bill would reduce this percentage from 15.5% to 10%, and henceforth direct 5.5% to be deposited into the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Investment Fund. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4665.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4693, expanding the scope of the Veterans to Agriculture Program.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 45th, Douglas Martin, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to expand the scope of the current Veterans and Warriors to Agriculture program. It does so by first removing the Warriors portion of the name and replacing it with the word Heroes. And the bill permits the Commissioner of Agriculture to include other West Virginia heroes, such as police officers, sheriffs, firefighters, emergency medical technicians, and first responders. I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4693.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4705, including 3 types of cancer for which rebuttable presumption of injury from employment exists for firefighters.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears none and recognizes the gentleman from the 35th, Douglas Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently in code, we have certain ailments that, if diagnosed, and if the person diagnosed is a firefighter, it is
presumed that the cause of the ailment was due to the employment as a firefighter. We're adding to that list of diseases to include bladder cancer, mesothelioma, or testicular cancer. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 29th, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank everybody here in the House for getting this bill to where it's at right now. I think this is a really important bill that is helping out the people that protect us every day. They face a job where they're dealing with chemicals and they're dealing with substances that are putting them in harm's way, and they know it. And they still put their lives on the line for us. And this gives us an opportunity to help them out when they are at their most vulnerable places in life, of making sure that they get the treatment and they get the compensation that is owed to them as quickly as possible. I'd like to thank those men and women with the Firefighters Union. If they're here today, I haven't seen them, but thank them for coming down and educating us about the issue. And I thank everybody in the room that from the various committees that got this bill to where it's at today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House then is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4705.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4717, Seizure and Forfeiture Reporting Act.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, law enforcement can seize money and other property under the West Virginia Contraband Forfeiture Act, and if certain circumstances permit, they can sell it and apply the proceeds to fund agency budgets. For the last 3 years, the Judiciary Committee and the Joint Committee on the Judiciary have been exploring ways to require some sort of reporting, some sort of transparency to that situation. In this particular year, we've had a number of efforts to do that, a subcommittee, we've had meetings with stakeholders, and we've come up with this bill, which we think is a good start on creating some transparency in this process. What this bill does, it identifies internal and external procedural, accounting, and management protocols for the seizure, management, accounting, reporting, and disposition of those items which have been seized. It also involves the state auditor. First, what does it do? The law enforcement agency has certain requirements as to what they do when they receive or seize items subject to forfeiture. First of all, they must maintain the items in the same manner as appropriated funds. They have to have a segregated account to track revenues and expenditures. There's a prohibition against commingling of funds. They must process all the expenditures and payments in the same manner as appropriated funds and place the assets in an interest-bearing depository account insured by the Fed. They must develop and maintain and follow written policies for accounting, bookkeeping, inventory control, and procurement that comply with the applicable jurisdictional policies. They must maintain posted records of revenue expenditures and report all transactions using cash-based accounting methods. Disposal of the items that they're purchased with shared funds in accordance with agency disposal policies. If an item has minimal or no value, an agency may donate the item to a recipient of its choice if permitted under the agency's disposal policies. Also, they must ensure that the agency head authorizes all expenditures from the sharing accounts and that approved expenditures from the governing body, such as the county commission or the town council or the city manager's office. Now, as far as reporting, they have to report all forfeited property to the state auditor by providing the following information. First, the identity of the agency that seized the property, then the time and date the property was seized, the type of property seized, the actual or estimated value of the property seized, the property's final disposition, whether the forfeiture was made by settlement agreement or whether any procedure for forfeiture was initiated, the disposition of any action, and if an arrest was made, whether any charges were filed related to the seizure and the result of the arrest. When the forfeiture procedures were initiated, provide that information in the notice and the total value of the seized property, seized and forfeited, or property held. A copy of the annual Department of Justice certification report must be provided to the state auditor within 30 days. Now, with regard to the auditor establishes and maintains a searchable public website with certain information. Then the state auditor submits yearly reports to the Speaker of the House of Delegates, the President of the Senate, the Attorney General, and the Governor. And the auditor may perform a financial audit and submit report to the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate, the AG, and the Governor. If seized or forfeited assets are greater than $25,000, or if the expenses exceed $25,000 of the forfeited assets, the agency must advise the state auditor and must also perform a public financial audit. The auditor may recoup its cost under this section by charging a fee, and the auditor The auditor's report may include recommendations to improve statutes, rules, and policies related to the seizure, forfeiture. The report is on the state auditor's website, and the auditor shall also immediately notify the law enforcement agency if the report has not been timely received. The auditor may also propose rules for legislative approval. The data and reports compiled and prepared under this section are subject to FOIA, the West Virginia Freedom of Information Act. The law is effective for the reporting period starting January 1, 2021. And finally, a court of competent jurisdiction there's provisions regarding sealing records otherwise made available under the provisions of this section. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 77 ayes, 20 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. The majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4717.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4804, relating a comprehensive system of support for teacher and leader induction and professional growth.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill authorizes boards of education to adopt a teacher leader framework designed to accomplish new teacher induction and professional growth. The goals of the teacher leader framework include development of a shared leadership structure at the school level, broader dissemination and use of effective teaching strategies through an increase in teacher collaboration, and the development and retention of highly effective teachers. The Department of Education will retain the first $100,000 of the school aid formula funds for teacher and leader induction, which is about 1.9%, for each of the first 5 years of the program to assist county boards in the design and implementation of teacher leader frameworks. It may form networks of the schools or systems that have similar size, interests, and needs. Teacher leader frameworks must be driven by varying district and school needs, be designed to improve student achievement, and fit district size, the culture for collaboration, and funding capacity. The bill also requires a review by LOCIA and any recommendations, if necessary, to the legislature. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to the bill? The gentleman from the 43rd, Douglas Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak to the bill?
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
This is it's an amazing bill. Currently, right now, we are experiencing teachers who are burning out at alarming rates in West Virginia, especially in the first 5 years. And this program, or this bill, will allow new leadership positions of teachers who may not necessarily want to move up into higher levels like administration or in the county administration, but also to offer their skills and help out new teachers who are coming on board. So I would really like a green vote on this, and I urge its passage.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4804.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4852 relating to the penalties for the manufacture, delivery, possession, or possession with intent to manufacture or deliver methamphetamine.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 27th will get shot to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, it's unlawful to manufacture, deliver, or possess with intent to manufacture, deliver methamphetamine. It's a felony punishable by imprisonment for not less than 1, no more than 5 years, or fine not more than $15,000, or both. This bill increases the penalty for the manufacture, delivery, or possession of methamphetamine due to the seriousness of the epidemic currently sweeping the state. The imprisonment now is for a period of not less than 2, no more than 10 years, or fine not more than $25,000, or both. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 95 ayes, 3 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4852.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4892, reducing personal income tax rates when personal income tax reduction fund is funded at a certain threshold.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 64th Docket Householder to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, here's another chance to vote for freedom. This bill would direct certain revenue sources into a new personal income tax reduction fund. When the balance of the fund reaches a certain threshold at the end of the fiscal year, state personal income tax rates will reduce by 0.25% beginning January 1st of the following calendar year. Then at the beginning of the next fiscal year, the amount equal to that threshold will be deposited from the personal income tax reduction fund into the general revenue fund of the state. Each time these events occur, the personal income tax rates will be reduced by 0.25 percentage point. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman of the 30th Docket Bates is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the lead sponsor of the bill yield for question? So thank you. So we had some discussion of this issue in committee, and so if I understand it correctly, we're taking several new streams of money and then aggregating them and then putting them into a lockbox for the purpose of buying down the personal income tax at some future date once the total money reaches a certain threshold. Is that your understanding? I explained it That is accurate as to the intent,
Okay.
yes, sir. So this lockbox, do we have any idea how much money is projected to go into that?
To the gentleman, a fair amount of that would be new revenue, including new revenue that would happen after next year. I think one of the streams actually is even an amount of money that would be attributable to the sales taxes from new registrants for internet sales tax.
Because it's very hard to predict exactly the amount of money. Do we know how much money it would take to reduce the personal income tax by 0.5?
Well, it's by 0.25.
I'm sorry, I apologize, 0.25.
But that number will gradually change over time depending on the receipts of personal income tax. And so the intent, if you'll recall last year, the trigger was at as soon as this fund hit $200 million. And the concern there is that $200 million may not make up that amount if this were to happen 10 years from now. And so the idea behind this is that the Department of Revenue would certify, what a quarter-point reduction in the personal income tax of every single West Virginian, those, at every different income level, what that amount would be. And if that fund has reached that amount, then the triggers, as described by the chairman, would be enacted.
So we don't know what that amount would be as of today. Do we have any projection? How much money would we need to put into that lockbox to buy down? Let's just say that for whatever reason, one of these income streams was, a bonanza. How much money would we need before we could buy down that as in today's dollars? Do we have any idea?
Unfortunately, I don't have the assistance of counsel with me right now. The chairman may have that figure for you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you would. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
You heard my question to the gentleman. Do we have some idea the amount that needs to go into this lockbox?
Let me clear up some confusion. First off, it's not a lockbox because the implication of a lockbox, you would never be able to get into it. At any time, the legislature could get in and remove any of this money. But to answer your question, generally, on average, we generate about $1.8 billion a year in personal income tax. So what the Secretary of Revenue will do on July 1 of this year, they will look to see what the total collections were, okay? And then they would assume if we were to lower it 0.25%, what would that difference be? So let's assume that he did that. He looked at it on July 1, and he assumed that, okay, if we lowered it 0.25%, that would be $100 million, all right? You would have to have in this personal income tax reduction fund, you would have to have an amount equal to $250 million before you could reduce the personal income tax by 0.25 percentage point.
Okay. So we got a lockbox with a freedom clasp, I suppose.
You have a freedom fund that allows the legislature at any time to get in there and sweep that money and forego any personal income tax reduction.
And if we weren't putting it into the freedom fund, it would flow into these streams. Some of them are lottery, some of them excess lottery, some of them are.
That's correct.
So this would be money that would be over here for this purpose as opposed to be available through the normal legislative appropriation process.
If you remember, last year we passed several gaming and gambling bills, and all it's doing is pulling the revenue from these new revenue sources and driving it to this fund. And
as opposed to driving it to general revenue, lottery, and excess lottery.
Opposed to driving it to special revenue or excess lottery or lottery.
Yeah, so those are the three places I think that we're peeling off a piece for the Freedom Box.
For the Freedom Fund.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 16th, Doug Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday we heard a lot of discussion about bills that would affect every West Virginian. And where is the tax cut and where is the tax credit or where is the tax relief for every West Virginian as opposed to any specific industry or any specific sector. That's what this is. This is a test. If you're on our side of the aisle, very often you would say that reducing taxes will generate growth. I believe that wholeheartedly. I believe that when people have more money in their pockets, they will spend it, and every time money is spent, the government takes a piece. I think that actually helps to increase government revenues. However, some folks also would say that there's an instant amount of money that would be attributable to a tax cut, and therefore we must account for that instantaneously. This tries to marry both of those arguments together and allow us to prove it. And so what this bill does is to say, we're going to create a savings account, a freedom fund, a lockbox, if you will, that will be there to make up any revenues that would be lost if there were absolutely no growth for 2.5 years. Folks, this is our chance to reduce the taxes on everyday West Virginians. All of them. I urge passage.
The gentleman of the 67th, Doug Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the finance chair yield to a question?
Certainly.
This personal income tax reduction fund, as I've heard you just describe it here, the money comes from several sources. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it not at least theoretically possible that there might be, in a given year, this fund increases in size, but income taxes reduce in amount?
Keep in mind, this fund where this money's at is all subject to legislative appropriations.
I understand that.
So, but here's the safeguard. The safeguard is the event that the tax decrease would happen, okay? So if on July 1st that the Secretary of Revenue made the change and said, okay, we need to reduce taxes by 1/4 percentage point, okay, and that it would take $100 million, all right? Remember, this fund, this Freedom Fund, has to have $250 million in it. So the Secretary of Revenue withdraws $100 million, dumps it into general revenue. If the following calendar year, if this legislature sees that there's a problem, you still have $150 million in this Freedom Fund that we could reverse direction. We could say, no, things are a problem, so we still have a buffer. I mean, it's a complete safeguard.
That was a fine explanation, sir, which told me a number of things I already know, but I don't think you answered my question.
Well, restate your question.
Yeah. Is it not at least theoretically possible that in a given year this fund might grow while income tax collections are shrinking because this fund gets money from other funds?
It could, theoretically, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The gentleman from 64th, Tuckett Householder, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, by having this fund, the end result will be more money in your pocket. You know, this bill is pivotal in creating an environment that will foster growth and bring more people to our beautiful state. You know, families can keep more of their hard-earned dollars to raise families, invest, and save for their future. This bill is a pivotal step towards generating a stronger state economy by helping our fellow West Virginians maintain financial stability and by bringing much-needed economic growth and development to our state. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 89 ayes, 8 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4892.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4925, requiring the Secondary Schools Athletic Commission to recognize preparatory athletic programs.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from 27th, Doug Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute as amended yesterday provides that the SSAC shall recognize preparatory athletic programs whose participants attend a secondary school in West Virginia for academic instruction as non-participating members of the SSAC solely for the purpose of competing on the national level, provided that the preparatory athletic program shall pay the same fees as any member schools, that such recognition does not entitle the preparatory athletic program to compete against a member school during the regular season or in any commission state championship events. And if necessary, the SSAC may promulgate and an emergency rule to carry out the intent of this committee substitute. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4925.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Ellington moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4929 relating to the administrative closing of stale or unprogressed estates.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was requested by the State Bar's Probate Committee, and it basically cures an omission from a statute that was passed previously, and in some way a key phrase was left out. This is in Chapter 44, 3A-24. It deals with the reports that fiduciary commissioners have to file, and the key phrase, which have not been duly closed within a period of 3 years from the opening of such estate. That phrase or clause was omitted from the text of the bill. All this bill does is insert that phrase where it should have been to begin with. That's the essence of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4929.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4946, eliminating the requirement that municipal police civil service commissions certify a list of 3 individuals for every position vacancy.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill before you does essentially exactly what the title says. Under current law, municipal police civil service commissions are required to put up 3 candidates for every vacancy. What this bill does, it eliminates the 3-person requirements and simply states that up to 3 qualified candidates must be posted for every position. Mr. Speaker, that's essentially what this bill does. I'm happy to take questions. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Angelucci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to give you a little background on this bill, this originated from the Municipal League when the city of Fairmont came to visit us. The problem is there is a shortage of police officers that are taking the entrance exam. And so what they were wanting with the current law is they had to have 3 candidates that they had to choose from. So several sessions ago, this legislature changed that law for the fire departments where they could choose up to 3. So this bill simply does the same thing for our police departments and allows them to choose up to the 3. So if there's only 2 candidates that are testing, they can choose from one of those 2. So I urge passage, and I appreciate the support from the gentleman from the 35th.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4946.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4958, relating to eliminating the ability of a person's driver's license to be suspended for failure to pay court fines and costs.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 48th, Douglas Hamrick, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we decided we're going to make our citizens go every year to continue to get get inspection stickers, we might as well make sure they have a driver's license to get there. So, House Bill 4958 eliminates the ability of a person's driver's license to be suspended for the failure to pay court costs and fines. This bill amends the code sections related to municipal courts, magistrate courts, circuit courts, and the DMV. The bill stops the suspension of driver's license for not paying court costs and fines and makes it mandatory for the clerks of the court to work with the person to set up a payment plan. To enroll in a payment plan, a person must pay a $25 administrative fee, which can either be paid up front or made in 5 equal monthly payments. And the person must also sign an affidavit stating that they are unable to pay. A person must enroll in a payment plan within 180 days after the date the court enters an order assessing the fines and costs. Additionally, if a person is incarcerated, they have 180 days after their release to set up a payment plan. A payment plan shall specify 1, the number of payments to be made, 2, the dates on which such payments are due, 3, the amounts due for each payment, 4, acceptable payment methods, and 5, the circumstances under which the person may receive a late fee, have a judgment lien recorded against them, or have the debt sent to collections for non-payment. The monthly payment under the plan will be either 2% of the person's net income divided by 12 or $10, whichever is greater. Additionally, the court may review the reasonableness of the payment plan on their own or by petition of the individual in order to waive, modify, or convert the remaining payments to community service depending on the circumstances. However, a person does not have to set up a payment plan if they want to pay the court costs and fines up front within 180 days. But if the amount due goes unpaid, they will be subject to the same penalties as those that default on their plans. If a person has not set up a payment plan after 180 days, or they are past due 30 days on their payment plan, the clerk may assess a $10 late fee each month. If a person is an additional 30 days past due, the clerk may file a judgment lien to be recorded in the county clerk's office where the person resides and owns property at no cost to the court, or send the delinquent debt to a collection agency, private attorney, or an internal collection division to collect the debt. However, the entire amount of the delinquent payments collected must go to the court and not be reduced by the collection fee. Therefore, a collection agency or private attorney may add an additional collection fee of up to 25% on the delinquent payment amount. Bear with me, I'm almost done. The bill requires the Supreme Court of Appeals to generate a uniform payment plan form and a uniform affidavit form stating inability to pay for the clerk's use. If a person's driver's license was suspended before July 1st, 2020, solely for non-payment of court costs and fines, and the person is otherwise eligible, then he or she may apply to have their license reinstated either 1, upon payment in full of outstanding court costs, fines, forfeitures, or penalties, and a reduced one-time $25 reinstatement fee, normally $50, paid to the DMV, or upon enrolling in a payment plan as described in this section with the clerk and paying a $25 one-time administrative fee and no reinstatement fee, upon which the clerk will send a notice to the DMV and to the person that they are enrolled in a payment plan, and the DMV shall waive any reinstatement fee. Lastly, the bill still allows for suspension of driver's license for failure to respond and failure to appear in court. Currently, Mr. Speaker, as we've talked about many times, there's over 120,000 suspended driver's licenses in West Virginia. So for those reasons, I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The lady from the 38th, Douglas Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to say I think this bill is important in several ways. It's workforce development, but it's also bridging a gap between those who have and those who have not. If we're serious about encouraging more of our population to become citizens with jobs, citizens who pay taxes, I have mixed feelings about that last part, but if we're going to assess taxes, they need to be able to pay them, then we need to pass this bill. An estimated 40 to 80,000 people may be affected by the bill, and that number is conservative. I've heard it be upwards of there, but that's the amount I've confirmed. So that's maybe 80,000 people who can be lawful citizens as they drive to work, or drive to pick up their kids from school, or drive to the courthouse, or drive to the grocery store. So, as many of you may not know, I guess, because I don't talk about my private personal life very much, I grew up without a lot of money. So I've had situations in which I couldn't pay a fine. So I understand the fear of seeing lights in the rearview mirror and having your throat climb up having your heart climb up into your throat in sudden panic. So for people affected by this, there'll be no more fear like that. And keep in mind, this is not a handout, as I've heard it being called, because every single penny that these people owe will end up being paid. So this isn't a get out of trouble free card, but it is a help you get a job card. And I'll give you a quote from someone who is not actually in my district. It's in my friend from the 39th district, but he called me asking for my help with this bill. His name is Charles Kinney Saul, and he owns AJ Allegheny Systems. And he said, and this is a quote from him, he emailed the speaker as well, "My company is a sales and service operation, and I need employees able to travel throughout West Virginia and the Mid-Atlantic region. I cannot keep my driver roster full as much as I have tried because so many who apply do not have a driver's license in good standing. This bill will be the difference, and the first time in decades I will be able to fill my employee roster." So why states got into the mindset of revoking licenses for non-operational infractions, I don't know. But I do know that states which have enacted this legislation saw their rate of collection of fines go up by huge amounts. I believe it will also address the unfairness inherent in revoking licenses simply because someone doesn't have enough money. Those with money can incur fines. It doesn't matter. It takes a couple of seconds to write a check. For those with less, it means a terrible choice. Drive unlawfully and keep working or looking for work, or stop driving and lose even more. We're not a huge metropolis with public transportation on every single corner. So if you believe in workforce development, if you believe in redressing the gap between those who have and those who have not, but also encouraging people to take full responsibility for their own actions and to pay everything that they owe and drive lawfully at the same time, then I would encourage you to please vote green.
The gentleman 13th, Cadle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you vote for this bill, you own it. I'm telling you, what's the use to have police force out here write tickets and then people don't have to pay them? And I mean, that's crazy. We ought to just tell the police to stay in the barracks and just give them a paycheck, I guess. I mean, because if they write a ticket, you don't have to pay it. Well, what repercussion is there? And I'd like to ask the delegate from 29th a question or two.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Thank you. I caught you off guard.
Chair appreciates your cooperation.
But I thought you might be able to answer a question here for the
we'll
body.
Take a shot at it.
It's my understanding that if you are a prosecutor and there are tickets, outstanding tickets, let's say 5 years back or whatever, you didn't pay, and you've turned your life around and you go to court and the judge sees you're trying to do well, that he can already dismiss those, let's say 5 tickets or whatever. Is that correct?
In certain situations you can, in certain situations you can't. I've had occasion where folks come in and have a couple years worth of tickets built up. Some of them that they failed to appear on. Some of them they have appeared and found guilty. And depending on what the situation was, there's a lot of times that, in order to help that person get back on track, we're able to dismiss some things, make some things go away. As well as extend payment plans to longer periods of time, and to give people a little bit better opportunity to pay that off. And that's something that, I'll grant, we do have the capacity to do as a prosecutor. I think in the reality of things, to maybe the bill's point, it's not, you probably don't have a lot of time to do stuff like that. I mean, when you're prosecuting, you generally have a large caseload, and setting all that down to sit down with, one person to go through all that can be rather time consuming. But at the same time, you're absolutely right. This is something that could be handled by the current prosecutorial powers and the magistrates, to work this out amongst themselves without us writing a law, to answer your question.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting no on this, and I hope everyone else will, because, we already are doing this in some sense. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 17th, Dr. Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to rise, Mr. Speaker, in support of this, but I'm going to explain why. This legislature in the last 5 years has spent a tremendous amount of time on fighting substance abuse. And believe it or not, our statistics show that we're starting to see some results. Now, I would challenge you to think that this bill may have something to do with that. As we get people through treatment, and we can sit here, and we have sat here and argued about what type of treatment's the best. MAT, faith-based, abstinence, we can argue all that, and we certainly have. But I will assure you, the one fact that I believe to be not arguable in this chamber or any other chamber is that if people at the end of their treatment cannot get back to work and keep a job and support themselves, they're going to fail. Pure and simple, they are going to fail. Now, and obviously, I think a lot of the people that this bill is going to affect have substance abuse histories and problems. That's where this bill is aimed, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we need, through treatment, to give people a second chance. This legislature spent a lot of money funding treatment to give people a second chance. This is another attempt to try to get people back to work and be the productive citizens that we all want in this chamber. That's what we funded in this chamber. So we've got to give people a chance to get their lives back. And the best thing about this bill, as the sponsor has alluded to, this gives people a chance to show some responsibility. It's a payment plan. So we need to do this to try to get further down the road towards getting this state back to work and back on its feet from this substance abuse problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the 49th, Dr. Summers.
Would the gentleman from the 48th yield?
Gentleman does yield.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I'm a little bit reluctant to vote for this, but can you tell me, can the state garnish an employee's wages?
Under this bill, it's specifically wage garnishment isn't mentioned in the bill, but we've done some research on it, and where judgment liens are included in the bill, the court could also issue a garnishment order along with that as well as a method of payment of the fines.
As a method to collect? Okay, thank you.
The gentleman on the 19th, Doug Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As having represented a lot of people in some municipal courts around the city of Huntington, these small municipalities have a lot of problems enforcing people's fines and costs. They really have no recourse other than through the DMV. And if you eliminate the opportunity to penalize a person that just walks away from their obligations in various municipal courts by passing this statute, you're going to give them a get out of jail or a free ticket to commit whatever driving offenses they seem appropriate and just walk away. At least now there is, the ability to see that their license is suspended for failure to pay these costs and fines. So I'll be voting against this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman on the 43rd, Doug Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the lead sponsor and the other sponsors for this bill. And as the gentlelady from the 38th mentioned earlier, I said this is not something that people are just going to skate by with not paying their fines. Those fines will still be paid. I look at this is a jobs bill. If you can't get to work reliably every day, how are you going to pay your fines? I've had friends actually who this very situation have happened to, and they've had to ask and try to get rides from their friends and family and coordinate, and it's very difficult. And they've had to call off work sometimes, and sometimes you call off, enough, you're going to lose your position or you're going to get doctor reprimanded. So I think this is a great bill for that reason, and I just don't think it's. I will own it. I think I will own this vote because I think it's going to put more people to work, and I'm in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman on the 14th, Doug Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 48th yield a couple questions, please?
Yes.
Just trying to figure out if we can't get people to pay their fines with the threat of losing their driver's license, do you think that they actually are going to pay on a payment plan?
I mean, from the research I've done, allowing them to make payments in smaller increments definitely does increase the amount of fines collected, yes. In speaking with the state police that are in our chamber on a daily basis, many of them have notified me or let me know that when they work a traffic patrol shift, they pull over a number of people driving on a suspended license anyway. So the threat of suspending their license isn't working now, and we're not collecting the fines. I don't think it's going to change anything.
Okay, and then I guess a kind of a follow-up question to that is, let's say it goes to the point where they're not paying on their payment plan, and there needs to be a lien put on, I guess maybe their vehicle or something like that. What happens if you don't pay and you have the lien? I mean, what's the mechanism for collecting on that? Do you go actually take their vehicle away from them?
Who's going to win that? Bernie's going to win. They take it away from Bernie.
Yeah, so the way that the bill works, there's the collection agency portion that's in the bill as well. So the debt could be collected by a collection agency by a number of many ways. As the gentlelady mentioned, the court could also do wage garnishment. And then with the lien, if that lien's in place, if they would, the person would sell property or something, that portion could be collected on that sale before they would receive the additional proceeds.
Okay, so if it does go to a collection agency, does the collection agency actually pay the fine and then go collect the money?
There's a collection agency portion of code. It's my understanding that no, that's not how it works. They take on the debt to collect, and then they would remit whatever they receive directly to the court or to the clerk after they received it.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, speak to the bill just
Yes,
real quickly.
gentleman is recognized.
The reason I don't think this is a good bill is I think that people need the motivation to pay their fines, and I think that we're taking the motivation away here. And it also means that there's no motivation to even follow the traffic laws that we have. And as far as this creates a whole new system, almost another bureaucracy to have to try to collect these fines. And I don't think it's going to work. And secondly, I just think it devalues the laws that we pass here in this legislature. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 27th, Dr. Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things we've been focusing on in the last year or two is criminal justice reform, and also with the idea of increasing our workforce participation rate. This is an essential component of that plan. This is an essential component. And let me just, I don't know who came up with the idea of taking someone's driver's license away because they had a non-operational default on a debt. That's what we're talking about. These court costs are not moving violations. These are court costs associated with, for instance, let's suppose you got picked up for shoplifting, okay? And you got fined and you couldn't pay your court costs. How logical is it to take away the driver's license so you can't get a job to pay those costs? It's one of those ideas that sounded really good when somebody came up with it, but in practice it's been non-effective. There might be a few people that have plenty of money that get caught for something and get a court cost assessed against them that can pay it, and there might be some perverse incentive to keep your license in, but for most people, you got to have a job to be able to pay the cost. We don't have people that are flush with money in this state. That's not been one of our big problems, is everybody in the state has a pile of $100 bills in their pocket. So, and as far as collecting these fines, the likelihood of collecting them is a lot better if somebody has a job than if they don't. And this bill gives the entity that assessed the fine the ability to get a judgment just like any other debt, and employ the same methods of collection just like any other debt. And that's what this is. It's just a debt to a government agency and not to an individual or a company. And the likelihood of being able to collect the debt is a lot better. And I'll tell you this from I've got friends that are in the collection agency business, and they'll tell you it's a lot easier to garnish somebody's wages that's working than to try to find money from somebody who's not working. So there's there are enough remedies in this bill that'll make it a lot more likely to collect the debt from someone who's able to drive to a job than it is to be able to collect the debt from somebody that can't drive and can't find a job or must drive illegally and risk getting caught again, adding more fines, and the cycle goes on and on. So I think this is a really important bill, and I would urge that you vote for it.
The gentleman, the 37th, Dr. Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the remarks from the delegate from the 38th in regards to this bill be recorded in the appendix of the journal.
Does the chair hear objection? No objection is heard.
Thank you. It was stated earlier that if you vote for this bill, you own it. I just want to proudly stand up and say I'm going to vote for this bill, and I will proudly own it. This is a smart piece of legislation, and I applaud the sponsors of this bill, which I'm one of them, but especially the lead sponsor for introducing and moving this legislation. It doesn't get anybody out of anything. It doesn't prohibit the law enforcement officers from issuing tickets and those tickets being paid. It allows people to pay them. In states that have implemented smart legislation like this, you've seen an increase in payments because it gives people that light at the end of the tunnel. And that light at the end of the tunnel is a ride back and forth from work. State people need motivation to pay. They need transportation to pay. And this provides that. It simply allows people to drive while they're making the payment plan. That's all it does. So I would strongly urge a yes vote, and I'll leave you with a saying that we used to say in my neighborhood when we were growing up, and that was rich men drive Mercedes and poor men drive illegally. This is going to help poor people to drive legally and pay off their fines. Thank you.
The gentleman, 63rd, Doug Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have really had a lot of thought on this bill and have went back and forth with it. and the fiscal side of me and the rule follower in me. I've always been a rule follower, and I've always tried to do what was right. And, for a while I thought, these people incurred these fines, and this is the way that they're punished. But I've done some thinking about it, and I tend to often go into prayer about things that I'm concerned about and things I'm questioning. And I got thinking, I own my own business, and I employ quite a few people, and sometimes more than others. And one of the very first things I ask people when I talk to them about hiring them is, do you have a valid driver's license, and do you have reliable transportation to and from work? So I got thinking about some of the people that have worked for me in the past. So as most of you guys know, I have a commercial painting business and a commercial contracting business. I don't always have choir boys working for me. I have people that have checkered past sometimes that work for me. Some of the people that work for me that have had checkered backgrounds are some of my best employees and some of my most honest employees. So I thought about some of the people that have worked for me that have had problems with child support, they've had problems with back taxes, some of those things. And there's no one in this world that hates wage garnishments any more than my wife. My wife has to take care of all that stuff in our office, and she's responsible for all that. So there's been a few times where we have gotten wage garnishments for employees that were very high amounts. And I would call whatever association sent that and said, listen, I think this is an unfair amount. I'd like to set it at this amount if you're okay with that, and we will promise you as long as this person's working for us, we will take care of that wage garnishment. We have helped employees get their child support paid off by working for us and making sure that their garnishments are made. We've helped employees get back taxes paid, federal and state. It's their money. We've just helped facilitate it. So the more I thought about this bill, and I'll also let you know that my daughter back in Morgantown is working on this bill. She's doing some work with the delegate from 48th and with some other people, and she swayed me a little bit also. But I rise in support of this bill. I think this bill is a good bill to get people back to work. And as the gentleman from the 27 said, these are people that are losing their license for no reasons for driving just because they cannot pay their fines. So I'm going to rise in support of this bill, and thank you all very much.
The gentleman before, Canestraro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this bill as well. As a prosecutor, it may come to a shock to all of you when I say this, but I'm tired of making criminals out of people that normally wouldn't be criminals except for the fact that they owe debts to the state of West Virginia. And what we do now by suspending people's driver's licenses for non-payment of fines and court costs is simply making criminals out of people that just owe a debt. I would rather spend my day worrying about people that burglarized other people's homes, that hurt children, hurt other people, cheated people out of something, than people that simply owe a debt to the state of West Virginia. As it stands now, in covering magistrate court for 12 years now, when I see people come in that are charged with driving suspended miscellaneous, number one, the only thing we can do to them for the first few times that they've been charged is fine them again. And guess what happens when we do that? They don't pay that fine. But the DMV then digs the hole a little bit deeper on them that they can't climb out of, can't go to work because they can't drive, and all of a sudden they're down in this hole that they can't climb out of, can't ever get their license back. And that means the chances of them being able to have a meaningful job or going to a job are slim to none. What this bill does, and the gentleman from the 43rd is kind of right, it's a jobs bill because it will put some people back to work. Right now in the state of West Virginia, there was a testimony in committee, up in judiciary, we have over 500,000 people driving on a suspended license. Now granted, not all of them are just for non-payment of costs and court costs and fines, but the testimony was 120,000 of them were. If we can get half of that back on the roads and being able to work with this bill, we've made a great accomplishment. And the only way we're going to do that is by trying to do something like this, because it's been proven that suspending their license has not worked. They simply don't pay anyway. You're not collecting it anyway. What you're doing is you're making bad actors out of people that normally would not be bad actors and normally would never be in the court system. So this bill gives people a chance to pay off their costs while continuing to drive and being able to work. And it also clears up your courts so that we can handle real criminals instead of people that just owe money.
The gentleman with the 25th, Douglas Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to rise in support of this bill. Anybody that knows me knows I can be a hazard on the road at times, and I have drove before unsuspended, but I made good on it. I paid my fines, and I never missed a day's work. And I believe this is a good bill. I mean, losing your license in there, southern West Virginia, it's bad, and it's kind of like a death sentence because you're not going to get a job, because even a close job down there is 30 minutes from home. And I'm just a big second chance guy, and this is a good bill. I'd like to see y'all go green.
The gentleman with the 6th, Douglas Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend from the 3rd kind of hit the nail on the head. It's when he talked about how we need to unclutter the court system and put good people back to work who just simply, for one reason or another, didn't have the money to pay their fines. Now, while we were sitting here and I was listening to him, I discovered something about one of my 4 children. She lost her license when she was a single mother for unpaid tickets. And she still had to get to work. Now, mind you, Mr. Speaker, I'm finding this out in real time. And she said, I was scared to death that I was going to get pulled over because I didn't have a license, but I had babies to feed, and I had a job to keep. And the last thing she said to me was, but I'm all good now, Dad, because I've got my license back. And I sure am glad to know that, or otherwise I wouldn't be telling her story. I say that to say that there are a lot of children like that. There are a lot of people who are good people who just need a helping hand. Now, we're in a position today to be able to make a difference. So I would encourage you to vote green and support this. Thank you.
The gentleman with the 48th, Douglas Hamrick, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, everybody, for your indulgence. I'll keep it short. I think we've heard a lot of information today, and it's sort of been proven across the states, the 6 states that have done this so far, and the 12 states that have this legislation pending this year, that debt-based driver's license suspension is, in general, harmful and counterproductive practice that traps thousands of West Virginians in a cycle of poverty and punishment. National research shows that 42% of people that lost their jobs 42% of people lost their jobs after their driver's license was suspended. Without a driver's license, people can't take their children to school, get to the grocery store, access health care, or get to court. And because most Americans require a car for these basic necessities, many have no choice but to continue driving illegally and risk being introduced to the criminal justice system for the first time, who otherwise wouldn't be introduced into that system anyway. Driver's license suspensions often undercut economic growth, limit workforce participation, and undermine public safety. People who cannot work or who lose income because their licenses are suspended have less money to contribute to our economy. And the time spent by law enforcement stopping, citing, and arresting people for driving on a suspended license could be more productively used addressing serious crimes. In Arizona, restoring just 7,000 driver's licenses increased the GDP by $149 million. Restrictions on driving privileges should be only used for dangerous driving and for dangerous driving and not coerce debt payment or to punish people who miss court appearances. When California ended its debt-based suspension policy, and in lieu of suspension offered an array of practical alternative collection methods, including payment plans or community service, their collection rate on newly issued tickets increased 8.9%. So, Mr. Speaker, if we believe, as Thomas Jefferson did, that the purpose of government is to enable people to live in safety and in happiness and exists for those that are governed and not the governors, then we must advance laws that promote these ideals. Debt-based driver's license suspension serves no public safety purpose while it cripples those who are struggling with poverty. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. There are 89 ayes, 9 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4958.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be effective July 1st, 2020.
The lady's motion is that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2020. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 member absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective July the 1st, 2020. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4969, relating to providing tax credit for the donation or sale of a vehicle to certain charitable organizations.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears none and recognizes the lady from the 38th, Doug Graves, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill would provide a tax credit for the donation or sale of a vehicle to a qualifying charitable organization. The qualifying charitable organization must be a 501c3, must be a registered charitable organization in the state and operating a program that provides low-income workers with below-market affordable financing to purchase vehicles through cooperating financial institutions and counseling. A low-income worker is defined in the bill as a person living in a household with a total income at or below 200% of the federal poverty limit. The aggregate amount of the tax credit is limited to $300,000 per year and would be distributed by the tax division on a first-come, first-served basis. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The lady from the 52nd, Dr. Seipold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I go ahead and speak to the bill?
The lady is recognized. Proceed.
We have labeled a few bills that we have passed out of this House as life-saving bills, and I would rate this bill among them. My mother always told me that God helps those that helps themselves, and this bill does exactly that. The bill would facilitate the purchase, get this, the purchase of reliable and affordable vehicles to low-income working West Virginia men and women to expand access to employment opportunities. One of the most important features of the program will be how it works with the low-income individuals to assist them in making wise financial decisions. They should see increases in their credit scores over the next couple years, allowing them to purchase another vehicle or even a home, something without this bill they may never be able to obtain. This is the next step in getting the substance use disorder turned around. We have addressed the statewide drug crisis with employment opportunities by providing career training and allowing them to obtain a clean record of their nonviolent criminal offenses. I was fortunate enough to attend one of the graduating classes down at Camp Dawson with one of the retraining programs. I believe they had 8 graduating students from a heavy equipment course, of which 6 of them already had job offers. I heard from the participants, along with the agency, that transportation was the #1 barrier of them obtaining the job offers. This bill would provide them to be able to get and retain a job that could very well turn them into productive, tax-paying citizens of this great state of West Virginia. The benefits to the state: after 5 years, this program could enable 750 West Virginians to get to work, generating more than $13.5 million in wages for these workers. And what is it, the cost to the state? The bill will mean a reduction in revenues to the state of $300,000 each year, minus the taxes paid by the newly employed workers. I believe that this is one of the impact of this bill is just enormous. I deem that a lot of families finding themselves in financial trouble, which they don't see the light at the end of the tunnel, is families that find themselves in divorce court and parents that has turned to alcohol and drugs. Needless to say, this leads to children living in a home environment that is not desirable, or even children which may end up in our foster care. Thinking about the children is why I would call it a life-saving bill. Now is the time to vote green and let us be that light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman number 27, Doug Porterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for Rule 49 as I'm the president of a 501c3 not-for-profit.
The gentleman is the president of an organization that may be impacted by the bill.
Very possible. I don't have anyone looking to give me a vehicle at this time, but it could potentially be that way in years down the road. Just out of an abundance of caution, I just wanted to make sure that was fully disclosed.
Understood. On the basis of that set of facts, Delegate, it would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would be a member of a class of greater than 5 and therefore should vote on the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman number 22nd, Dr. Maynard.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the general letter from the 52nd be recorded in the appendix of the journal. Her comments.
The comments by the lady in the 52nd be printed in the appendix of the journal. Are there objections? The chair hears no objection to that request. Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 95 ayes, 2 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4969.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the acts to the House, to the Senate, and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4971, relating to a closing hospital.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was advanced to third reading yesterday with an amendment pending and the general right to amend. Are there amendments?
Delegates Howe, Caputo, Rohrbach, Longstreth, and Andalucci moved, and C. Martin moved to amend the bill.
Does the gentleman of 56, Douglas Howe, wish to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read? Are there objections to that request? The chair hears no objection, recognizes the gentleman to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment, which will become the bill, provides that if a hospital announces its closure or closes, a subsequent purchaser of the hospital and the health care services provided by that hospital, that the certificate of need transfers to the new owner for the existing campus or for a new hospital within 6 miles of the original when it offers the same or fewer services and has the same or fewer beds. The amendment was worked out with the Hospital Association to address the issues at Fairmont Regional Medical Center and hopes to provide future relief for distressed hospitals as well. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 56th. The lady in the 50th, Doug Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I speak to the amendment?
Yes, ladies recognized to proceed.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the chairman of GovOrg working with all of us and Delegate Caputo and Delegate Angelucci. I want to thank the Hospital Association, WVU, and Mon General also involved in making this amendment to help the rural hospitals, not just Fairmont General, which is in dire need right now, and hopefully will remain open, and this may be a little bit of a vehicle to help it go a little bit quicker, I hope. That was our intention of this, but this is going to allow the rural hospitals in the future who have a need for someone financially to help them and take them over, that this may help them by allowing a certificate of need to be transferred very quickly. It also is going to allow continued emergency medical services here, and it's also going to, regardless of a patient's insurance status, which is very important that they're not turned away regardless of what their insurance status may be. Maybe they don't even have insurance. So I think this is so helpful. I've appreciated everyone, coming to the table to work out an amendment that hopefully will help us in Fairmont, and that hopefully will help the future hospitals who may be having in this crisis where they must be taken over or must have to close, and that we can keep them open. And if this is a little tool in the toolkit, then that's a help that will be very helpful to us. Thank you. I hope you will support this amendment. I know my colleagues will speak on this also, but this is very important to our hospital right now to keep it open and to keep our patients taken care of. So thank you, and please vote for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
Questions on the amendment? Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced, or the clerk will read the bill a third time.
House Bill 4971 relating to a closing hospital.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment or to the bill? The gentleman from the 50th, Doug Angelucci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reiterate a few comments from the gentlelady from the 50th, my colleague, Delegate Longstreth. This has been a long week and a half for us. I know the gentlelady from the 3rd and gentleman from the 3rd, they've gone through this, so they understand what we're dealing with. But I want to take a moment and thank Chairman Howell of GovOrg for getting this bill together that will help streamline their certificate of need for a hospital that is closing. We're hoping this will help us at Fairmont Regional Medical Center to keep our hospital open. And I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our majority leader for her help with the House resolution. This is important to us, and it's important to us because it's important to the 600 people, the 600 families that's going to be affected if this hospital closes. So I want to give a heartfelt thank you to every member of this body who has come to help us, to assist us, and to find a way to help us keep this hospital open. So I appreciate your support, and I ask you to please vote for this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 50th, Doug Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's late, and I promise you I will be brief. I, too, want to thank the chairman of GovOrg, Chairman Howell, for working with everybody involved and finding something that everybody could agree to that we thought could possibly help Fairmont Regional. As my colleagues both said, this has been more than a week and a half. It's been about a month and a half when the rumors first started flying about this place closing. And, we rallied very quickly and met with the governor and convinced him to try to bring the parties together. But nothing seemed to happen until they finally pulled the trigger on this. And as of right now, we know there are meetings going on at Fairmont. We know that the folks that own Electo were summoned in and met with the governor. We know that the folks that own the property were summoned in and met with the governor. We know that the DHHR is involved, Mr. Speaker, and we know that Tax and Revenue is involved. And I know for a fact today at that meeting, all the players are there. The unions are there. They're willing to do what they can to help save the 600 jobs at Fairmont Regional. It's very important, and I think a lot of that is coming together because of the actions of this House. When we went there last week and the governor seen the dedicated employees at Fairmont Regional firsthand, and he's seen real people with real stories, I think that motivated a lot of people. And I think that might be why we have everybody at the table. And the majority leader can attest to this. She spent 15 years at that hospital. And when we was there, it was like going to a funeral. It really, truly was like going to a funeral, with tears just flowing uncontrollably out of employees there, not so much for themselves, but for the patients and the health care that they is so badly needed in Marion County. It's very important. I think it all come together when the gentle lady from the 3rd initiated the resolution to investigate Electo. That maybe is what motivated them to come to the table. The business community, Mr. Speaker, has been dedicated and working diligently with us and the owners of that hospital and the employees, trying to urge everybody to come together and try to work something out to save this place. I don't know at the end of the day if this bill is the final piece of that puzzle, but let me tell you what I do know. This is not going to hurt, and I think the people that are serious about trying to save this hospital, this also shows them that we're serious, and we'll do whatever we need to do to protect that health care and those 600 jobs. But if it is done, if we pull together because of this piece of legislation and everything else I just talked about, I truly believe, Mr. Speaker, it is because of the dedication of those 600 employees and the 600 before that and the 600 before that, because they really care about our region. They really care about health care. We need to pass this bill. We need to show the players that we are serious. We will do what it takes. We'll do our part to save Fairmont Regional, and it's been an absolute pleasure. I want to thank all my colleagues that not only co-sponsored that resolution, but who voted for it, but a particular thanks to the Marion County delegation, Delegate Longstreth, Angelucci, and Summers for bringing this all together. And let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope at the end of the day we hear some good news. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 17th, Dr. Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief, but Tuesday when I worked with the members of this bill to get this put together, not only do we come up with something that is going to help in Marion County, but I would challenge everyone in here, if you really look at this, this is going to help keep services in any rural hospital that closes. There's nothing in this bill that's specific to Marion County. So this is going to help everyone that represents a district with a rural hospital, and it's going to keep the services in the counties that are affected. So I would urge passage of this.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4971.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
Lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the lady's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 586, reorganizing and redesignating Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety as Department of Homeland Security.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the bill on page 89, section 1, on line 162.
The gentleman from 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the amendment. Are there objections? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment basically is necessary to avoid a code conflict. Basically, this deals with the powers and duties, services of the Director of the Natural Resources, Department of Natural Resources. Basically, it adds a power in the within the list of about 30 powers expressed in there to exempt designated sections from the requirement that any payments that are deposited to them be made within 24 hours if they're less than $500, and also it does allow that those sections will have to make any payments within 7 working days. So that's all the amendment does. It does resolve a code conflict, and therefore I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 27th. Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 727, relating to disbursement of funds for highway road repair.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 734, clarifying powers.
Clerk will hold on just a moment. The gentleman from the third, Douglas Fluharty, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent that Senate Bill 727 be moved to third with amendments pending, with the opportunity to amend on third reading. Right to amend.
727?
Yes, the bill you just read.
The gentleman from the third asks unanimous consent that Senate Bill 727 be advanced to third reading with the right to amend. Are there objections? There are objections?
Move.
Objections are heard.
Move.
The chair has been advised by the clerk that it does require the unanimous consent of the body to advance the bill to third reading with the right to amend. Chair is incorrect. It can be a rule suspension. So the gentleman's motion is that Senate Bill 727 be advanced to third reading with the right to amend. This is not a debatable question. For what purpose does the gentleman from the 58th seek recognition?
Would it be proper for the gentleman from the third to yield to a question, Mr. Speaker?
It would be proper for the gentleman to yield for a question, yes.
Could you explain to me what you're trying to do with the bill?
Yes, this bill, there was a House version of this bill which had an amendment pending in the system. It was then pulled from the calendar and brought over in the Senate version. My amendment's not in, and despite speaking with counsel over here, I thought the amendment was included. It is not included. It's a prior amendment on the same bill we had on the House version. Essentially, all I'm going to be doing is on the disbursement of funds related to the Northern Panhandle areas on waste drilling, which we charge $1. We're going to move it from $1 to $2 per ton. That's all the amendment is. It's a simple amendment. We could have a discussion, vote up and down on third. It's just not in the system, so that's why I was asking for it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question now again is, Does the House object to moving Senate Bill 727 to the foot of all bills this afternoon? Chair has no objection to that. We will return to consideration of Senate Bill 727 on second reading at the conclusion of all bills today. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 734, clarifying powers and duties of DOH in acquiring property for state road purposes.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill to be advanced to third reading. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Senate Bill 202, allowing one member of PSD Board to be County Commissioner.
The bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 225, empowering municipalities to enact adopt-a-street programs.
The bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 240, requiring hotels and restaurants secure manhole covers of certain grease traps.
The bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 241, requiring State Board of Education develop method for student transportation costs as standalone consideration.
The bill to be advanced.
Senate Bill 281, removing residency requirement for persons applying for reappointment to Municipal Police Department.
The bill to be advanced.
Senate Bill 307, correcting code citation relating to certain tax liens.
The bill to be advanced.
Senate Bill 509, relating to custodial allocation actions independent of divorce.
The bill to be advanced.
Senate Bill 523, extending deadline for municipalities to offer Social Security coverage to certain municipal retirement system members.
The bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 529, establishing limitations on claims and benefits against state.
The bill to be advanced.
Senate Bill 552, requiring contracts of $25,000 or more be competitively bid.
The bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 576, relating to management of public records.
The bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 583, creating program to further development of renewable energy resources.
The bill to be advanced.
Senate Bill 652, authorizing school building authority promulgate legislative rules.
The bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 686, exempting contract and common carrier laws for certain vehicles.
The bill to be advanced.
Senate Bill 703, increasing earning limit for employees who accept separation incentive.
The bill to be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 706, clarifying duties of law enforcement training and certification subcommittee.
The bill to be advanced.
Senate Bill 712, correcting name of forensic analysis laboratory.
The bill to be advanced.
Senate Bill 781, relating to reports regarding collaborative agreements between community and technical colleges and federally registered apprenticeship programs.
The bill to be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? No. If not, the House will stand at ease while we return to consideration of Senate Bill 727.
Just cut a deal that will make it 50 cents. $1.50. We'll have to reform it.
To the members, we did take this bill up yesterday on Senate messages, read it the first time immediately, which advanced it to second reading today. So the chair appreciates the indulgence of the House. We do have a member who wishes to offer an amendment. Chair understands the amendment has been filed. Clerk will report the amendment.
Delegate Fluharty moves to amend the bill on page 6, section 11, line 147 by striking out the number $1 and inserting in lieu thereof $2.
Before we proceed to consideration of the amendment just read by the clerk, may the chair assume the motion to suspend the rules has been withdrawn? Are there objections to that motion being withdrawn? The motion for suspension of the rules has been withdrawn. The question now before the House then is the amendment just read by the clerk. The gentleman from the third.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After discussion with the distinguished chair and vice chair of finance, I would ask unanimous consent to reform my amendment, which was going up $1 to 50 cents.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The reformed amendment is now before the House.
Briefly explain.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my amendment does, just a bit of a backstory. Solid waste assessments fee in West Virginia is $1.75. For horizontal drilling, we add another $1, so it's $2.75. So what we're going to do here is just add another 50 cents to the horizontal well drilling fee that we have, which would affect primarily north central West Virginia and the northern panhandle. And it goes back into a road fund that goes back into those districts for road repairs. And as the gentlelady from the 4th described last week, in her district, she's had over 600 slips related to gas drilling and productivity in the northern panhandle area. This essentially just takes another 50 cents, which keeps us below Ohio and Pennsylvania. For instance, Ohio charges $4.75 a ton. So we are currently at $1.75 plus $1, so $2.75, and that would take us to $3.50. We'd still be $1.25 below Ohio. So, and below Pennsylvania. I don't have the numbers with me right now, but it would keep us obviously below our neighboring states, adds a little more money into the road area for north central West Virginia and the northern panhandle affected primarily from this type of drilling. And I appreciate the chair and vice chair of finance are working with me on it and appreciate the support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to 64th, Delegate Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's a reasonable compromise. It helps the people in the northern panhandle, especially the roads that have been damaged from this, so I urge adoption.
The gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to rise in opposition to the amendment. If District 6 with DOH would stop paving their DOH parking lots, they may have the money to fix the slips up there. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 46th, Delegate Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman of finance yield?
Yes.
So what the amendment does is it obviously raises the tax, but it goes back to those counties. Is that the way you understand?
That's correct. Since August of 2014, Department of Highways, they have this fund. They've been collecting the money, but they don't have spending authority to fix these roads in these areas. And the way the bill that we're going to talk about tomorrow is defined as watershed, and that's been the problem. So,
okay, but don't most of these natural gas companies, they bond out these roads when they're driving on them, and then they also pay the state back the money in order to fix those roads?
I believe you're correct.
So this amendment would raise that even more.
The amendment would take it up an additional 50 cents. Right now, since 2014, August of 2014, there's approximately $1.3 million sitting in this fund that hasn't been used to fix any roads.
Okay, so this money would just come out of the fund. It wouldn't be any additional on the natural gas companies.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
The gentleman from the 51st, Doug Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment, and I appreciate the Chairman of Finance also supporting it. It's no secret that the state of our roads in West Virginia are uniformly bad. But I would say that the state of the roads in north central West Virginia and the northern panhandle are a special type of state in the dilapidated disrepair that they are in. And I would say that in my county, Monongalia, they might be the worst in the entire state. And so if this bill is going to provide a little bit of help, my friend here disagrees with me, but if this bill is going to, I see a lot of hands going up from north central and northern panhandle. And so you all see how much we need some help with our roads. And this is small, but it's a good start. I urge adoption. Thank you.
The gentleman at 10th, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As discussed, this fund has approximately $1.3 million in it. It's been accumulating since 2014. The Highway Department has not had a spending authority to be able to take these monies to go back into the counties. And in the current bill, it shows that it has to go to the watersheds, where there's been no way to track where the tailings came from to go to the landfills for specific watersheds. So therefore, we are changing in the bill the opportunity to go to the districts and by the counties through the Highway Department to be able to use these funds. So that's the purpose of the bill that will happen tomorrow. The delegate from the 3rd has asked for an increase in the tipping fee from $1 to $1.50, and that is agreeable to us as far as the Finance Committee is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 56, Douglas Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to ask a question. I'm trying to, the tipping fee is what's charged when each truckload goes to the landfill, is that correct?
It's going to increase by 50 cents a ton on these particular tailings that are coming from these horizontal wells. They are already paying $1 a ton.
So we're increasing it from $1 to $1.50.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And the gentleman's original, he wanted an additional $1, but we compromised on 50 cents increase.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Lady in the 4th, Doug Zukoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank everyone involved for coming to resolve on this amendment. And I do want to just make a little bit of correction about what was said earlier about the road bonding. Our Department of Highways has very little control over what happens with the oil and gas industry on the road bonds. The road bonds are $1 million. We've never called one road bond, not one in the state of West Virginia. And I have 2 roads that are still closed in our district that I've been on the phone with folks the last week trying to get some resolve. And these are, and not to mention the sand trucks that have tipped over in the last 3 days, and the folks in Marshall County are being rerouted, and why these road spills are being cleaned up. So I appreciate this because it's much needed funding, very small, but I do want the misnomer that the road bond situation and Department of Highways takes care of our roads with the oil and gas industry, because that is simply not the case the way the bonding requirements are written. Thank you.
The gentleman 30th, Doug Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got a question for the Chairman of Finance, if he has that spreadsheet with him, which I hope he does.
Yes.
Thank you. Upstairs, we had some information that was handed out that showed the amount of money that's actually pouring into that fund now on a monthly basis. Could you speak to that briefly?
Yes, from August 1st to 2014 up until the current date of 12/1/2019, there is $1,383,836.62 that is in this fund.
Okay, so the ultimate passage of this legislation would allow those funds to be spent. Right now, they can't be spent because there's no way to be able to allocate them appropriately.
You're correct.
Now, is it about $20,000 a month that's getting poured into that thing?
You're correct.
So the gentleman's amendment would increase that to $30,000 a month.
You're correct.
In theory, that would pour into this fund.
Yes.
So we get about $1.5 million a year.
Correct.
Additional money back to the counties where this destructive activity is occurring. With the adoption of the gentleman's amendment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 46, Doug Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for let me speak again. I'd just like to ask either the chair or the vice chair a question again. So when I asked the question before of this is already an account set up, it's already an account, they're already paying into it, and this money would be coming out of it, that's correct, but essentially this is a tax increase of 50 cents per load or per
50
ton?
cents per ton, yes.
Okay, so they will be paying additional monies.
They will be paying additional money, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so anybody that would be, and this is just for oil and gas for those horizontal wells?
That's correct.
Okay, and it would go back to the counties, though, what you're saying, that these taxes would be collected from?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, just speak to the amendment, Mr.
The gentleman is recognized to proceed.
I'm going to have to speak against this amendment. Of course, this just came up just immediately, and just thinking about our oil and gas industry right now, it's just not in the best shape. That I think everybody knows there's been a lot of layoffs. It's really hurt our businesses. Increasing a tax on these folks is not going to make it any better. I think it's going to decrease the amount of jobs, and so for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge against the amendment.
The gentleman of the 55th, Douglas Spunhagel.
Chairman yield. In Finance Committee, we were provided a big map of the state where most of all the horizontal joints, you got it right there.
Yes.
Does that correspond with the crisis with the road situation in the state of West Virginia?
Absolutely.
And the idea of the amendment is the people that are busting up the road should pay for the roads rather than the taxpayers.
You are correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple things. I'll thank the chair and vice chair for meeting with me on this. We discussed it previously and reached a good compromise. And any concerns about the price, I still want to say that for those affected areas, it's only those affected areas for a horizontal drilling waste assessment fee, which only is going to be your north central and northern panhandle areas. Also, Ohio stands at $4.75. We'll still be $1.25 below Ohio. So, the idea that this is an extravagant fee is, not exactly on point. So, urge adoption. Thank you.
The question is on adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is on adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed to the amendment will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 63 ayes, 35 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, leaves of absence. Lady from the 49th? No. Introduction to guests? Miscellaneous business? If none, then lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move subject to announcements, the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Thursday.
The question before the House is the motion that subject to announcements, the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. on Thursday. Are there announcements? Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Rules will meet at 10:45 tomorrow behind the chamber.
The gentleman from the 62nd, Douglas Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security will meet at 4 p.m. this afternoon following session in the Government Org Room. The agenda has been posted. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 16th, Douglas Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure will meet 15 minutes following adjournment in the House Finance Committee room, and the agenda has been posted.
The gentleman of the 28th, Douglas Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will meet tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. in the East Wing Conference Room. The agenda will be posted.
The gentleman of the 10th, Douglas Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Energy will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the Judiciary Committee room. The agenda will be posted.
The gentleman of the 35th, Douglas Capito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on the Judiciary will meet this evening at 5 p.m. in the committee room. The agenda for that meeting has been posted. Tomorrow in this chamber at 8:30, there will be a public hearing on Senate Bill 275 discussing the merits of the Intermediate Court of Appeals. Inquiry of the chair is the availability of the chamber on Monday, this coming Monday at 8:30 a.m.
This coming Monday at 8:30?
Yes, sir.
It is available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on the Judiciary will have a public hearing on Senate Bill 130 relating to procedure for driver's license suspension and revocation for DUI in this chamber at 8:30 on Monday morning. Thank you very much.
The gentleman, the 31st, Dr. Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to invite the individuals to breakfast in the morning, 9:30 to 11, government organization presented by the Education Caucus.
The gentleman, the second, Dr. DeSario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The West Virginia AFL-CIO is not going to have their labor caucus today, but they do have food in the McManus room, 252. But keep in mind, it's union food. It probably only stays warm for a couple hours.
The gentleman, the 16th, Dr. Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Huntington Prep, I wanted to invite everybody here in the chamber at the Capitol to their game this evening versus Tays Valley Christian at West Virginia State at 7:30. And Huntington Prep does also feature a West Virginia recruit in Isaiah Cottrell. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 35th, Dr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not so much an announcement, but would like to thank my roommate for lunch today.
Yes.
And if everybody could join me.
Yes.
Thank you, John.
Are there any further announcements? If not, then the question before the House is the motion that the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The House is adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.